Good morning, everyone. So, how many of you have revised yesterday's lecture, what we have discussed in the lecture? Okay, so most of the कर लिया sir revision. Okay, so most of you have revised yesterday's lecture, right? So in the first 15 minutes, okay, ASI presentation, I think that PPT is not available, right? So from this PPT first, from this chronology, I have uploaded in the app. But if you want this first PPT also, like, because this was this basic, what is this age, what is this culture, then who is responsible for doing this excavation, ASI, vertical excavation, horizontal excavation. But in case you need, I will upload this today. So we have already uploaded this today's PPTs starting from this 6th century BC till this Harsha period. If time permits, we will continue with this early South Indian kingdom during this medieval period, or otherwise I will record the lecture and upload this explaining this chronology of South Indian kingdoms. So basically in yesterday's lecture, first we have discussed about this general things like what is meant by this age, what is meant by this culture, then archaeological survey of India, basic information. Then we have discussed about this chronology starting from this prehistory till this medieval India or South Indian kingdom. So till this post Harsha period or this South Indian kingdom, we have discussed about this chronology in detail. And after discussing about this chronology, we started with this first chapter, Stone Age. Once we complete this Stone Age, we move to this Chalcolithic age or Chalcolithic cultures, and after that we have also discussed about this IVC and Vedic period, Indus Valley civilization and Vedic culture. So we have already discussed all these things in the detail. Now for the next 15 minutes, we will quickly revise all these things through this revision. So I will ask you the question. So please fast give your answer in the comment section. So now tell me, who was this first Director General of ASI? Who was the first Director General of ASI? Who was the first Director General of ASI? Yes, Alexander Cunningham. So Alexander Cunningham was the first Director General of ASI. Now tell me, who was the Director General of ASI who announced the discovery of IVC? Director General of ASI who announced this discovery of IVC? Yes, John Marshall. But now tell me, John Marshall, whether he focused on horizontal excavation or vertical excavation? Whether John Marshall focused on horizontal excavation or vertical excavation? Yes, he focused on this horizontal excavation. But while discussing about this R.E.M. Wheeler, I told you that he was the one who focused on this vertical excavation. Now tell me, among this horizontal and vertical excavation, in which excavation you will study this stratigraphy or these different layers? In which excavation you will study these different layers? Yes, in this vertical excavation. So basically we have seen this horizontal excavation versus vertical excavation. In the horizontal excavation, you will get to know that how people lived in a particular area in particular period of time. But in this vertical excavation, you will get to know how people lived in a particular area over a period of time. So after that, we have discussed about this one Director General of ASI in this post-independent period, who was the one who first identified the similarity between early Harappan culture and mature Harappan culture. Tell me the name of this Director General. Tell me the name of this Director General who identified the similarity between early Harappan culture and mature Harappan culture. Yes, Amalnanda Ghosh, he was the Director General from 1953 to 1968. Now tell me, when this ASI was established? When this ASI was established? ASI was established in this 1861. Now tell me whether Indian people in the 6th century BC or period of Mahajanapadas, whether they were acquainted with horses. Indian people in the 6th century BC or period Mahajanapadas, whether they were acquainted with horses or not. Yes, they were acquainted with horses. So basically horses came to this Indian subcontinent along with this Aryan around 1500 BC. So if you get this any question before 1500 BC, your answer should be no. After 1500 BC, your answer should be yes. Now tell me the term used for this iron, metal iron in this early Vedic period. Term used for this iron in the early Vedic period. Who is saying Krishna Ayas and Ayas? Remember, there was no term used for this iron in the early Vedic period. People have used this term Ayas for this copper and bronze. Krishna Ayas or Sham Ayas was used for this iron in the later Vedic period, not in the early Vedic period. Remember, you won't find mention of this Krishna Ayas in the early Vedic period. No, you will see in this later Vedic period. Yes, Vikas is correct. Now tell me whether early Vedic period were acquainted with horses. Early Vedic period were acquainted with horses. Who is saying no? Why no? In early Vedic period, like Aryans came to Indian subcontinent and horse played an important role. So they brought these horses to this Indian subcontinent. So your answer should be yes. Now tell me whether my statement is correct or incorrect. In early Vedic period, people use this iron plowshare in agriculture. In early Vedic period, people use the iron plowshare in agriculture. Incorrect, right? So basically we have seen use of iron starts from this later Vedic period, and even in this later Vedic period we don't have this archaeological evidences of use of iron in the plowshare. So we can say this use of iron plowshare or iron plowshare was used around the 6th century BC, but in the later Vedic period we are not sure. But in the later Vedic period, iron was used to clear this forest and expand this agriculture. Now tell me where this Didwana is located. Where this Didwana is located? Didwana is located in this Rajasthan. Where this Isampur is located? Where this Isampur is located? Where this Isampur is located? Yes, Isampur is located in this Karnataka, in this Hunsgi Valley. Why Isampur is important? What is the most important thing we have discussed about this Isampur? Whether it is Paleolithic site, within that Paleolithic, whether it is lower Paleolithic site or Mesolithic or Neolithic? Yes, it is largest Paleolithic site discovered in India so far, and it is stone tool manufacturing. So we have also discussed about this Levallois technique. What is this Levallois technique? What is this Levallois technique? Yes, technique of making these flake tools using this prepared core. Remember, it is a prepared core technique. So first of all, core is prepared, and then from that flex tools are prepared. Now tell me, you will see the use or which period is defined by the use of blades, points and scrapers. Which period is defined by use of blades, points and scrapers? Who is saying Mesolithic? Remember, middle Paleolithic phase. Middle Paleolithic phase. And which phase is defined by the use of hand axe, cleavers and choppers? Which phase is defined by this hand axe, cleavers and choppers? Yes, lower Paleolithic phase. Now tell me the site from this Neolithic phase where we have found the jadeite stone. Site from this Neolithic phase where we have found the jadeite stone. Jadeite stone. Yes, Daujali, Hading. Now tell me the site from this Neolithic phase where we have found the pit dwellings. Where we have found these pit dwellings. Everybody has to answer. Yes, Burzaum. Now tell me the earliest Neolithic site from Indian subcontinent. Earliest Neolithic site from Indian subcontinent. Earliest Neolithic site from this Indian subcontinent. Yes, Mehergarh. Mehergarh. Now tell me, Atnur is present in which state? Atnur is present in which state? Telangana. Now tell me this Neolithic site where we have found this bone implements, large number of bone implements. Large number of bone implements. Yes, Chirand. Now tell me this Mesolithic site where we have found this earliest evidence of domestication of animal. Earliest evidence of domestication of animal. Tell me this Mesolithic site. Yes, Adamgarh in Madhya Pradesh and Bagor in Rajasthan. Adamgarh in Madhya Pradesh and Bagor in Rajasthan. Now tell me who is called as father of Indian prehistory? Who is called as father of Indian prehistory? Who is called as father of Indian prehistory? Yes, Robert Foote. So Robert Foote was the one who discovered this first Paleolithic tool in India. Tell me the location where he discovered this first Paleolithic tool. Where he discovered this first Paleolithic tool. Yes, Pallavaram. Pallavaram is located in which state? Pallavaram is located in which state? Yes, Tamil Nadu. Who is called as father of Indian archaeology? Who is called as father of Indian archaeology? Yes, Alexander Cunningham. Now tell me, we have already discussed about this pottery making. So pottery making is a feature of Mesolithic culture or Neolithic culture? Pottery making is a feature of Mesolithic culture or Neolithic culture? Yes, pottery making is a feature of Neolithic culture, but we have found this potteries, evidence of pottery in the Mesolithic site also. Tell me the site from Gujarat where we have found this evidences of pottery. Site from Gujarat where we have found this evidence of pottery. Yes, Langanaj site from this Gujarat where we have found this evidence of pottery. Now, in general, if you consider in the Chalcolithic phase, now tell me whether there are more copper objects or stone objects. In Chalcolithic phase, there are more copper objects or stone objects. In Chalcolithic phase, Chalcolithic culture, there are more, yes, stone objects, because we have already seen in the Chalcolithic, copper and stone, they started using this copper just now. So basically there are abundant stone objects if you compare with this copper. So copper objects are limited. Now tell me the two important sites where you will find this good number of copper objects. In general, copper objects are limited, but tell me the sites where you will find this good number of copper objects. Good number of copper objects. Yes, Ahar and Gilon. So there we will find this good number of copper objects. In general, you won't find this bronze in this Chalcolithic culture. They were not aware of how to mix this copper with tin and to produce this bronze. But we have found this evidence of bronze in two sites. Tell me the name of these two sites. we have found this evidences of bronze in two sites. Tell me the name of these two sites. Yes, Ahar and Daimabad. So in Ahar we have found this low grade bronze sheet, and in the Daimabad we have found this bronze objects. Now tell me the Chalcolithic site where you will find this, whatever the grains are cultivated in all Chalcolithic site, you will find all the evidence of all grains in that site. Tell me the name of the sites. Tell me the name of the site. Yes, Navdatuli. Now we have already discussed Chalcolithic culture having this rural settlement, so they did not have this surplus food grain production, they have this subsistence agriculture. So as they have this subsistence agriculture, they did not have this urban centers. So basically settlements were rural, and for the first time we have seen there was large villages in this peninsular India. Now tell me the two sites which have almost reached the urbanization, not the full urbanization, but they have almost reached this urbanization. Two sites from this Chalcolithic culture where they have reached this almost urbanization. Yes, Daimabad and Inamgaon. Now tell me Daimabad and Inamgaon belongs to which culture? Daimabad and Inamgaon belongs to which culture? Zorwe culture. Now tell me, among all these culture we have discussed, Ahar culture, Kaitha culture, Malwa culture, Savalda culture, Zorwe culture, all these. In which culture you will find this most excavation? Most excavation. Yes, in Maharashtra, particularly this Zorwe culture. So in Maharashtra we have found this more than 200 Chalcolithic sites, and it has covered entire part of modern day Maharashtra except Vidarbha and this coastal region, that is Konkan. Now tell me, this Zorwe is located on which river? Zorwe is associated with which river? Zorwe is associated with which river? Yes, Pravara river, which is a tributary of this Godavari river. Now tell me sites which we have discussed from this Pune, located on this Bhima river. Pune district located on this Bhima river. Sites we have discussed, Chalcolithic culture site we have discussed from this Pune region, located on this river Bhima. Located on this river Bhima. Yes, we have discussed this ICS, Inamgaon, Songaon, and then Chandoli. Inamgaon, Songaon, and then Chandoli. Now tell me, Ahar site is located on which river? Ahar site is located on which river? Ahar site is located on which river? Yes, Banas river. Now tell me this site, Navdatoli is located on which river? Navdatoli is located on which river? If you see these Chalcolithic cultures, most of the Chalcolithic culture or sites are technologically pre-Harappan or post-Harappan. They are technologically pre-Harappan or post-Harappan. Pre-Harappan or post-Harappan. Pre-Harappan or post-Harappan. Yes, technologically they are pre-Harappan. Remember, chronologically, if you see this date, they are post-Harappan, most of the sites, but technologically they are pre-Harappan. Now tell me, the Ganeshwar is located in which state? Ganeshwar is located in which state? Ganeshwar is located in which state? Why everyone is saying Gujarat? Rajasthan. After this Chalkulti culture, we have discussed that Ganeshwar is located in Rajasthan, and in the Rajasthan we have this Khetri mine. That's why this Ganeshwar has provided this copper to this Harappans. And Ganeshwar was basically from this 2800 to 2200, means it was pre-Harappan. So Ganeshwar was pre-Harappan, and it shows similarity with this Harappa as well as ochre colored pottery, and it has provided this copper objects. It has provided this copper objects. Now tell me, condition of women was better in early Vedic period or later Vedic period? Condition of woman was better in early Vedic period or later Vedic period? Condition of woman was better in early Vedic period or later Vedic period? In early Vedic period, tell me the name of this god of Shudras in early Vedic period. God of Shudras in early Vedic period. Yes, no Shudras in this early Vedic period. Now tell me the god of Shudras in the later Vedic period. Name of the god of Shudras in the later Vedic period. Name of god of Shudras in the later Vedic period. Yes, Pushan. Whether you will find these temples in early Vedic period or later Vedic period. In Vedic period, you will find these temples in early Vedic period or later Vedic period. Not in early and also later. So neither in early nor in later Vedic period. So you won't find these temples in entire Vedic period. Now tell me, rituals and sacrifices are more important in early Vedic period or later Vedic period? Rituals and sacrifices are more important in early Vedic period or later Vedic period? Later Vedic period. Prayers were dominant form of worship in early Vedic period or later Vedic period? Prayers are dominant form of worship in early Vedic period or later Vedic period? Yes, in the early Vedic period. Importance of Brahmanas increased in early Vedic period or later Vedic period? Importance of Brahmanas increase in this later Vedic period. Now tell me, in the early Vedic period, people were attached to Jana or Janpad? In early Vedic period, people were attached to Jana or Janpad? People were attached to Jana or Janpad? Yes, people were attached to this Jana. Importance of land was more in early Vedic period or later Vedic period? Importance of land was more in early Vedic period or later Vedic period? Yes, in the later Vedic period. Now tell me, Shudras are mentioned in Rigved or not? Shudras are mentioned in Rigved or not? Shudras are mentioned in Rigved or not? Yes, Shudras are mentioned in this Rigved. We have seen this in the 10th mandal. Now tell me, Shudras are mentioned in early Vedic text or not? Shudras are mentioned in early Vedic text or not? No, basically Shudras are mentioned in this Rigved, but these are not mentioned in this early Vedic text. Why? Because even in this Rigved, only these 6 books or 6 mandals are part of this early Vedic text. 2nd to 7th, 1, 8, 9, 10, all these 4 are part of this later Vedic text. Now tell me, Upanishad. According to Upanishad, how to get salvation? By performing ritual sacrifices or by getting this knowledge? By performing ritual sacrifices or by getting this knowledge? By getting this knowledge, by understanding this individual soul or Atman and universal soul or Brahman and relation between Atman and Brahman. Now tell me, in Rigved, there are how many suktas are there? How many suktas or hymns? How many suktas or hymns? Yes, 1028. Now tell me, we have these important gods in the early Vedic period like Indra, Agni, then Varun and Soma. Now tell me, which mandal of Rigved is dedicated to Soma? Which mandal of Rigved is dedicated to Soma? Ninth mandal in Rigved is dedicated to Soma. Now tell me, who is the god of ocean? Who is the god of ocean? Varun was god of ocean. Who was the god of rain? God of rain. God of rain. Yes, Indra was god of rain. Which animal was most mentioned in Rigved? Which animal was most mentioned in Rigved? Yes, horse was mentioned for this most, like 215 times as a Ashwa. Now tell me the term used for this cow. Term used for this cow. Term used for this cow. Yes, go. Now tell me, what is this Gomat? Gomat. Gomat. Yes, rich man or wealthy man. Now tell me, which text is also called as Vedanta? 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 Yes, Upanishad is also called as Vedanta. So in the Upanishad, we have already discussed few of these parables. Now tell me the story of Yamanachiket. Story of Yamanachiket is given in which Upanishad? Story of Yamanachiket is given in which Upanishad? Yes, Katha Upanishad. Now tell me, story of Gargi is given in which Upanishad? Story of Gargi is given in which Upanishad? Story of Gargi is given in which Upanishad? Yes, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. Now tell me, story of Uddalaka Shvetaketu. Story of Uddalaka Shvetaketu is given in, yes, Chandogya Upanishad. So we have this KBC. So we have discussed about this KBC in Vedic period also, and we have also discussed about this KBC in this Harappan civilization or IVC also. Now tell me, this K means Kalibangan. So we have found these two sets of furrow in this Kalibangan which are right angles to each other, which indicate that two crops may be cultivated simultaneously. Now tell me, this associated with, these two sets of furrow in the Kalibangan is associated with early Harappan level or mature Harappan level? Early Harappan level or mature Harappan level? Yes, early Harappan. Who is saying late? We have already discussed this Kalibangan associated with early plus mature, then Lothal associated with mature plus late, and then Rahul means Rakikadi, early, mature and late. So Kalibangan was not present in this late Harappan level. So your answer should never be this late, right? So answer is early Harappan level. And then we have found this terracotta model of plough in Banavali and Cholistan. Now tell me where you will find this wash basin. Where you will find this wash basin? Where you will find this wash basin? Banavali. Now tell me, among these six, where you will find these granaries? Among these six, where you will find these granaries? You can directly mention the number. Among these six, where you will find these granaries? Yes. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have found this granary in Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, Rakigadi and then Kalibangan. So 1, 2, 4, 5. Your answer should be 1, 2, 4, 5. Now tell me, which granary consists of 12 rooms arranged in 2 rows? Which granary consists of 12 rooms arranged in 2 rows? Yes, Harappa. Now tell me, in which settlement you will find the wells in most of the houses, individual houses? In which settlement you will find the wells in most of the individual houses? Yes, Kalibangan. Now tell me, where the settlement is divided into 3 sections. In general, settlement was divided into 2 sections, Citadel and Lower Town. Now tell me the site where you have found this settlement was divided into 3 sections. Settlement was divided into 3 sections. Yes, Dholavira. Where we have found this largest inscription consists of 10 signs. Where we have found this largest inscription consists of 10 signs. Yes, Dholavira. Now tell me where we have found these traces of canal. Where we have found these traces of canal. Yes, Shortugai. Now tell me where we have found this game board, chess board. Where we have found this chess board. Yes, in Dholavira. Now tell me where we have found this water reservoirs. Where we have found this water reservoirs. Yes, once again Dholavira. Where we have found this dockyard. Where we have found this dockyard. Yes, Lothal. Harappa is located on which river? Harappa is located on which river? Yes, Ravi river. Mohenjo-daro is located on which river? Remember these 5 things. First is bronze statue of dancing girl. Second is steatite statue of priest king. Third is Pashupati seal. 4 is male torso. And then bronze statue of man with chariot. Now tell me, among these 5, which were found in this Mohenjo-daro? Among these 5, which were found in this Mohenjo-daro? Which were found in Mohenjo-daro? Yes, 1, 2 and 3. So we have found this male torso in Harappa and bronze statue of man with chariot, that is Daimabad man in Daimabad. Now tell me, in Pashupati seal, which animals were surrounded by this man in yogic posture? Which animals were surrounded by this man in an yogic posture? Now tell me, among these six, which animals were represented on Harappan seals? Which animals were represented on animal seals? Among these 6: cow, tiger, lion, snake, buffalo and horse. Yes, 2, 4 and 5. So you just have to eliminate this Holika. Horse, lion, camel and cow. So apart from this we have this tiger, then snake and then buffalo. All these are represented on this Harappan seal. Now tell me, most of the Harappan inscriptions are short or long? Most of the Harappan inscriptions are short or long? Most of these Harappan inscriptions are short. Longest having how many signs? Longest having how many signs? Yes, 26 signs. Now tell me whether there was Aryan invasion responsible for this decline of civilization or not. Aryan invasion responsible for this decline of Indus Valley civilization or not? No, there was no Aryan invasion and there was no large scale Aryan migration to destroy this civilization. So for end of this civilization there were main 2 reasons. First, climate change, and second is this drying up of Saraswati river. Now tell me the sites from Haryana located on the bank of Saraswati river. Sites from Haryana located on the bank of Saraswati river. Yes, Rakhigadi, Banavali, Farmana and Birana. Rakhigadi, Banavali, Farmana and then Birana. Now we will discuss about this next, that is UNESCO's World Heritage Site. So I have already given you the notes. I have already uploaded this. Just read from your side this UNESCO's World Heritage List. Remember, there are currently 44 sites from India which are added in this World Heritage List, and among these 44 you have to remember some of these latest as well as information about their latest site. So in 2025 latest addition was Marathi Military Landscape of India, and in this it consists of 12 forts. Out of these 11 are in this Maharashtra and one from this Tamil Nadu. So if you consider, for the first time Indian sites were added in this World Heritage List in 1983. So which are these 4 sites added in this list in this 1983? Remember this T E A. So T for Taj Mahal, E for Ellora Caves, A for Ajanta Caves and Agra Fort. Ajanta Caves and Agra Fort. So remember this T for Taj Mahal, E for Ellora Caves, Ajanta Caves and then Agra Fort. So whatever the new additions are there currently, I have mentioned from this 2021 to 2025. So just read once this, whatever the latest additions are there. More than that, that is not required for your prelim. Next is intangible cultural heritage. So if you consider this intangible cultural heritage, in this intangible cultural heritage currently we have these 16 things in intangible cultural heritage, and among these 16 latest addition was this Deepavali. So in 2025 basically this intergovernmental committee of this ICH, intangible cultural heritage, this session 20th session took place in this New Delhi in 2025, and in this session in 2025 they have added this Deepavali in this list of intangible cultural heritage. So remember, currently we have these 16 things in this intangible cultural heritage, and you have to remember this most recent one. Remember this DGP. So Deepavali was added in 2025. Then G for Garba of Gujarat added in 2023, and P for Puja means Durga Puja was added in 2021, 25, 23, then 21. So remember, there are 16 things here, and among them you have to remember this most important one, Deepavali, Garba of Gujarat and then Durga Puja. So remember, before this in 2017 Kumbh Mela was added in this intangible. These are intangible, not tangible. So these are intangible cultural heritage, and we have just discussed about this Vedic text. So I told you these Vedas were composed in this Vedic period. That is, Rig Veda was composed in early Vedic period. Other texts were composed in this later Vedic period. But these were written down from the 6th century BC. So till that, these were recited and transmitted through this oral generation. So this chanting, tradition of Vedic chanting, it was added into this intangible cultural heritage in 2008. Tradition of Vedic chanting was added in this intangible cultural heritage list in 2008. Next, for us most important is this UNESCO's Memory of World Register. So this important ancient text, important from this cultural point of view, these are added in this Memory of World Register, and currently from India we have this 14 text. We have this 14 texts. Remember, the latest 2 addition in 2025. First is Srimad Bhagavad Gita and second is Natya Shastra. Srimad Bhagavad Gita and next is Natya Shastra. Now tell me, this Bhagavad Gita was composed in option A, Vedic period, option B, during this means final compilation during Gupta. Yes, we have already discussed this, because Bhagavad Gita is a part of this Mahabharata. So we already know this epics Ramayana and Mahabharata were composed from this post-Vedic period, and final compilation took place during this time of Gupta. Now tell me, when these Puranas are compiled? When these Puranas are compiled? Remember, Guptas and post-Gupta period. So basically during this Guptas, this earliest means earlier Puranas were compiled, and then some of these Puranas were compiled in this post-Gupta period. So in 2025, there were 2 additions in this Memory of World Register, which are these Bhagavad Gita and then Natya Shastra. So remember, this Bhagavad Gita or Bhagavad Gita is a part of this Mahabharata, and Mahabharata was composed in the final compilation took place during this Gupta period. And who compiled this? Ved Vyas. Remember, scholars consider that this was composed over a long period of time. So many different sages have composed this, but most accepted author is Ved Vyas. And second, you have to remember about this Natya Shastra. Remember, Natya Shastra is composed by this Bharat Muni. And it is earliest text on this performing art. And we don't know about this exact date when this was composed, but scholars consider that it was compiled between this 200 BC to 200 C. 200 BC to 200 C. 200 BC to 200 C. Some scholar means according to this theory in this religious perspective, this was also not composed by these humans. So it was also composed by these gods. So for this entertainment of people. So some people also regarded in this religion, if you consider this religious perspective or philosophical perspective, it is also considered as 5th Ved. Because we have already discussed these 4 Ved, Rig Ved, Yajurved, Samved, Atharvaved, as well as its 4 texts, Samhita, Brahmanas, Aranyakas and Upanishad. All these were not composed by the humans. These were composed by this God, and God has revealed to this rishis, and rishis had heard this and revealed to this world. Now tell me, this Ved belongs to Shruti text or Smriti text? Ved belong to Shruti text or Smriti text? Yes, Shruti text. Shruti means something which is heard, and Smriti means something which is remembered. So I will share, means I have already shared this PDF. Just read from this PDF. Which are these? Intangible Cultural Heritage Site. Which are these text mentioned in this Memory of World Register? And last is UNESCO's Creative Cities Network. UNESCO's Creative Cities Network. So basically it covers the cities based on these 7 fields. 7 creative fields, and in these 7 creative fields, currently we have these 9 Indian cities under these 5 fields. So there is no Indian city in this design or media art. So in this, among these 7 fields, we have 9 cities covering these 5 fields. Latest addition is Lucknow under this category, gastronomy, in 2025. Lucknow gastronomy in 2025. If UPSC asks some factual question, they might give this in the match the following type, like Kozhikode or Kozhikode, city called as city of literature. Then Gwalior called as city of music. Lucknow called as city of gastronomy, means known for these food varieties. So am I clear till now? So remember, in this Creative Cities Network, currently there are 9 Indian cities. Currently there are 9 Indian cities. Now tell me the latest edition in this Creative Cities Network. Latest edition in this Creative Cities Network. Yes, Lucknow. Now tell me the latest addition in intangible cultural heritage. Latest addition in intangible cultural heritage. latest addition in the intangible cultural heritage. Intangible cultural heritage. When this Kumbh Mela was added in this intangible cultural heritage? When Kumbh Mela was added in this intangible cultural heritage? 2017. Then Durga Puja? Durga Puja? 2021. Then Garba of Gujarat? Garba of Gujarat? Garba of Gujarat? Yes, in 2023. Now tell me whether this tradition of Vedic chanting is added in this ICH? Tradition of Vedic chanting? Yes, in which year? 2008. Like we have this tradition of Vedic chanting in this ICH added in 2008. Similarly, in this text, we have this Rig Ved, not all Ved. Remember, we have this Rig Ved added in this Memory of World Register in 2007. We have this Rig Ved added in this Memory of World Register in 2007. In 2007. Now we will discuss about this India in 6th century BC or 600 BC. So in today's lecture, first we will discuss about this India in 6th century BC. There were many economic, social, political changes as well as changes in this religious life or philosophical thoughts. So first we will discuss about this, and the changes happened during this time with respect to political life, that is establishment of this Mahajanapadas, formation of Mahajanapadas. So what are these Mahajanapadas? Where these are located, on which river bank these are located, all these are important for your prelim perspective. So entire this topic, changes in economic life, changes in social life, changes in political life, all these are important for your prelims. And once we discuss about these changes in the 6th century BC, there are one more important change, that is emergence of these different religious ideas, and among these ideas there were heterodox ideas, opposition to orthodox. And for our exam, from our exam perspective, we have two important religion during this period, that is Buddhism and Jainism. So there were many heterodox religion which oppose this Vedic Brahmanism emerged in the 6th century BC. So we have important Buddhism and Jainism. So now in the first session, we will complete these changes in the 6th century BC. Then we will take this short break, tea break of 15 minutes, and after that we will complete this Buddhism and Jainism. Now we will see this India in 6th century BC. Am I clear to everyone? So remember, during the 6th century BC, there were economic changes, social changes, means changes in the social life, there were political changes as well as emergence of different ideas. So we will see one by one, and all these are major changes. See, remember, in any society these changes are bound to happen, like social changes, changes in social life, economic life, political life, but these changes are major in the 6th century BC. That's why this is also considered as turning point in the Indian history. So if you consider the changes in the economic life, now there was growing use of iron plowshare. So we have already already growing use of iron. So we have already seen the iron people started using this iron from this later Vedic period, but we were not sure whether they have used this iron in this plowshare in the later Vedic period or not. But now people started using this iron in this plowshare. So they have started using this iron plowshare. But remember, this iron plowshare was used, but not everywhere, only in this Gangetic Valley and Kaveri River Valley, Ganga and Kaveri. So people during this time started using this iron plowshare. As they started using this iron plowshare, iron was also used to clear the forest and expand the agriculture. And because of this reason, there was surplus food grain production. And I already told you, whenever there is surplus food grain production, there is going to be this development of these towns. And most of the towns or cities are capital of Mahajanapads. So we will discuss what is mean by this Mahajanapad. But remember, there was growing use of iron plowshare. So as iron was used to clear this forest, there was expansion of agriculture. At the same time, iron was used in this plowshare, and because of this different reason, there was surplus food grain production. Suppose earlier there were 100 people producing for this 100 people, that is subsistence agriculture. Then all are involved in this agriculture. But now suppose 100 people are producing the food for this 1000 people. So as there is surplus food grain production, what this 900 people will do? Now this 900 people will settle away from the villages. They don't have to settle near to these villages. They don't have to settle near to this agriculture field. Why? Because 100 people are producing for this 1000 people. So now these 900 people will settle away from these villages, and they will do this different professions. Some become this trader, some become this craft person, some become this artisan, some become this administrator ruling over this region. So basically, because of this surplus food grain production, there was development of urban centers. Now you have this agriculture produce in one place and development of towns and cities in another place. So there are some merchants which are carrying this agriculture produce to these cities, and these same merchants are carrying this good produce in these cities to this villages. So there was flourishing trade also, and this flourishing trade was given this impetus by shrenis and coins. Shrenis and coins. So we will discuss what is the shrenis and what is coins. So remember, I already told you, first time we have used this metal coins in the 6th century BC, and these are punch mark coins. These are punch mark coins. So remember, these are the economic changes. People started, means there was growing use of iron plowshare, and because of that there was surplus food grain production, development of towns, flourishing trade, and development of coinage. So if you consider this iron plowshare, so iron was used basically to clear this forest, and iron was also used in this plowshare. But remember, the use of this iron plowshare was restricted to this certain parts such as Ganga and Kaveri River Valley. Next, emergence of cities. So we have already discussed, before the 6th century BC, we have urban centers only once, that is during this IVC, Indus Valley Civilization. So before IVC, we have these rural centers. After IVC, till the 6th century, we have this rural settlement. So basically, first urbanization or civilization took place during this IVC, and now from the 6th century BC, we have this second urbanization. So first urbanization took place in this northwest part of India. Now the second urbanization took place in this Gangetic Valley around this 6th century BC. And most of these urban centers were capital of Mahajanapadas, and they are located on this trade route, because the trade was flourishing during this time. So in order to collect these taxes, these are located on these trade routes. But you have to remember this most important, this ring wells. So what are these ring wells? See, these are pots. So these are rows of pots arranged one above this another. Rows of pots arranged one above the another, and you will find these ring wells in these individual houses in urban areas. So in urban centers, you will find these ring wells in individual houses. So according to scholar, this ring of wells, rows of pots, also called as ring wells, this can be used as a toilet, drains, or garbage dump. Remember, these ring wells are found in these individual houses in the urban centers. So scholar consider that this might be used for this as a toilet, drain, or garbage dumps. So remember, what is this ring wells? Ring wells are nothing but rows of pots arranged one after this another. Next, if you consider, I already told you trade was flourishing. So if you consider, there are two main trade routes. One is Uttar Path from northwest part of India, Uttarpad from this northwest part of India to this eastern part of India till this Bay of Bengal. Here we have this Tamralipti, Tamluk port, today's Tamluk port, that is Tamralipti. So we have this Uttarpad and then we have this Dakshinpad. So this is from this latest NCERT. In latest NCERT, this Dakshinpad is from Uttar Pradesh, Kausumbi means Prayagraj, to this Maharashtra region, that is Pratishthan means Paitan. So in latest NCERT, they have shown this Dakshinpad from Uttar Pradesh to Maharashtra, from Kausumbi to Pratishthan or Paitan. So they don't go for such intricate detail, but in general we consider that Dakshinpad from Bihar to Maharashtra. So in the statement or option, if you get this from Bihar to Maharashtra, this is also correct. From Uttar Pradesh to Maharashtra, this is also correct. So this is a map from this latest NCERT. So trade was flourishing, and because of this flourishing trade, now we have these two trade routes. Uttarpad connecting this northwest to this eastern part of India, to this Bay of Bengal. Here we have this Tamralipti or Tamluk port, and then Dakshinpad from Kausumbi to this Pratishthan or Paitan in Maharashtra. So we have this Uttarpad and then Dakshinpad. So in general we consider this Dakshinpad starts from this Patliputra, Patna in the Bihar to this Pratishthan in Maharashtra, but in the latest NCERT they have given that it starts from this Kausumbi to this Pratishthan or Paitan means in Maharashtra. Then remember, during this time trade was flourishing, I told you, because of this two reasons. First is use of this metal coin and second is Shreni. So during this time you will see the use of metal coins for the first time in trade, and these coins are punched mark coins. Remember, these coins are punched mark. These are punched mark, not these inscribed coins, and these are mostly made up of copper and silver. Mostly silver. So these are mostly made up of silver and copper. Remember, not gold. So these punch mark coins are, first of all, these are punched and not inscribed. And second is they are mostly made up of silver or copper and not gold. Not gold. And most of these coins were issued by these rulers, means king, but some of these coins are also issued by these rich merchants or trader. But remember, you won't find this mention of image or name of this king. So no image or name of this king. So remember, you have to remember this point. First time metal coins were used in the trade in the India around this 6th century BC. These are mostly made up of silver or copper, not gold. You won't find this mention of name of the king or image of this king. Most of the coins are issued by this king or ruler, but some of these coins are also issued by these rich merchants. So see, these are punch mark coins. These are not inscribed. These are not inscribed. So these are generally rectangular or sometimes square or round in shape, and name and image of the king was absent. So what was absent? Remember, what was not present? First of all, name and image of the king was not present, then it was not inscribed, then it was not issued in this gold. So most of the coins are copper or silver. Copper or silver. Now we will discuss about the Shrenis. I told you the trade was flourishing because of these two reasons. Use of this panchmar coins, means metal coins for the first time, and second is Shreni. So what is the Shrenis or guilds? Remember, the Shrenis or guilds means association. So there was Shrenis of artisan, means association of artisan. Shrenis of merchants means association of merchants. Shrenis of craftsmen. So there are different Shrenis. Shrenis of farmer or agriculture. So basically during this time, this association of artisan or craftsman or this merchant, this is called as Shrenis. Suppose there is a Shrenis or guild of artisan or craftsman. What they will do? Suppose I want to make some pot. So what they will do is, they will provide me the training, they will procure the raw material and provide it to me, and once this good is produced, they will also procure from my side also. Means they provide this training, procure this raw material and distribute this finished good. And what the Shrenis of merchant do? They organize this trade, and because of all this reason, there was ease of doing business during this time, and the crafts were specialized. So they are providing this training, they are procuring this raw material, distributing this finished good. That's why during this time there was specialization in crafts. So if you see during this time you will find this northern black polished ware. During this time you will see this northern black polished ware. Why this was so much fine? Because there was specialization, because of the specialization in crafts, because of the shrenis or guilds. So if you consider this, it is found in this northern part of India, black in color and polished. It is polished. That's why it is called as northern black polished color, northern black polished ware. Remember, this is a fine metallic looking pottery. This is a fine, remember this is not a metallic, but it is such a fine, such a polish that it looks like a metal. So it is fine metallic looking pottery with glossy or shiny black surface. Glossy or shiny black surface. Remember, we have already discussed during the time of this IVC, if something is crude, mostly common people use. Something is fine, sophisticated, mostly rich people use. So similarly here, this northern black polished ware was this fine metallic looking pottery with glossy or shiny black surface, and it was possibly used as a tableware by rich people. It was possibly used as a tableware by rich people. So we were discussing about the shrenis. Remember, the shrenis sometimes also acts as a bank. Sometimes also acts as a bank, and the head of this association, head of the shreni or guild was usually elected. And these shrenis or guilds are autonomous institution in that region. They have their own rules for governance. So king was not interfering in them. So they were this autonomous institution, had their own internal rule. Had their own internal rule. So this is about this main economic changes. So we have discussed that during this time there was growing use of iron, and because of this growing use of iron there was surplus food grain production, but the distribution of surplus food grain production were not equal, and distribution of surplus food grain production was even. That's why if you consider this rural society in north part of India as well as south part of India, there were three classes. First is Gram Bhojak, Grahapati, and then Kamgar and Das. So if you consider in the north part of India, the village headman was who was this largest landowner is called as Gram Bhojak. So Gram Bhojak was this largest landowner. Usually he was this village headman, and the post is hereditary. So on the behalf of this king, he also do some administration, provide the justice to these people. So we have this Gram Bhojaka, who is this largest landowner. Then we have this individual farmer, that is Grahapati or Gahapati. So these are this independent small farmer, and both of these, Gram Bhojak has this largest land in this village, then this Grahapati or Gahapati also has this land, but these are this landless laborers. So this Kamgar means landless agriculture laborers, and this Das means slave. So we have this Grahapati, we have this Gram Bhojak, Gahapati or Grahapati, and then Das, Kamgar. Similarly, in the South India, we have this Vellalar, Uravar, and then Kadaisiyar and Adimai. So we have this largest landowner or village headman in this north part of India called as Gram Bhojak. Here we have this Vellalar. Similarly, here we have this Grahapati, here we have this Uravar, and then here landless agriculture laborer called as Kadaisiyar, and Das means slave called as Adimai. So this is part of South India, this is in the part of this North India. So because of this uneven distribution of this surplus food grain production, so whatever the benefits they got, people got from this surplus food grain production, the benefits were not even. So that's why, because of this unequal distribution of this benefit, there were three classes in North India as well as South India. In North India, we have this Grama Bhojak, Gahapati or Grahapati, then Kamgar and Das. In the South India, we have this Vellalar, Uravar, Adimai, and then Kadaisiyar. So till now, am I clear to everyone? Now tell me where you will find this ring wells. Where you will find this ring wells? Where you will find this ring wells? Remember, you will find these ring wells in these individual houses in urban areas. Yes, individual houses in urban areas. Individual houses in urban areas. So these punch mark coins, whether these are made up of gold or not, punch mark coins are made up of gold or not? Punch mark coins are made up of gold or not? No. Whether these are inscribed or not? Whether these are inscribed or not? No, these are not inscribed. Whether you will find this name and image of the king on this coin? Name or image of the king on this coin? No. Some coins were also issued by someone who is not a ruler or king. Am I correct? These punch mark coins, some of these punch mark coins are issued by a person who is not a king or ruler. Yes, not all coins are released by this king. Some coins are released by these rich merchants also. Rich merchants also, right? So this northern black polished ware, whether it is a fine metallic ware or crude, northern black polished ware, whether it is fine or crude? Yes, it is a fine. Used as a tableware by rich people or poor people? Used as a tableware by rich people or poor people? Yes, rich people. Shrenis are autonomous institution or not? Shrenis or guilds are autonomous institution or not? Yes. Now tell me whether statement is correct or incorrect. Around the 6th century BC, iron plowshare was used widely in the most part of India. Around the 6th century BC, iron plowshare was used widely in most part of India. No, the use of iron in the plowshare was restricted to this Ganga river valley and then Kaveri river valley. Yes, Ganga and Kaveri. So these are these major important economic changes. Now this rural society was also divided into these three groups. So we have this Grama Bhojak, Grahapati or Gahapati, then Kamgar and Das. Kamgar means landless agriculture laborer, Das means slave. Similarly, in the South India, we have this Vellalar means largest landowner, there Uravar and then Kadesiyar and Adimai. Adimai and then Kadesiyar. Kadesiyar, the word is long. So you can say landless agriculture laborer. Then slave small. So we have this Adimai small. So now we will discuss about this social changes. So remember, in this later Vedic period, there was increase in importance of this Brahmanas and there was increase in importance of these rituals and sacrifices. As Brahmanas were insisting on these rituals and sacrifices instead of these prayers as a dominant form of worship, there was many cattle were killed in the later Vedic period. So there was cattle killing because of these sacrifices and people were not happy about that. People were unhappy about that, and during this time in the 6th century BC, because of this trade, because of this different reason, people were moving from one place to another place. So when people were meeting with another people for this trade, so they were discussing about these things like their different religious life. So basically they were unhappy about this Vedic Brahmanism. They were unhappy about this society in this later Vedic period, as people were demanding some reforms, like people were criticizing this Vedic Brahmanism. Brahmanas come with this more rigid rules, and basically from the 6th century BC, now this other Brahmanical texts, law books, Dharmasutra, Dharmashastra, all this compilation started, and under this the rules became more rigid. So Brahmanas responded with this more rigid rule, and now the society became more rigid and complex. So we have already discussed the disabilities on the Shudras in this later Vedic period and disabilities on the women in the later Vedic period. They could not study Veda, they could not participate in the rituals. So women could, only this higher class women could participate along with their husband. So they could not study Vedas, could not participate in the rituals, could not participate in this Upanayana ceremony, could not participate in these assemblies also. So now these disabilities are increased. So basically the privileges available to these Brahmanas and Kshatriya increased, and disabilities on these Shudras and then women will also increase. So there was increased patriarchal control, subordination of women, more privileges to these higher Varnas, and more disabilities on women and lower Varnas. So if you consider this early Vedic period, in the early Vedic period, division of society or division of the society was basically based on this occupation, and as it was based on this occupation, it was not rigid but it was flexible. It was divided into two classes, Brahmanas and Kshatriya. But in the later Vedic period, it was based on this birth. So as it was based on this birth, it was rigid. So there are four Varnas, Brahmanas, Kshatriya, Vaishyas and Shudras, and outside these four Varnas, in the later Vedic period, we have these untouchables. But now, already we have these four Varnas and untouchables. Now this Jati emerged in the 6th century BC. So there was institution of Jati or caste. So emergence of Jatis. Emergence of Jatis emerged in this 6th century BC. So if you consider, whenever Brahmanas encounter with new group of people which are associated with some occupation. So whenever Brahmanas encounter with group of people which are with specific occupation which did not fit into this Varna system, so they were added in this separate Jatis. So basically, if you consider, the Jati was also based on this birth. So if you consider Varna system, it was also based on this birth. Jati was also based on this birth. Suppose I am doing some XYZ work, I am belongs to some Jati in the 6th century BC. So my son will also belong to the same Jati. So it was also based on this birth. It was also rigid. So it is same like Varna system, but what is different? The number of Varnas are restricted to 4, but number of Jatis are not restricted to 4. So these are based on this birth, and number of Jatis was not restricted. So number of Varnas are restricted for Brahmanas, Kshatriya, Vaishyas and Shudras, but number of Jatis are not restricted to 4. So remember, we already have this 4 Varna system in the later Vedic period. Along with that, untouchables were outside this Varna system. But now along with this 4 Varna system and untouchables, now you have this institution of Jati. So basically, in the Varna system, if you consider this Vaishya were farmers or agriculturists, they were traders also, they were craftsmen or artisans also, but here this Jati was mostly specific with this specific occupation. So during this time, there were many new rules were composed. So basically, I told you this Dharma Sutra, Dharma Shastra, all these law books started compiling from this 6th century BC. If you consider this Manusmriti, which was composed around this 200 BC to 200 CE. So similarly, many law books were started composition from this 6th century BC also. Now here particular we are only discussing about those points which are relevant and important for your exam. So now we will discuss about these 2 rules. First, rule related to this marriage, and second, rule related to this inheritance. So in the 6th century BC, I already told you, the society became more complex and rigid. There was increase in patriarchal control as well as more subordination of women. So if you consider this Manusmriti has mentioned these 8 forms of marriage. First 4 forms are good, means accepted, and next 4 forms are condemned, means rejected. So first 4 forms are good, means accepted, and last 4 forms are rejected. So how to remember this? Remember, Brahmadev always protects. Are gods really powerful? You have to remember this line in order to remember these marriages, and you have to remember these marriages in the sequence, which was this first, which was this second, which was this fifth, which was this sixth, like this. So remember, Brahmadev always protects. Are gods really powerful? So this is mnemonic for your for remembering these different marriages. So Brahma Vivaha, Brahma, Dev, Daiva Vivaha. Brahmadev always Arsh Vivaha, protect Prajapati Vivaha. So Brahmadev always protect Brahma Vivaha, Daiva Vivaha, Arsha Vivaha and Prajapati Vivaha. All these Vivaha or marriages are accepted. And among these four, this first Brahma marriage or Brahma Vivaha, it is most ideal. It is most ideal. So remember these 8 forms of marriage given in this Manusmriti. First 4 are accepted, last 4 are condemned, means rejected. Which are these first 4? Brahma Dev always protect. Brahma marriage, Daiva marriage, Arsha marriage and then Prajapati marriage. So which are these next 4? Brahma Dev always protects. Are gods really powerful? Are for Asur, gods for Gandharva, really for Rakshas and protected means Paishacha. So remember this. Asur Vivaha, Gandharva Vivaha, Rakshas Vivaha and Paishacha Vivaha. All these are condemned or rejected. Remember this 6th form of Vivaha, Gandharva Vivaha means love marriage. So love marriage is also prohibited under this Manusmriti. So remember there are 4 types of marriages. First 4 are accepted. There are 8 types of marriages. First 4 are accepted and last 4 are condemned. So which are these? Brahma marriage, Daiva marriage, Arsha marriage, Prajapati marriage, Asur marriage, Gandharva marriage, Rakshasa marriage and then Paishacha marriage. So first 4 are accepted, next 4 are not accepted. So we have this Brahma marriage, Brahma Dev always protect. Brahma marriage, Daiva marriage, then Arsha marriage, then Prajapati marriage. Brahma Dev always protect. Are gods really powerful? Asur marriage, Gandharva marriage, really Rakshasa marriage and powerful means Paishacha marriage. So remember Brahmadev always protects. Are gods really powerful? You have to remember this mnemonic. So all these 8 forms of marriage are given in Manusmriti. First 4 are accepted, next 4 are condemned. Now tell me this 5th form of marriage. Tell me this 5th form of marriage. Sorry, can you please repeat what is Manusmriti? So basically from the 6th century BC, these many books, law books were compiled. Smriti books, other books like Dharma Sutra, Dharma Shastra. So Manusmriti is one of this law book which was composed or compiled from this 200 BC to 200 C. Which is this 5th form of marriage? Are gods really powerful? Are means Asur. Are means Asur. Yes. Which is this 6th form of marriage? 6th form of marriage. Yes, Gandharva marriage is the 6th form of marriage. Which is the first marriage? First form of marriage. First form of marriage. Brahma marriage. Brahma marriage. Now tell me, Gandharva marriage is accepted or not? Gandharva marriage is accepted or not? No. Arsha marriage is accepted or not? Arsha marriage is accepted or not? Arsh marriage is accepted or not? Yes, Arsh marriage is accepted. Which is this 7th form of marriage? 7th form of marriage. Seventh form of marriage. Yes, Rakshas marriage. Which is this 4th form of marriage? Fourth form of marriage. Fourth form of marriage. Yes, Prajapatya marriage. Whether this Prajapatya marriage is accepted or not. Yes, now we will discuss about this inheritance. So what is this law on inheritance in this Manusmriti? So according to this Manusmriti, in the inheritance, the share goes to sons equally. So the whatever this property father had, this is equally distributed among this son with special share for this eldest son. So remember, this daughter did not have any claim in this share. So women could not claim a share. So in inheritance, it is equally distributed among this son with special share for this eldest. So if you consider this, then how could this women get this wealth? So basically, this Manusmriti has mentioned these 6 means of acquiring wealth for this women. It is also called as Stridhan. So remember, this Manusmriti has mentioned these 6 form of acquiring wealth for this women, and it is also called as Stridhan. If you consider, all these are gifts. Gifts given by her parents at the time of marriage, gifts given by her brother, gifts given by her husband, gifts given by her in-laws. So all these are gifts given by this father, mother, in-laws, husband, and all these things, or during the time of this marriage. All this is called as Stridhan. So these are the 6 ways of acquiring this wealth to this women given in this Manusmriti. So remember, what is meant by this Stridhan if you get this question. So remember, Stridhan doesn't include this immovable property, because this women did not have this immovable property. So basically, in this inheritance, women did not have any share. So this Stridhan include this movable property. So it is a movable property given to a woman on different occasions in the form of gift. In the form of gift. So if you consider this Stridhan, what is this Stridhan? It is a movable property given to a woman on various occasions. Remember, it did not include inherited property, because there is no inheritance right for this woman, and it even did not include this property acquired by woman through her own labor. So it only includes this movable property given to a woman on this various occasion. This is means this Stridhan, and this Stridhan which she received this gift from this father, mother, or at the time of marriage, this can be inherited, or this can be given to her daughter without this permission of husband. So it passed from mother to daughter without the husband having any claim on it. So basically, this various gifts received by these women on various occasions from this mother, father, in-laws, husband, all these 6 means of acquiring wealth, it is called as Stridhan, and it is a movable property, not immovable property. So it did not include any inheritance, because women did not have this inheritance right. It even did not include the property acquired by the woman through her labor, and it is passed from this mother to daughter without this husband having any claim. Without husband having any claim. So am I clear till now, everyone? Husband, without husband having any claim means it can directly pass from this mother to daughter. Means this mother did not have to give some part of it, Stridhan, to this husband. No, it's not that. It can directly pass from mother to daughter. So remember, whatever we are discussing now, this is not from the 6th century, as this is related to inheritance and given in your old NCERT. That's why I have mentioned here. So if you consider this Gupta period, so during this Gupta period, this Katayana Smriti was written down. So basically these various Smriti books, law books were written from this 6th century BC, and this Katayana Smriti, Narad Smriti, then other some Smritis are written during this Gupta period. So this Katayana Smriti was written during this Gupta period, and it has expanded the scope of gifts given to this bride at the time of marriage. So basically we have just discussed this gift. Now it has increased or expanded the scope of gift given to this women at the time of marriage. So remember, Katayana Smriti was written during this Gupta period. Next, if you consider this post-Gupta period, in the medieval period, we have these two important law books on inheritance. Two important law books and inheritance. Remember, these are most important law books if you consider this inheritance, and people basically continue to use this inheritance law based on these two books in India, which are these Mitakshara and Dayabhaga. So if you consider, even after independence, immediately after the independence, women did not get the inheritance right. Why women did not get the inheritance right? Because some orthodox people consider that women could not have this inheritance right based on these two books, which are these Mitakshara and Dayabhaga. If you consider this Mitakshara, it was followed in most part of India except Bengal region and some part of Assam. And this Dayabhaga, it was followed in this part of Bengal and Assam. So who composed this Mitakshara? It was composed by this Vijnaneshwar. Remember, it was composed by this Vijnaneshwar. Who was this Vijnaneshwar? Vijnaneshwar was basically from this 11th or 12th century scholar in the court of Vikramaditya VI. So Vikramaditya VI was this Western Chalukya king, and in his court this Vijnaneshwar was the scholar. So in this medieval period, in 11th or 12th century, this Vijnaneshwar has composed this Mitakshara, and these rules related to this inheritance was followed in most part of India except Bengal. Second, we have this Dayabhaga. So Dayabhaga was followed in this part of Bengal, and who composed this Dayabhaga? Remember, Jimutvahan, and he was also this 11th 12th century scholar from this Bengal. We don't know much about this Jimutvahan. So we don't know about the origin and all this about this Jimutvahan. So his origin is shrouded in the history, but you can just remember this author. So we have this Mitakshara. Who is the author of this Mitakshara? Vijnaneshwar. Then Dayabhaga, Jimutvahan. So remember, this is not from the 6th century BC, but this is from this medieval period. This is from this medieval period. Now tell me, punch mark coins are mostly made up of which metal? Punch mark coins are mostly made up of which metal? Yes, mostly silver and copper. Whether they are made up of gold or not? Whether they are made up of gold or not? Not gold. Where you will find these ring wells? Where you will find these ring wells? Where you will find these ring wells? Individual houses in urban area. Now tell me, how many marriages are accepted under this Manusmriti? How many types of marriages are accepted? Yes, 4 forms. Whether this daughter have claim in this inheritance? Whether women have this claim in this inheritance? No. Whether this women have this claim on this Stridhan? Women or daughter have this claim on this Stridhan? Yes, Stridhan passes from mother to daughter without any involvement of husband. So women have this claim over this Stridhan. Stridhan include this movable property or immovable property? Stridhan include this movable property or immovable property? Yes, movable property. Then Katayana Smriti was composed in which period? Katayana Smriti was composed in which period? Yes, Gupta period. Who is the author of this Mitakshara? Who is the author of this Mitakshara? Who is the author of this Mitakshara? Yes, Vijnaneshwar. Who is the author of this Dayabhaga? Who is the author of this Dayabhaga? Yes, Jimutwahan. Among this Mitakshara and Dayabhaga, which is followed in most part of India? Mitakshara and Dayabhaga, which is followed in most part of India? Yes, Mitakshara. So now the last part among this in this 6th century BC, that is political changes or period of Mahajanpad. So now we will take this 15 minutes of small tea break, and after this tea break we will continue with this Mahajanpada and then some miscellaneous topics, and after that we will discuss about this Buddhism. So we have already discussed about these changes in this economic life and social life. Now we are going to discuss about these changes in political life. So if you consider during this time there was emergence of Mahajanpad. So what are these Mahajanpad or Mahajanpadas? So remember, in the early Vedic period, we have this Jana. Jana was important, means tribe was important, means in general people were attached to Jana, means people were attached to other people. So here if you consider, the king or Raja was the Raja of Jana, Raja of these people. But in the later Vedic period we have seen this Janapad, means small kingdoms. So Janapad in general means territory or land, and Janapad means also the small kingdoms, and here the Raja was Raja or king of this Janapad, king of these small kingdoms, and now this many Janapad combined to form this Mahajanapad, means large kingdom. Large kingdom. So here the Raja was Raja of Mahajanpad, Raja of this large kingdom. So during this time many small clan based Janpad combined to form this Mahajanpad, to form this large kingdom. So remember, in the Buddhist or Jain text, this text has mentioned about this 16 Mahajanpad. Though this text have mentioned this 16 Mahajanpad, there could be more than 16 Mahajanpad and few Janpad existing simultaneously. But Jain text as well as Buddhist text, they have mentioned about this 16 Mahajanpad. So in this 16 Mahajanpad, now there was beginning of maintaining standing army. So in this later Vedic period, we have seen that there was no standing army, no regular system of tax collection, as well as no bureaucracy. But now if you see, in some of this Mahajanpad, they started maintaining this standing army, they started maintaining this bureaucracy, elaborate system of administration, and they also started this system of regular tax collection. So among these political changes, most important for us is this emergence of Mahajanpad or emergence of Mahajanpadas. So during this time, I already told you, many small clan based kingdom merged to form this Mahajanpad, and this Buddhist and Jain text mention about this Mahajanpad. So Mahajanpad in general means these are large kingdom. Remember, most of these Mahajanpad are monarchies. Monarchy. Mono means single, archy means power. So most of the Mahajanpadas are ruled by the single king, single ruler, or power is concentrated in the hand of the single ruler. These are called as monarchies. But few Mahajanpadas were oligarchies. Oligo means few, archy means power. So here few of these Mahajanpadas, in few of these Mahajanpadas, the power is concentrated in the hand of few rulers. So here we have the single ruler or king ruling over this Mahajanpad. Here we have this group of rulers or group of kings. So here power is concentrated in the single family. Here the power is concentrated in this group of families. So basically we can call this as an aristocracy. So these oligarchies are also called as Gana, Sangha or republics. But remember, these are not republics in modern sense. In the republic, in modern sense, means head of the state is elected by these people. But this is not the case. So we have this 16 Mahajanapad. We will come back to this slide, but we will first discuss about this monarchies and oligarchies, means Gana, Sangha or republic. So basically here in the monarchy, power is concentrated in the hand of the single king, means who was this ruler, who was this responsible for administration here? This single king. But here the power is concentrated in the hand of this few kings. Few kings were ruling here, like aristocracy. Here this single king or Raja is not responsible to anyone, but here in this Gana or Sangha, this Raja was responsible to this oligarchic assemblies. So basically in the Gana or Sangha, there is a tribal assembly. And these kings, now they had to listen to these assemblies. So basically the head of these families of this tribe, all these members were present in this tribal assemblies, and in the tribal assembly they take the decision based on consensus. If consensus did not arrive, then they take the best decision based on this majority of vote. So now whatever the decision taken by this tribal assembly, Raja has to listen this. Means here Raja was responsible to this tribal assembly. Here Raja was not responsible to this tribal assembly. So if you consider both Gautam Buddha and Vardhaman Mahavir, both belongs to this Gana or Sangha. That's why in the Buddhist text or Jain text, you will find the mention of this Gana or Sangha, but Brahmanas did not mention about this Gana or Sangha. So in the Brahmanical text, you won't see the mention of this Gana and Sangha, and Brahmana did not have any influence in this Gana and Sangha. So these Brahmanas had no place in these early republics, but Brahmanas were powerful here. Brahmana exercised this great influence in this monarchy. So if you consider in the northwest part of India and this foothills of Himalaya, you will find this Gana or Sangha, but in the Gangetic plain or Gangetic valley, you will find this monarchy. So remember, most of the Mahajanapadas were monarchies and some are republics or Gana or Sangha. So in the monarchy, power is concentrated in the hand of one single ruler. Here we have this group of ruler. Here the ruler is not responsible to anyone, but here this group of rulers are responsible to this tribal assemblies. If you consider Brahmanas influenced the decision making in these monarchies, but Brahmana had no place in these oligarchies. You will find these monarchies. Most of the Mahajanapadas are monarchies, and you will find these monarchies in this Gangetic plain, but you will find these oligarchies in northwest part of India and then foothills of Himalaya. Remember, both Gautam Buddha and Vardhaman Mahavir belongs to this Gana or Sangha. That's why you will find this mention of this Gana or Sangha in the Buddhist and Jain text. So we have two important Gana or Sangha. Remember the name Vaji Sangha, then Malla. So this Vaji, see here we have this group of king, means here we have this few kings, more than one king. So this more than one king can belongs to the single clan, like Shakya clan. So Gautam Buddha basically from this Shakya Gana. So here his father Shuddhodhan was also leader of the Shakya clan. So basically this group of king or this few kings can belongs to this single clan like Shakya clan. At the same time, this group of kings or the different kings belongs to this different clan. Like if you consider this Vaji, they belong to this 8 different clans, and in the Malla they belong to this 9 different clans. How to remember this? MN. So in Malla they belong to this 9 different clans, but if you consider this Vaji, they belong to this 8 different clans. 8 different clans. If you consider this Vaji is a confederacy of 8 different clans, and among these 8, 3 important are Lichavi, Videha and Naya or Nag. That's why Vardhaman Mahavir is called as Nagputta or Nayaputta. Why? His father belongs to this Naya clan. Gautam Buddha is called as Shakya Muni. Why? His father belonged to this Shakya clan. So am I clear to everyone? So is it clear for everyone? So remember, we have this Mahajanapad. There could be more than 16 Mahajanapad, but Buddhist and Jain texts mention about this 16 Mahajanapad. Most of the Mahajanapad are monarchies, but few are oligarchies. In the oligarchies, power is concentrated in the hands of these few kings. So there are few kings which are responsible for this tribal assembly. These few kings belongs to the single clan or group of clan. So we have this oligarchies republic. If you consider here, all these different rulers belongs to maybe single clan or a group of clans. So we have this Shakya, belong to this Shakya clan. Then if you consider this Vaji Sangha, here in the Vaji Sangha we will find this 8 different type of clans, and in the Malla you will find this 9 different type of clan. Among these 8, which are important? Lichavi, Videha, Natrika, also called as Nyay or Nag. So Vardhaman Mahavir belongs to this Natrika clan, also called as Nayaputta or Nagaputta. Gautam Buddha belongs to this Shakya clan, called as Shakyamuni. So here in the oligarchy, Raja was responsible to this assembly, and basically these monarchies were powerful state, and slowly and gradually they have defeated these oligarchies or Gana or republic one after this another. But still this Gana, Sangha or republic, they continue till this Gupta period. So from this 6th century BC, they continue till this 5th century CE, almost for this 1000 years. So though these monarchies continue to defeat this oligarchies or Gana or Sangha, so whenever there is a power vacuum, wherever there is a political vacuum, this Gana, Sangha or republic emerge independent in different part of north part of India. So these republics continue till this Gupta period. So if you consider this tribal assembly, I told you this Raja in this oligarchy or Gana and Sangha was responsible to this tribal assembly. So this Raja had to listen to this tribal assembly, and this assembly consists of heads of families, and here the decision, first of all they try to take the decision based on this consensus by discussing, but if they did not arrive to this consensus, then the decision was taken by this majority. So this but remember, membership was not open to all. So membership was restricted to certain groups, means basically this Das, Kamgar, means slaves, landless agriculture laborer, these were not allowed in this tribal assembly. That's why these are not republic in true sense, in republic in modern sense. So basically these are not republic in modern sense. Now if you consider, we have this 16 Mahajanapadas in the beginning of this 6th century, and by this mid 6th century we have these 4 important Mahajanapads, which are these Vats, Avanti, Kaushal, Magad. Remember this, we have these 4 important Mahajanapads by this mid 6th century, Vats, Avanti, Kaushal, Magad, and most important ruler of this Vatsa Mahajanapad is Udayana. So you have this UV. So Udayana was most important ruler of this Vatsa Mahajanapad. Then we have this Pradyot, important ruler of this Avanti. Then Kaushal king Prasenjit, and in the Magad we have this Bimbisara and Ajatshatru. Bimbisara and Ajatshatru. So remember, these are the important ruler of this important Mahajanapadas. Vats, Avanti, Kaushal, Magad. Vats was ruled by Udayana, Avanti was ruled by this Pradyot, Kaushal was ruled by this Prasenjit, and Magad was ruled by this Bimbisara and Ajatshatru, and all these are contemporary of Buddha. All these are contemporaries of Buddha. So if you get this question, which among the following ruler was contemporary of Buddha? Remember, we have this 16 Mahajanapad. Among these 16 Mahajanapad, these 4 are important: Vats, Avanti, Kaushal, Magad. From this Vats we have this Udayana, from this Avanti we have this Pradyot, from this Kaushal we have this Prasenjit, and from this Magad we have this Bimbisara and Ajatshatru. Bimbisara and Ajatshatru. So is it clear for everyone? Now we will discuss about this 16 Mahajanpad. Remember, what is important for you in this 16 Mahajanpad is name of this Mahajanpad, its location in the state, then associated river, and along with this, if some important ruler is there, you have to remember. Now tell me, Udayana was important ruler of which Mahajanpad? Udayana was important ruler of which Mahajanpad? Udayana was important ruler of which Mahajanpad? Yes, Vatsa Mahajanpad. And who was this important ruler of this Kaushal Mahajanpad? Yes, Prasenjit. Then who was this important ruler of this Avanti? Important ruler of this Avanti? Yes, King Pradyot. Now remember, in the south of Narmada, you have only one Mahajanpad, that is Ashmak. You have only one Mahajanpad, that is Ashmak, with its capital Potan. So some scholars consider that this Potan means modern day Bodhan, which is in this Telangana, and some consider that this Potan means modern day Paitan, means ancient Pratishthan in Maharashtra. So, but whatever may be the case, whether it is Pratishthan means current day Paitan in this Aurangabad district or Bodhan in this Telangana, both are located on the bank of river Godavari. So you have only one Mahajanpad which is south of this river Narmada, that is Ashmak, with its capital Potan, located on the bank of river Godavari. If you consider this eastern side, so in the easternmost we have this in the Bihar Anga Mahajanpad. We have this Anga Mahajanpad with its capital Champa, located on the river Champa. Anga Mahajanpad located on this river Champa. So if you consider in this, okay, not visible written in this green color. So please everyone tell me, what is written in this green color is not visible? Okay, visible, fine. So remember, we have this one Mahajanpad south of Narmada, that is Ashmak, with its capital Potan, located on this river Godavari. Similarly, on the eastern side, we have this Anga Mahajanpad with its capital Champa, located on this river Champa, and on the northwest, we have this Kamboj with its capital Poonch. You don't have to remember this. In the northwest, we have this Mahajanpad Kamboj. Now tell me the name of easternmost Mahajanpad. Tell me the name of easternmost Mahajanpad. Easternmost Mahajanpad. What is the name of this easternmost Mahajanpad? Yes, Anga, located in which state? Anga Mahajanpad located in which state? Located in Bihar. Tell me the name of this southernmost Mahajanpad. Yes, Ashmak. So remember, only I will tell you the rivers, only these are important. You don't have to go for this every Mahajanpad, every capital and the river. We will discuss only those rivers and capitals which are important for us. Just remember the approximate location. Suppose here we have this Kamboj, right? Kamboj is located here. Then we have this Gandhar, like modern day Kandhar. So we have this Gandhar at this time. Suppose if they say Kamboj is located on the bank of river Bias. So Bias runs to this. Is it correct? Suppose they are saying Kamboj is located on the river Bias. Is it correct? No. Kamboj is basically present in the northwest part of India, some part of Kashmir, and then part of Pakistan, and then Afghanistan, right? This is the north. In the northwest most we have this extreme Mahajanapad in the northwest. So if they are saying, so here we have this Indus, then Jhelum, Chenab, Ravi, Bias, Satluj. So if they are saying Bias, Satluj, definitely it is not passing, means all these tributaries of Indus are not passing from this Kamboj. So you just have to remember this approximate location. So here we have this in the northwest Kamboj, then in the easternmost we have this Anga, and in the south we have this Ashmak. So remember, in northwest we have these two important Mahajanapad. First is Kamboj and second is Gandhar or Gandhara. So we have this Gandhar with its capital Takshashila or Takshila, present day in the Punjab region of Pakistan. So in the northwest we have this Kamboj, then we have this Gandhar with its capital Takshila. In the south we have this Ashmak. In the Bihar we have these three important Mahajanapad. I remember, based on the political party in Maharashtra, you can have your own mnemonic. In the Maharashtra, few years, means currently also we have this alliance in this opposition, that is Mahavikas Agadi. So we have this M for Magad, V for Vaji, and A for Anga. So in Bihar we have these three Mahajanapad, which are these Magad, Vaji, and Anga. Magad with its capital, initial capital was Rajgir, then capital shifted to this Patliputra. Then we have this Vaji with its capital Vaishali, and Anga with its capital Champa. So in Bihar we have this MVA, Magad, Vaishali, and then Anga. Magad with its capital initial Rajgir, then Patliputra, then Vaji with its capital Vaishali, and Anga with its capital Champa. So in Maharashtra we have this Ashmak. In northwest we have this Kamboj and Gandhar with its capital Takshila, and in Bihar we have this Magad, Vaji, and Anga. Magad, Vaji, and Anga. So first we have discussed about this extreme Mahajanapad, that is Ashmak, Anga, and then Kamboj. Then we have discussed, along with this Kamboj we have this Gandhar, along with this Anga we have this Magad and Vaji. So here in the Bihar we have this three Mahajanapad. In the northwest we have this two Mahajanapad, 3 plus 2 5. Here we have this 1, means 6. Now in the Madhya Pradesh we have these two important Mahajanapad. One is Avanti with its capital Ujjaini. So Ujjaini or Ujjain was this northern capital, and its southern capital was Mahishmati. Southern capital was Mahishmati. Remember, this Mahishmati was located on this river Narmada. Mahishmati was located on this river Narmada. So in Madhya Pradesh we have these two important Mahajanapadas. First is Avanti and second is Chedi. So Chedi was ruled by this, Chedi was basically having this capital, that is Suktimati. Capital Suktimati. So now in the northwest we have these two, Kamboj and Kamboj and Gandhar with its capital Takshila. Then in the Bihar we have this Magad, Vaji, and Anga. In the south, in Maharashtra we have this Ashmak. In the Madhya Pradesh we have this two Mahajanapad, that is Avanti with its capital Ujjaini or Ujjain, and Mahishmati located on this river Narmada. Then in the northern part of Madhya Pradesh and southern part of Uttar Pradesh we have this Chedi with its capital Suktimati. Similarly, in the Rajasthan we have this Matsya Mahajanapad with its capital Viratnagar. So in Rajasthan we have this Matsya Mahajanapad with its capital Viratnagar. With its capital Viratnagar. Viratnagar. Now tell me the southernmost Mahajanapad. Name of the southernmost Mahajanapad. Name of the southernmost Mahajanapad. Name of the southernmost Mahajanapad. Ashmak. Tell me the name of this easternmost Mahajanapad. Anga was easternmost Mahajanapad with its capital Champa. Capital Champa. Tell me the capital of this Gandhar. Tell me the capital of this Gandhar Mahajanapad. Yes, Takshila. Capital of this Gandhar Mahajanpad was Takshila. Tell me these three Mahajanpad from Bihar. Three Mahajanpad from Bihar. Three Mahajanpad from Bihar. Yes, Magad, Vaji, and then Anga. Tell me the capital of this Vaji Mahajanpad. Capital of Vaji Mahajanpad. Capital of Vaji Mahajanpad. Yes, Vaishali. Capital of Vaji Mahajanpad, Vaishali. We have this Anga with its capital Champa, and then we have this Magad, initial capital Rajgir, and later capital Patliputra. Tell me the capital of this Avanti. Capital of this Avanti. Yes, Ujjaini and Mahishmati. Ujjaini and Mahishmati. What is the name of other Mahajanpad in Madhya Pradesh? What is the name of other Mahajanpad in Madhya Pradesh? Name of other Mahajanpad in Madhya Pradesh? Yes, Chedi with its capital Suktimati. Now see here. Here we have this Kuru Mahajanpad with its capital Indraprastha, means current day New Delhi. Old fort of this New Delhi. So we have this Kuru Mahajanpad, right, with its capital Indraprastha. Then we have this Shaursen with its capital Mathura, and then we have this Vatsa Mahajanpad with its capital Kausumbi. So all these Mahajanpad. So this is river Yamuna. River Yamuna. So if you see Kuru with its capital Indraprastha, so this Indraprastha capital means modern day New Delhi. It is located on this Yamuna river. Then we have this Shaursen with its capital Mathura, located on this Yamuna river, and then Vatsa with its capital Kausumbi, means Allahabad or Prayagraj. Allahabad or Prayagraj. It is also located on this river Yamuna. Located on this river Yamuna. Similarly, if you consider this Ganga, it passes from this. Here we have this Panchala Mahajanpad, right? So here we have this Panchala Mahajanpad with its capital Ahitchhatra. Ahitchhatra means modern day Ramnagar in Bareilly district of UP. So here we have this Panchala. Then here we have this Kashi. Here we have this Kashi with its capital Varanasi. Then we have this Magad with its capital, initial capital Rajgir, later capital Patliputra, and then we have this Anga with its capital Champa. So basically this Ganga passes through this Panchala, Kashi means Varanasi, then Magad, and then Anga. So here we have this river Ganga. So if you consider here in this Panchala, we have this capital Ahitchhatra. Remember this later most important town during this early medieval period, that is Kanauj. It is present in this Panchala. Remember this Kanauj, which became this important in this early medieval period. It was a part of this Panchala Mahajanpad, but it was not the capital of Panchala Mahajanpad. What is the capital of this Panchala Mahajanpad? Ahitchhatra. So here we have this capital Ahitchhatra, then we have this Kashi with its capital Varanasi, then Magad with its capital Rajgir, later Patliputra, and then Anga with its capital Champa. So basically this Anga Mahajanpad or Champa capital associated with river Champa and then Ganga. Here we have this river Ganga. In Varanasi we also have this river Ganga. If you consider this Varanasi, How this Varanasi got its name Varanasi? So we have these two rivers, Varun and then Asi. Varun and Asi. So we call this place as a Varanasi. So if you get this question, this Mahajanpad Kashi or Varanasi, its capital Varanasi, associated with which river? First Ganga, second Varun, third Asi. So your answer should be all Ganga, Varun and then Asi. So remember, this river Ganga passes through Panchala Mahajanpad with its capital Ahichhatra in Ramnagar district of Bareilly. Then we have this Kashi Mahajanpad with its capital Varanasi, Magad Mahajanpad and then Anga Mahajanpad. Anga Mahajanpad. So if you see, this river Yamuna passes through Indraprastha, Kuru Mahajanpad with its capital Indraprastha, Mathura with its capital, Shaursen with its capital Mathura, and Vath with its capital Kausumbi, Allahabad or Prayagraj. So river Yamuna passes through this. Now you have to remember these two important Mahajanpad, which are these Kaushal and Malla. So Kaushal Mahajanpad with its capital Shravasti and Malla Mahajanpad with its capital Kushinagar. So we have already discussed about this Malla Mahajanpad. Malla was a confederacy of 9 clans. So it was oligarchy, Gana or Sangha with its capital Kushinagar. And we have this Kaushal with its capital Shravasti. Remember, this modern day, this Ayodhya was located in this Kaushal Mahajanpad. Ayodhya was located in this Kaushal Mahajanpad, but remember, Ayodhya was not the capital of Kaushal Mahajanpad. Now we know which river passes through this Ayodhya, river Sharayu. River Sharayu. So we can definitely say this Kaushal Mahajanpad was associated with river Sharayu, or river Sharayu passes through this Kaushal Mahajanpad. So remember, in the Kaushal Mahajanpad we have this Ayodhya, but Ayodhya was not the capital. What was this capital? Shravasti. Capital was Shravasti, and this Kaushal Mahajanpad was also bounded by these two rivers. Here we have this Gomati, and here we have this Gandak. So this Mahajanpad, Kaushal Mahajanpad was associated with river Gomati, Gandak and then Sharayu. So is it clear for everyone till now? Remember, we have this Kuru Mahajanpad with its capital Indraprastha, Shaursen with its capital Mathura, and Vatsa Mahajanpad with its capital Kausumbi. And all, which river passes through all these? Remember this river Yamuna. And then Ganga passes through Panchala with its capital Ahichhatra, then Kashi with its capital Varanasi, Magad with its capital Rajgir and later Patliputra, and then Anga with its capital Champa. Now tell me, Kanauj is located in which Mahajanpad? Yes, all these are in the UP. Kaushal Mahajanpad, Malla Mahajanpad, Kashi, Vatsa, all these are in this UP. Tell me, this Kanauj is located in which Mahajanpad? Kanauj is located in which Mahajanpad? Panchala. We know river Ganga passes through this Kanauj. So river Ganga passes through this Panchala. Tell me the capital of this Panchala. Capital of this Panchala? Capital of this Panchala? Ahichhatra. Ahichhatra. Now tell me the capital of Kaushal. Capital of Kaushal Mahajanpad. Capital of Kaushal Mahajanpad. So here we have this Kaushal Mahajanpad. Tell me the capital of this Kaushal Mahajanpad. Shravasti, which is an important town in this Kaushal Mahajanpad, we have discussed. Important town. Important town in this Kaushal Mahajanpad. Ayodhya. Tell me the river associated with Ayodhya. Yes, Sharayu. River associated with Ayodhya, Sharayu. Then this Kaushal Mahajanpad was bounded by which two rivers? Kaushal Mahajanpad was bounded by which two rivers? Kaushal Mahajanpad was bounded by this which two river? Gomti and Gandak. So remember, once again, this is the last time I am discussing about the 16 Mahajanpad. So in this north of Narmada, we have only one Mahajanpad, that is Ashmak with its capital Potan, located on this river Godavari. In the northwest, we have these two Mahajanpad, Kamboj with its capital Punch, then this Gandhar with its capital Taxila, Gandhar or Gandhara. In this Bihar, we have this MVA, Magad with its capital Rajgir, later capital Patliputra, located on this river Ganga. Then we have this Vaji with its capital Vaishali, and Anga with its capital Champa, located on this river Champa and then Ganga. In this Madhya Pradesh, we have this Avanti with its capital, northern capital was Ujjaini or Ujjain, and southernmost capital was this Mahishmati, located on this river Narmada. In the north part of this Madhya Pradesh and southern part of this Uttar Pradesh, we have this Chedi Mahajanpad with its capital Suktimati. And in the Rajasthan, we have this which one is this? Matsya Mahajanpad with its capital Viratnagar. Then we have this Kuru Mahajanpad with its capital Indraprastha. Then Shaursen with its capital Mathura, and Vatsa with its capital Kausumbi. All these are located on this river Yamuna. Then we have this Panchala with its capital Ahitchatra, then Kashi with its capital Varanasi, Magad with its capital Rajgir, later Patliputra, Anga with its capital Champa. All these are located on this river Ganga. Then we have this Kaushal with its capital Shravasti. Remember, Ayodhya was located in this Kaushal Mahajanpad, associated with river Sharayu, but Ayodhya was not capital of this Kaushal Mahajanpad. And last we have this Malla with its capital Kushinagar. So here this Malla was confederacy of 9 clan and Vaji was confederacy of 8 clan. Now everyone, please tell me capital of Ashmak and associated river. Capital of Ashmak and associated river. Capital of Ashmak and associated river. Yes, Potan associated with river Godavari. Tell me the capital of Vatsa Mahajanpad and associated river. Capital of Vatsa Mahajanpad and associated river. Capital of Vatsa Mahajanpad and then associated river. Yes, Kausumbi means modern day Prayagraj or Allahabad. Associated river was this Yamuna. Tell me the capital of this Kuru and associated river. Capital of Kuru and associated river. Yes, Indraprastha, New Delhi, associated river Yamuna. Kanauj was capital of which Mahajanpad? So everyone, those who are watching this lecture, you have to give your answer in the comment section. Then only you will remember, recall. Even if you make the mistakes, no problem. You will learn from this mistake. Who is saying Panchala? Kanauj was not the capital of any Mahajanpad. It was part of this Panchala, but what is the capital of this Panchala? Ahitchatra. Now tell me the Ayodhya was capital of which Mahajanpad? Ayodhya was capital of which Mahajanpad? Yes, it was part of Panchala. Yes, Ayodhya was not, Ankita is saying Kaushal. Ayodhya was not the capital of any Mahajanpad. Ayodhya was a part of this Kaushal Mahajanpad. Now tell me the capital of this Kaushal Mahajanpad. Tell me this capital of Kaushal Mahajanpad. Capital of this Kaushal Mahajanpad? Yes, Shravasti. Tell me the capital of this Vaji Sangha. Capital of this Vaji Sangha. Capital of this Vaji Sangha, Vaishali. Capital of this Vaji Sangha is Vaishali. Vaji is a confederacy of how many clans? Vaji is a confederacy of how many clans? Vaji is a confederacy of how many clans? Yes, 8 clans. Malay is a confederacy of how many clans? Malay is a confederacy of how many clans? 9 clans. What is the capital of this Malla Mahajanpad? Capital of this Malla Mahajanpad? Yes, Kushinagar. Capital of this Malla Mahajanpad was Kushinagar. What is the capital of this Shaursen? Capital of this Shaursen. Capital of this Shaursen. Yes, Mathura. Mathura is located on which river? Mathura is located on which river? Yamuna river. So what was this initial capital of Magad? Initial capital of Magad? Initial capital of Magad, Rajgir. Later capital of Magad? Later capital of Magad? Patliputra. Which Mahajanpad is located on this river Narmada? Which Mahajanpad is located on this river Narmada? So Varanasi was the capital of which Mahajanpad? Yes, Avanti. Not Ashmak. Ashmak was associated with this Godavari. Avanti was associated with this Narmada. Varanasi was the capital of which Mahajanpad? Yes, Kashi Mahajanpad. So Varanasi was associated with which river apart from this Ganga? So apart from this Ganga, Varanasi was associated with 2 others river. Which are these? Yes, Varun and Asi. Now tell me, which 2 rivers bounded this Kaushal Mahajanpad? Kaushal Mahajanpad. Kaushal Mahajanpad. Yes, Gomati and then Gandak. Now, Kanauj is a part of which Mahajanpad? Kanauj is part of which Mahajanpad? Yes, Panchala. Tell me the famous ruler of this Vatsa Mahajanpad. Famous ruler of this Vatsa Mahajanpad. Famous ruler of this Vatsa Mahajanpad, Udayana. Tell me the famous ruler of this Avanti. Avanti. Yes, Kanauj was not that important during this period. Kanauj, presently if you consider, it was part of this Panchala. Yes, King Pradyot was a Avanti king, ruler of Avanti. Now tell me the important ruler of this Kaushal Mahajanpad. Important ruler of this Kaushal Mahajanpad. Important ruler of this Kaushal Mahajanpad. Yes, King Prasenjit. Now everyone, please tell me if you get any question from this Mahajanpad related to their state, 16 Mahajanpad, river and king. Can you mark this correct answer? Everyone please tell me. Now is it clear for everyone? Now you don't have to remember this, or you don't have to take much efforts for remembering this. We have already recalled all the 16 Mahajanpad multiple times. Right? So now we are going to discuss about some of these miscellaneous points which are important from this 6th century BC and also some later part, but we will discuss it now itself. So if you consider in the beginning of 6th century BC, we have the 6 Mahajanapads, but by this mid 6th century BC, we have only these 4 Mahajanapads. So I already told you these monarchies, they have defeated these oligarchies, and monarchies have also defeated these other monarchies. So now in the mid 6th century BC, we have these 4 important Mahajanapads, which are these Vats, Avanti, Kaushal, Magad. And in this Vats, Avanti, Kaushal, Magad, you have to remember these few important rulers. Vats was ruled by this Udayana, Avanti was ruled by this Pradyot, Kaushal was ruled by this Prasenjit, and Magad was ruled by this Bimbisara and Ajatshatu. So if you consider this King Udayana, he was featured in 4 important plays or dramas in the later period. And which are these? If you consider this King Harsha or Harshavardhana in this post-Gupta period, starting from this 606 to 647 CE, in the 7th century, Harshavardhana or Harsha ruled in the north part of India, and he has composed 3 important plays. Which are these? Remember this National Population Register, NPR, Nagananda, Priyadarshika, Nagananda, Priyadarshika and Ratnavali. And among these 3, this Priyadarshika and Ratnavali were based on this Udayana. Based on this Udayana. So remember, Harsha composed these 3 important plays. Which are these? Nagananda, Priyadarshika and then Ratnavali. And among these 3, these last 2, Priyadarshika and Ratnavali, composed by this Harsha, was based on this King Udayana, and other 2 plays or dramas written by this Bhasa. So Bhasa was an important playwright or dramatist from this 2nd century CE. From this 2nd century CE. Remember, we are discussing here because it is related to this King Udayana, but this Bhasa was basically from this late 2nd century CE, and he has written these 2 important plays based on this King Udayana. Which are these? Swapna Vasavdatta, Pratigya Yog Gandharayan or Pratigya Yog Gandharayanam. So remember these 2 important plays written by this Bhasa. So Bhasa was this dramatist or playwright from the 2nd century CE, and he wrote this Swapna Vasavdatta and Pratigya Yog Gandharayan. So basically these 4 important plays are related to this King Udayana. So that's why King Udayana is important, and Udayana was contemporary to this Gautam Buddha also. So remember, these are 4 important plays. Which are these? Priyadarshika, Ratnavali written by this Harshavardhan or Harsha, and then Swapna Vasavdatta and Pratigya Yog Gandharayana. All these are based on this King Udayana. So if you consider this Bhasa, who was this Sanskrit poet and playwright, means dramatist from this 2nd century CE, and he has written many important plays. You don't have to remember all the plays, but just remember few of these important, like Swapna Vasavdatta and then Pratigya Yog Gandharayan. Both are based on this life of King Udayan. Then Bal Charit, Bal in the sense this children. So basically this Bal Charit is based on this Krishna's childhood in Vrindavan. So it was based on this Krishna's childhood in Vrindavan, and his most important famous play was this Charudat. So it was based on this love story of Charudat, who was this poor Brahman, and then Vasanta Sen. So his important or famous play was this Charudat. Remember, some scholars consider that this play is incomplete. So this is incomplete play. So who wrote this Charudatta? Harshavardhan. Harshavardhan was not from here. Harshavardhan from this Pushyabhuti dynasty after this Gupta period. So we haven't discussed, but still whatever the plays he has written, these 3 plays, Nagananda, Priyadarshika and Ratnavali, among these 3, the last 2, that is Priyadarshika and Ratnavali, these were based on this King Udayan. King Udayan. So now we were discussing about this Bhasa. So Bhasa was this famous playwright and dramatist from 2nd century CE, late 2nd century and CE, and his important plays are Swapna Vasavdatta and Pratigya Yog Gandharayana. Both are based on this King Udayan. Then Balcharit based on this Krishna's childhood in Vrindavan, and then Charudat. So it is a love story of this Charudat and Vasant Sen. Remember, this is incomplete play. He has also written 6 plays based on Mahabharata and 2 plays based on this Ramayana. And among these, you have to remember these two plays from this Ramayana and 1 important play from this Mahabharata. So he has written these 6 Mahabharata related play, and among these you have to remember this Madhyam Vyayog. Madhyam Vyayog. And in this plays related to this Ramayana, you have to remember this Pratima and Abhishek. Pratima and Abhishek. Pratima and Abhishek. So if you consider this play Charudatta, which is written by this Bhasa. So Bhasa has written this play Charudatta, which was this love story between Charudatta and Vasant Sen. And scholar consider that this is incomplete play Charudatta, and this play was completed by this Shudrak. Completed by this Shudrak. So who is this Shudrak? Remember, Shudrak is another dramatist or famous playwright, and he was from this Gupta period. So Shudrak was this playwright or dramatist from this 5th century CE during this Gupta period. During this Gupta period. So remember, most important play of the Shudrak was Mrichakatik, also called as the little clay cart. So this Mrichakatik was written by this Shudrak, and scholar consider that it is just a continuation of this Charudatta. So this, if you consider this initial part of this Mrichakatik and then this Charudatta written by this Bhasa, both have these similarities. So he had just ended or completed what this Bhasha has started in this Charudatta. So this is just a completion of this Charudatta written by this Bhasa. So you remember this Bhasa was from this late 2nd century BC. He wrote this Charudatta, which is incomplete play, and now this Shudrak has completed this play started by this Bhasa, and the play written by this Shudrak, which was from this Gupta period 5th century, was this the little clay cart or Mrichakatik. So we have these 3 important playwright or dramatists from this ancient India, which are this Bhasa, then Shudrak, and then Vishakadatta. So Bhasa from this 2nd century CE, Shudrak from this Gupta period from this 5th century, Vishakadatta was also from this Gupta period from 5th to 6th century. So Vishakadatta was also belongs to this Gupta period from this 5th or 6th century, and he has written these 2 important Sanskrit play, which are this Devi Chandraguptam and Mudra Rakshas. Devi Chandraguptam is related to this Gupta king Chandragupta II. Chandragupta II, and Mudra Rakshas. Basically the Rakshas was this prime minister in this court of Dhananand, who was this last ruler of this Nanda dynasty. So basically Dhananand was the last ruler of this Nanda dynasty, and in his court who was this prime minister? Rakshas. So this Mudra Rakshas play was based on this, how Chandragupta with the help of this Chanakya defeated this Dhananand. So this play is called as Mudra Rakshas. So remember these 3 important scholar, playwright or dramatist from this ancient history, which are these Bhasa, Bhasa, then Shudrak, and then Vishakadatta. So if you consider Bhasa from this late 2nd century CE, then both Shudrak and Vishakadatta belongs to this Gupta period. So if you consider this Bhasa, you have to remember these 2 important plays with respect to Udayana, and along with that you also have to remember this important play, that is Charudatta. So it was incomplete play completed by the Shudraka from this Gupta period. So Shudrak wrote this Mrichakatik or the little clay cart, and after the Shudrak we have this Vishakadatta. So whatever may be the dates, just remember this chronology. First we have this Bhasa, then Shudrak, and then Vishakadatta. So if you consider this Bhasa, Swapna Vasavdatta, and then Yog Gandharayana. So these are this important play written by this Bhasa. So we have this Swapna Vasavdatta, then Pratigya Yog Gandharayana, then Balcharit, and then Charudatta. Remember this Charudatta was an incomplete play and it was completed by this Shudrak. So Shudrak completed the play which was started by this Bhasa. So Bhasa has written this Charudatta, and the same like love story of Charudatta, and who is this Charudatta and Vasant Sen was written by this Shudrak called as Mrichakatik or the clay cart, and after this Shudrak we have this Vishakadatta. So both belongs to this Gupta period, and Bhasa belongs to this 2nd century CE, that is pre-Gupta period. So this Vishakadatta wrote these two important play, that is Devi Chandraguptam and then Mudra Rakshas. So in the Mudra Rakshas he has explained how this Chandragupta with the help of this Chanakya or Kautilya defeated this last Nanda ruler, that is Dhanananda, and in this Devi Chandraguptam he has mentioned about this Chandragupta II, Devi Chandraguptam and then Mudra Rakshas. So am I clear to everyone? So remember, these are this important dramatist or playwright and their work, though they belongs to this later period, we are just taking all this here only. So we have already discussed about this law of inheritance in the 6th century BC, and while discussing about this law of inheritance, we have also discussed about this Katayana Smriti. Now tell me, when this Katayana Smriti was composed, during which period? When this Katayana Smriti was composed, during which period? During Gupta period. Now tell me, we have also discussed about these two important texts with respect to this law of inheritance from medieval period. Which are these two texts? Which are these two texts? Which are these two texts? Yes, Mitakshara and Dayabhaga. Now tell me, who wrote this? Who is the author of this Mitakshara? Who is the author of this Mitakshara? Everyone has to give answer. Even if you do some mistake, definitely it will help you to recall in the final exam. Yes, Vijnaneshwar was the author of this Mitakshara. So Vijnaneshwar was the court scholar in the court of which king? In the court of which king? Vijnaneshwar was the court scholar in the court of which king? Yes, Vikramaditya VI. Now tell me, who wrote this Dayabhaga? Who wrote this Dayabhaga? Who wrote this Dayabhaga? Yes, Jimut Vahan wrote this Dayabhaga. So among this Mitakshara and Dayabhaga, which was followed in most part of India? Which was followed in this most part of India? Yes, Mitakshara was followed in this most part of India. Whether women had this inheritance right or not? Whether women had this inheritance right or not? No. Whether women had this right over this Stridhan? Right over this Stridhan? Right over this Stridhan? Yes. Whether Stridhan include movable property or immovable property? Movable or immovable property? Yes, movable. Tell me the fifth form of marriage given in this Manusmriti. Fifth form of marriage given in Manusmriti. Yes, Asur marriage. Tell me the fourth form of marriage. Fourth form of marriage. Prajapati marriage. Tell me the most important ruler of this Kaushal Mahajanpad. Most important ruler of this Kaushal Mahajanpad. Most important ruler of this Kaushal Mahajanpad. Prasenjit was the most important ruler of this Kaushal Mahajanpad. Now tell me, this play Swapna Vasavdatta is based on which king? Play Swapna Vasavdatta is based on which king? King Udayana. So King Udayana belongs to which Mahajanpad? King Udayana belongs to this which Mahajanpad? Yes, Vatsa Mahajanpad. Tell me the capital of this Vatsa Mahajanpad. Capital of this Vatsa Mahajanpad. Yes, Kausumbi means modern day Allahabad or Prayagraj. Now you told me that this Swapna Vasavdat was related to this King Udayana. Who wrote this Swapna Vasavdat? Who wrote this Swapna Vasavdat? Yes, dramatist or playwright Bhasa. Now tell me the name of the second play written by this Bhasa related to this Udayana. Another play written by this Bhasa related to this Udayana. Play written by this Bhasa related to this Udayana. Related to Udayana, Charudatta was related to this love story of Charudatta and Vasant Sen. Yes, Pratigyayo Gandharayana. Pratigyayo Gandharayana. Who wrote this play Charudatta? Who wrote this play Charudatta? Bhasa. So basically Charudatta is love story between this Charudatta and Vasant Sen. So scholar consider that this was incomplete play. So who completed this play? Charudatta. So whatever the Charudatta started by this Bhasa, who completed this play? Yes, Shudrak completed the play. Tell me the name of this play written by the Shudrak. Name of this play written by the Shudrak. Tell me the name of this play written by the Shudrak. Yes, Mrityakatik. So basically Shudrak belongs to which period? Shudrak belongs to this which period? Gupta period. So if you see this Vishakadatta, Shudrak and Bhasa, arrange them chronologically from earliest to latest. Bhasa, Vishakadatta and Shudrak. Arrange them chronologically from earliest to latest. Yes, Bhasha, Shudrak and then Vishakadatta. So Vishakadatta belongs to which period? Vishakadatta belongs to which period? Yes, Gupta period. Vishakadatta belongs to this Gupta period. Tell me the name of this plays written by this Vishakadatta. Name of the plays written by this Vishakadatta. Name of this play written by this Vishakadatta. Yes, Devi Chandraguptam and Mudra Rakshas. So in this Devi Chandraguptam and Mudra Rakshas, in which play he has mentioned how this Chandragupta with the help of this Kautilya defeated this Dhanananda. Among these two plays, Devi Chandraguptam and Mudra Rakshas, which play is related to that part? Which play is related to that part? Yes, Mudra Rakshas. So everybody, please tell me, is it clear for everyone till now? So connecting this with this later period, is it confusing or fine for you? Okay, so now we will discuss about this Takshila. So remember, I am trying not to complete this syllabus or this all portion in hurry, but I am trying to complete most of the important part. Whatever UPSC has earlier focused, I am trying to complete all these parts. So I am not skipping most of the part. Most of the part we are taking in this lecture itself. So we have skipped very few parts which are not important at all. Apart from that, we are taking most of these topics, right? Almost more than this 50%. So now we are discussing about this Taxila or Takshashila. Remember, this was an important trade center during the 6th century BC. So we have already discussed in the 6th century BC, there was flourishing trade, and this Uttarpat connect from this northwest part of India to this east part of India. Like in this Bengal, we have this Tamralipti or Tamluk port. So this was located on this Uttarpat, and this was also important center of learning. Initially it was an important Vedic center, and after this King Kanishk, when this Central Asian tribe came in this northwest part of India, we already discussed about this chronology. So basically this King Kanishk had supported this Mahayana Buddhism, and later from that part, from this 1st century, 2nd century, it became an important center of this Buddhist learning. So remember, Taxila was important center of learning, initially Vedic and then Buddhist, and currently this Taxila is located in this Punjab region of Pakistan, and it flourished from 6th century BC till this 5th century CE, and in this 5th century CE there was Huna's invasion and this was destroyed. But finally in this mid 19th century it was discovered by this Alexander Cunningham. So Alexander Cunningham identified this place as a ancient Taxila, and this was declared as UNESCO's World Heritage Site in 1980. UNESCO's World Heritage Site in 1980s. Now what is important from this is their notable teachers. So which are the notable teachers from this Takshila? Panini, who was this grammarian from 6th century BC. Then we have this Jivak. So Jivak was this physician in the court of Bimbisara and Ajatshotru. Then we have this Kautilya or Chanakya, who taught this economics and political science, and then Charak. So basically Charak was this physician in the court of this King Kanishk. So remember, all are not from this 6th century BC. So here we have this Panini from this 6th century BC. So Panini was this Indian Sanskrit grammarian from 6th century BC. Then Jivak was also from the 6th century BC. He was physician in the court of Bimbisara and then Ajatshotru. And in the later period, during the time of this Maurya, we have this Chanakya or Kautilya. And after this Maurya, in the post-Mauryan period, we have this King Kanishk, and during this time, King Kanishk, who was this physician of this King Kanishk, Charak. So Charak was also a notable teacher in this Taxila. Now here we are going to discuss about this Panini from this 6th century BC. So basically, Panini belongs to the 6th century BC, but in general we can't pinpoint this specific date. So basically we can consider he was from this 6th century to 4th century BC. So he was this Sanskrit grammarian, belongs to this 6th century BC to this 4th century BC, and Panini is known for his notable work Ashtadhyayi, Sanskrit grammar. So he is known for his Sanskrit grammar work Ashtadhyayi, and he was precursor of this later grammarian, or later in this 4th century BC, we have this Katayana, who composed this Vartika, which was based on this Panini's Ashtadhyayi. So if you consider in the 6th century or from the 6th century to 4th century BC, we have this Panini who wrote this Ashtadhyayi, and in the 4th century, Katayana wrote this commentaries on Panini's Ashtadhyayi called as Vartika, and in the 2nd century, Patanjali wrote this Mahabhashya, and both are commentaries on Panini's Ashtadhyayi. So remember, in the 6th century or from 6th to 4th century, we have this Panini who wrote this Ashtadhyayi. Panini was this Indian grammarian and he wrote this Sanskrit grammar, that is Ashtadhyayi. And from this 4th century, we have this Katayana who wrote this commentaries on Panini's Ashtadhyayi called as Vartika. And in the 2nd century, we have this Patanjali who wrote this Mahabhashya. So remember, in the 6th century, we have this Panini who wrote this Ashtadhyayi, and in the 4th century, Katayana wrote this commentaries on Ashtadhyayi, that is Vartika. Similarly, Patanjali in the 2nd century wrote this commentaries on Ashtadhyayi, that is Mahabhashya. And this is screenshot from this new NCERT. They have given that famous Sanskrit grammarian Panini lived around this 5th century BC. So for the safer side, you can consider this 6th century BC or 6th to 4th century BC. So most of the renowned scholar considered he belongs to the 6th century BC, but you can safely consider from 6th to 4th century BC, and he composed this Ashtadhyayi, Sanskrit grammar. So Panini belongs to the 6th century, wrote Ashtadhyayi. Katayana belongs to this 4th century, wrote commentary on this Ashtadhyayi, that is Vartika. Patanjali belongs to the 2nd century, and he also wrote this commentary on this Ashtadhyayi, that is Mahabhashya. Mahabhashya. So is it clear for everyone? So Patanjali you can consider from the 2nd century, or some scholar consider 2nd century BC, but some scholar also consider that he was from this 2nd century BC to this 5th century CE. We don't know this exact date, and he wrote this Yoga Sutra and then Mahabhashya. Yoga Sutra and then Mahabhashya. Remember, this Mahabhashya is commentary on this Panini's Ashtadhyayi. Commentary on this Panini's Ashtadhyayi. Now tell me, in the 19th century, who discovered this Takshashila? Who discovered this Takshila? Yes, Katayana from this Gupta period, who composed this Katayana Smriti, was different from this Katayana from this 4th century BC. Gupta period we have from this mid 3rd century to mid 6th century, and this Katayana was who composed this Vartika was from this 4th century BC. Yes, Alexander Cunningham. Now tell me, who is this famous grammarian from the 6th century BC? Famous grammarian from the 6th century BC? Panini. Who wrote this Mahabhashya? Who wrote this Mahabhashya? Who wrote this Mahabhashya? Yes, Patanjali wrote this Mahabhashya. Patanjali wrote this Mahabhashya. Who wrote this Vartika? Katayana wrote this Vartika. Now arrange this grammarian in chronological order, starting from earliest to latest. Earliest to latest. Katayana, Patanjali and Panini. Yes, we have this Panini, then Katayana, and then Patanjali. Patanjali is from which period? Patanjali is from which period? Yes, 2nd century BC. 2nd century BC. So now tell me, in the 2nd century BC, who was ruling in this north part of India or Gangetic Valley? Who was ruling in this north part of India or Gangetic Valley? Who was ruling in this Gangetic Valley? Who is saying Maurya? Maurya were ruling from this 321 to 185 BC. So in the 2nd century BC, in the initial phase itself, they collapsed. Mauryan Empire ended. Who is saying Nanda? We have just discussed in yesterday's lecture, right? Yes, Shungas. Around this 185 BC, Pushyamitra Shunga defeated this Brihadrat and established this Shunga dynasty, and Shunga dynasty ruled for around this 112 years. So approximately for this 100 years, means throughout this 2nd century BC, we have this Shungas. So that's why if you consider this latest revised NCERTs, they have mentioned about this Patanjali while discussing about this Shungas. So in general, we can consider this Patanjali from 2nd century BC to 5th century CE, but even this 2nd century BC is also fine, because if you see in the latest revised NCERT, they have mentioned about this Patanjali immediately in this Shungas. Now tell me, who wrote this Swapna Vasavdat? Yes, Bhasa. Now tell me the two plays written by this Harsha, which was based on this King Udayana. Two plays written by this Harsha, which was based on this Udayana. Priyadarshika and Ratnavali. And apart from this Priyadarshika and Ratnavali, who is this? Which is the third plays written by this Harsha? Okay, Nag Nanda. So Nag Nanda, Priyadarshika and Ratnavali, these are the three plays written by this Harsha or Harshavardhana. Now we will start with this Buddhism. Just give me the 2 minutes. I will check why this AC is not working. This is not a break. Remember, we will start this Buddhism within this 2 to 3 minutes. So should we start now? So once this Buddhism is over, we will take this lunch break. So that in the after this lunch break, we will have this Jainism, then Maurya. So after this Jainism and Maurya Empire, we can take this small tea break, and after this tea break, we can continue with this post-Mauryan Empire and then Gupta. So is it fine for everyone? So we have these important topics. Remember, Buddhism, Jainism, Buddhist scholar, Jain scholar, their literature, then Mauryan administration, Ashoka's edict. These are the most important chapters from this ancient history. So why you are asking, is it boring for you? So in 6th century BC, we have already discussed there were social changes in the social life. There were economic changes as well as political changes. And in the political changes, which is most important, emergence or formation of this Mahajanapada. So basically, along with that, there were changes in this religion or this religious life also. So basically, during this time, there was emergence of new religious ideas. So if you consider this later Vedic period, in the later Vedic period, importance of Brahmanas increased, and now Brahmanas were insisting on rituals and sacrifices. So people were against this orthodox ideas, people were against this Vedic Brahmanism, and in the 6th century BC, you will see this emergence of many religious ideas, and Buddhist text has mentioned this 64 religious sect during this time. But for us, most important are two, that is Buddhism and then Jainism. So during this time, there was emergence of many heterodox religious sects, and among these, Buddhism and Jainism develop into well organized popular religion. So now we will discuss about this Buddhism. So what happened in the 6th century BC? So people were opposing to this Vedic Brahmanism. People were not happy about that. So many different religious ideas which are opposing this orthodox religion came. And what is this important about this heterodox ideas is, if you consider this orthodox ideas, means Vedic Brahmanism, if someone wants this salvation or liberation from cycle of birth and death, then they have to do these rituals and sacrifices. And for doing these rituals and sacrifices, they have to dependent on Brahmanas. so they can't perform their rituals and sacrifices. It is dependent on others. So basically your salvation depends on others. First of all, you have to perform these rituals and sacrifices, and for performing these rituals and sacrifices, you have to dependent on these brahmanas. So your own salvation is dependent on other, and this salvation or this liberation from cycle of birth and death is not available for all. Why? Because the Shudras can't perform these rituals and sacrifices. So Shudras can't get this salvation. But if you consider in the 6th century BC, there was emergence of this heterodox ideas, and these heterodox ideas basically oppose this orthodox ideas, and under this heterodox ideas they have given this emphasis to these individuals. So if you want this salvation, you have to work. So they have focused on this individual salvation. So according to this heterodox ideas, you have to work for your own salvation. If you consider this Buddhism, you have to follow this middle path. If you see this Jainism, they have given some extreme rules. You have to follow this strict rule of ahimsa and all these things if you want this salvation. So basically in this heterodox ideas, emphasis is on this individual. If you want this salvation, you have to work hard. And this salvation or this liberation of cycle and birth is open for all, because if Brahmanas can follow this middle path, then basically Shudras can also follow this middle path. So basically now the doors of this salvation are open for all under this heterodox ideas. And suppose I am starting this new religion, Vishwaism, something like. Someone is starting this new religion with his name, Vishnuism. Someone is starting another religion, XYZ religion. So if I want to convince this member of other religion that whatever I am saying is true, you should follow my religion. So all such debates had took place in this place called as Kutgarshala. Remember, all these debates were taking place in this Kutgarshala. So among these different heterodox religions which were emerged or heterodox ideas during this time, most important were Buddhism and Jainism. Now we will start with this Buddhism. So are you ready? Because this is a long chapter. Buddhism is this, I think, longest in this ancient Indian history. Okay, Ritesh, we'll take this lunch break around 1 p.m. maybe 15 minutes here and there, maybe around this 1:15. We'll try to complete this as early as possible, Buddhism, right? So before we discuss about this Buddhism, first we will discuss about this personal life of this Gautam Buddha. So he was this founder of this Buddhism, and if you consider his birth, he was born as a Siddharth in Lumbini garden near to this Kapilavastu in Nepal. And who was his father? His father was this King Shuddhodhan. I already told you his father was the leader of the Shakya clan. So we have these oligarchies. So there were many oligarchies if you consider this Vaji Sangha or Malla. So in this Vaji and Malla, it is a confederacy of group of clan. But here Shakya, here it is a confederacy of, it is not a confederacy, but it is a single clan. So his father was Shuddhodhan, who was this leader of Shakyagan. That's why Gautam Buddha was called as Shakya Muni. So he was born as a Siddharth, Prince Siddharth in Lumbini garden near to this Kapilavastu. And who was his mother? Maya Devi, who was this princess of Koliya clan. And this Maya Devi died during this time of birth. And after that, who was this foster mother? Prajapati Gautami. You have to remember these two important instances associated with this birth of, or in this childhood of this Gautam Buddha. So before this birth of this Prince Siddharth, this Queen Maya Devi had one dream, and in this dream, white elephant was entering in the dream. And when this Shuddhodhan asked the scholar why this Queen Maya got this dream where white elephant is entering in a dream, they predicted that your son, this Prince Siddharth, would either become universal monarch, means great king, or great enlightened person, means great philosopher or teacher. So they predicted that your son Prince Siddharth would be either great philosopher or universal monarch. So as scholars have predicted that even after this birth of Prince Siddharth, this Shuddhadan called the scholar and once again asked him to predict his future, and once again they told him the same. Either he would become this great philosopher, scholar or teacher, or he would become this great king or universal monarch. And basically King Shuddhadan did not want him to be this monk or this sadhu. So basically he tried to isolate this Siddhartha from this sorrow or suffering of this other people. He wanted this Prince Siddhartha to continue his legacy. So this Prince Siddhartha was given this sheltered upbringing. He was insulated from the harsh reality of life, because this Shuddhadan thought that if this Prince Siddhartha would know about this reality, then definitely he would follow the path to remove this sorrow and all these things, and in this process he would become this great philosopher or teacher. So he did not want this Prince Siddhartha to become this philosopher or teacher or this spiritual leader. He wanted this Prince Siddhartha to carry out his legacy, to continue his legacy. So he has given this sheltered upbringing. But still at the age of 29, now this Siddhartha persuaded his charioteer to take him outside this Mahal, or to take him into this city, and his first journey into this outside world was highly traumatic. He saw these 4 things called as 4 sights. You can get this question, which of the following is not a part of this 4 sight? So which are these 4 things he encountered? Remember this: old man, sick man, dead man and ascetic. Remember this OSD, ascetic. So he saw this old man was suffering because of this old age problem. Sick man was suffering because of this sickness. And dead man, as someone was died, his well-wisher, his nearby people, they were suffering because of the attachment towards this dead man. So he saw this old man, sick man, dead man and ascetic. And now after seeing this old man, sick man and dead man, he realized that decay and disintegration of body is inevitable. He realized that decay and disintegration of body is inevitable, and as there is decay and disintegration of body is inevitable, suffering is common for all. So after this foresight, he realized that suffering is common for all, and now he decided to leave the home in search of this ultimate truth. What is this ultimate truth? What is the root cause of suffering and how to eliminate this root cause of suffering? So remember, after this foresight, that is old man, sick man, dead man and this ascetic, he realized that decay and disintegration of body is inevitable. That's why suffering is common for all. So now he decided to find out this root cause of suffering and how to eliminate this root cause of suffering. So he decided to leave the home in search of this ultimate truth. And at the age of this 29, now Siddhartha left the home with his horse, that is Kanthak. And this event is called as Great Departure or Mahabhinishkraman. So remember, at the age of this 29, Siddhartha left the home and went into this forest in search of this ultimate truth. And when he was leaving his home or this palace, he was accompanied by this horse Kanthak. And this event is called as Great Departure or Great Renunciation or Mahabhinishkraman. Mahabhinishkraman. So that's why in the earlier form of Buddhism, Buddha was not shown in this human form, or Buddha statues were not made. So during this time, Buddha was shown in the form of these different symbols, and this horse, what it indicate? Horse means this event, Great Departure, Great Renunciation or this Mahabhinishkraman. So from this 29, at the age of this 29, he went to this forest and he started this various method, starting from this extensive fasting to this prolonged meditation in search of this ultimate truth. But at the age of this 35, Siddhartha abandoned all this method and started meditation under this peepal tree at Bodh Gaya, and on this 49th day, he attained this supreme knowledge and he became this Buddha or this wise person. So remember, he went to this forest in search of this ultimate truth. At the age of this 29, he followed this various method, but at the age of this 35, he abandoned all these extreme method and started meditation under this Bodhi tree. And now he got this supreme knowledge called as Nirvana or Nibbana. So now he got this supreme knowledge or enlightenment and called as Nirvana or Nibbana. Nibbana in this Pali and Nirvana in this Sanskrit. So now he got this knowledge, that is what is the root cause of suffering and how to eliminate it. So now once someone understood what is this root cause of suffering, and if he works on that and if he remove this suffering, so removing of this suffering means he is liberated from this cycle of birth and death. Remember, what is the what is this salvation means? Salvation means liberation from this cycle of birth and death. So if someone is following this, if someone is getting this enlightenment, if someone is getting this nirvana or nibbana, means he won't get this rebirth. So he is ending this cycle of birth and death. He is liberating from this cycle of birth and death. And Gautam Buddha got this nirvana or nibbana at the age of this 35. And once he got this enlightenment, nirvana or nibbana, he gave his first sermon to his 5 principal disciples at Sarnath. At Sarnath. And this is called as Dhammachakra Pravartan. Dhammachakra Pravartan. Now he got this enlightenment at the age of this 45. So he got this supreme knowledge. He got this nirvana or nibbana. Now for this next 45 years, he moved from one place to another place, taught these principles of Dhamma to these different people, organized them into this Sangha. And during this period, doors of Buddhism was open for people of all Varnas. So people from all Varnas became his disciple. So we have already discussed about this Udayana from this Vatsa Mahajanapada, Prasenjit from this Kaushal, then Pradyot from this Avanti, and Bimbisara and Ajachatur from Magad. All were his disciples. All were contemporaries of Buddha and disciples of Buddha. And finally, for this next 45 years, Buddha moved from one place to another place, propagating this principle of Dhamma or Buddhism. And finally, at the age of this 80, in 483 BC, he died in Kushinagar. He died in Kushinagar. Now tell me, Kushinagar is capital of which Mahajanapada? Kushinagar is capital of which Mahajanapada? Yes, Malla Mahajanapada. So at the age of this 80, Gautam Buddha died in 483 BC in Kushinagar, and his relics from this funeral pyre was collected and distributed into this 8 share to these 8 kings, and these 8 kings have erected these 8 stupas. So this is called as Shariraka Stupa, directly from this funeral pyre of this Gautam Buddha. So these sacred relics were commemorated into these 8 different stupas, and it is believed that Ashoka opened 7 out of these 8 stupas, collected this major portion of his relics, and then he commemorated or erected these 84,000 stupas in India. 84,000 stupas throughout this India. So now this event, death of Gautam Buddha or passing away of this Gautam Buddha at Kushinagar in 483 BC, it is called as Mahaparinirvan. So getting this enlightenment means getting this enlightenment under this people tree, it is called as Nirvana or Nibbana. Passing away called as Mahaparinirvana. First sermon, Dhammachakra Pravartan, right? Then going into this forest in search of this ultimate truth, it is called as the Great Departure or Mahabhinishkraman. Now we will discuss about this teaching of Buddha. Remember, this teaching of Buddha is reconstructed from this Sutta Pitaka. We will discuss what is the Sutta Pitaka, Vinay Pitaka and Abhidhamma Pitaka. We will discuss, but just remember this teaching of Buddha is reconstructed from this Sutta Pitaka. So now, what are the type of question UPSC generally ask from this topic? First of all, we are discussing about this too much detail because in general Buddhism is important. We can't take this risk. Second important, most of the time UPSC asked on some of these important sects, some of these important scholar and their text, or general teaching with respect to Buddhism or with respect to Mahayana Buddhism and Hinayana Buddhism. So we are focusing on that only. So remember, you have to remember the fact also, and you have to understand the principle also. You have to understand the philosophy of Buddhism also. So now, if you consider this teaching of Buddha, we are only discussing about those points which are important for your exam. So in this basic teaching of Buddha, we will discuss what are the views of Buddha with respect to this Ved or Vedas, then God, and then rituals. Varna system. Varna system. So if you consider according to Gautam Buddha, now tell me who created this Ved in general? What we consider, who created this Ved? Who created this Ved? Yes, God has created this Ved. That's why we call this Ved as a Shruti text. But according to this Gautam Buddha, he rejected this Ved. So this Gautam Buddha, he rejected this Veda and he criticized this ritual. Second, God. So basically, if you consider, Gautam Buddha rejected this Vedas, criticized these rituals and sacrifices. If you consider Vardhaman Mahavir, he also rejected the Vedas and criticized this ritual and sacrifices. Second, God. So Gautam Buddha did not recognize this existence of God and soul. Even he considered himself as a human. He did not consider himself as a God. So basically, he did not recognize this existence of God and soul. But if you consider this Vardhaman Mahavir, he recognized this existence of God, but he placed this God below the Jina. So in the Jainism, they recognize the existence of God, but placed below this Jina. If you consider this Varna system. So according to this Vedic Brahmanism, Varna system originated from which sukta? Tell me, Varna system originated from which sukta? Which sukta has explained the origin of this Varna system? Yes, Purush Sukta. So Purush Sukta is a part of this 10th mandala of Rig Veda, and according to this Vedic Brahmanism, Rig Veda was composed or Rig Veda was created by this God. But according to Gautam Buddha, this Varna system is a creation of this human, and he has condemned this Varna system. So he did not accept the Varna system. At the same time, he has condemned this Varna system. But if you consider this Vardhaman Mahavir, he did not accept the Varna system, but he did not condemn the Varna system. So if you consider this Gautam Buddha, he rejected this Vedas, criticized the ritual. Similarly, Vardhaman Mahavir rejected the Vedas, criticized the ritual. If you consider Gautam Buddha, he did not recognize the existence of God or soul, but Vardhaman Mahavir recognized the existence of God, but placed below Jina. If you consider this Varna system, Gautam Buddha did not accept the Varna system, but he also condemned this Varna system. But Vardhaman Mahavir did not accept the Varna system, but he did not condemn this Varna system. So these are the important points with respect to this Gautam Buddha and his views with respect to Varna system, God, as well as this Ved. So Gautam Buddha, if you consider this basic teaching of Gautam Buddha, it includes this Arya Satya, 4 noble truths, and then 8-fold path, that is Ashtangika Marga. So what are these Arya Satya? So according to this Gautam Buddha, life is full of suffering and the cause of suffering is desire. So remember, according to this Gautam Buddha, life is full of suffering and the cause of suffering is desire or ignorance. Please have this full concentration for next 5 minutes. So according to Gautam Buddha, according to this 4 noble truth or Arya Satya, life is full of suffering and the cause of suffering is desire or ignorance, means avidya. So life is full of suffering and the cause of suffering is desire. So if you get rid away of this desire, suffering can be eliminated. So according to Gautam Buddha, the life is full of suffering, but the cause of suffering, root cause of suffering is desire. So if you get rid away of this desire, suffering can be eliminated, and you can do this by following this eightfold path. By following this eightfold path, that is Ashtangika Marga. So if you consider this eightfold path or Ashtangika Marga, all these are middle path, avoiding this extreme pleasure and extreme penance. So here we have this middle path. So according to Buddha, life is full of suffering. The cause of suffering is desire or ignorance, and if you get rid away of this desire, suffering can be removed, and this can be done by following this eightfold path. So in the eightfold path, one of the most important is this right meditation. Right meditation. So if you follow all this, you will get this enlightenment or this nirvana. So if you follow all this middle path, you will remove this. Life is full of suffering, cause of suffering is desire. If you get rid of this desire, suffering can be removed. So if you are following all these things, you are eliminating your desire. You are getting rid away of this desire. You are removing this desire. So if you follow all this Ashtangika Marg or this 8 middle path, so if you follow this 8 middle path, then your desire will be removed. If your desire is removed, means suffering will be removed. So what is meant by this removing of suffering? Remember, if you are following this middle path, then your desires are removed or eliminated, and you are getting this nirvana or nibbana. When you are, remember, I will explain here. Suppose first is life is full of suffering and the cause of suffering is desire. So life is full of suffering, and what is the cause of suffering? Desire. So why there is suffering? Because desire. So remember, what is meant by this suffering? See, first, suffering means this birth and death. This cycle of birth and death is considered as suffering. Why there is suffering? Because of this desire. So if you get rid away of this desire, means if you remove this, then suffering will be eliminated. So if you are following this middle path or eightfold path, means you are removing this desire. So if you are removing this desire, means you are also eliminating this suffering. So if you are following this eightfold path, you are removing this desire and you are eliminating this suffering. That is means nirvana or nibbana. Nirvana or nibbana. So if you are following this middle path, you are following this eightfold path, you are getting this, you are removing this desire, means you are eliminating this desire, means removing this suffering. Removing this suffering means you are liberating from cycle of death and birth. Liberating from cycle of death and birth. So nirvana means liberating this cycle, liberating from this cycle of birth and death. So nirvana means shedding away this desire. So remember, life is full of suffering. The cause of suffering is desire. If you get rid away of this desire, suffering can be removed. How you can do this? By following this eightfold path. If someone is following this eightfold path, means he is removing this desire. Removing this desire means he is eliminating this suffering. Means he is liberating from this cycle of birth and death. So basically getting this nirvana or enlightenment means shedding away this desire, eliminating this desire. Now tell me, am I clear to everyone? Please tell me, this is something complicated or philosophical? Okay, fine. So if you see, Buddha preached this nirvana. Remember, in the early form of Buddhism, getting this enlightenment or nirvana is the ultimate goal of human life. It is the ultimate goal of human life. What it means, getting this nirvana means shedding all the desire, removing all the desire. If you remove this all desire, means you are ending your suffering. So what is meant by ending your suffering? Means you are liberating from cycle of death and birth. So it means shedding all the desire and ending suffering, which finally leads to this freedom from this rebirth. So remember, all these concepts are same. If you are following this middle path, you are eliminating this desire. You are eliminating this desire means you are removing this suffering. How? Because you won't be reborn. So you are liberating from this cycle of birth and death. So desire is the real problem. Ending desire will liberate the soul free from this cycle of birth and death. Now for this he has us to follow them middle path, and I have already discussed this heterodox religion focus on this individual action. So according to this, if you consider this early Vedic prayers are dominant form of worship. If you consider this later Vedic period, rituals and sacrifices are dominant form of worship. So in the later Vedic period, if you want this salvation, liberation from this cycle of birth and death, you have to follow these rituals, you have to practice these rituals and sacrifices. But Gautam Buddha has criticized these rituals and sacrifices. According to this Gautam Buddha, if you want this salvation, you have to work for your own salvation. Next, he was this rationalist. So whenever someone asked the question, he explained in the light of this reason. And for this propagation of this Buddhism, he has used this Prakrit language. So remember, Prakrit is not a single language. Prakrit means local language used in this region. Then emphasis on this social inclusion, because it was open for, door were open for this all Varna. Then emphasis on Karuna or compassion, and emphasis on this karma. Next we will discuss about this Arhat. So individual who got this enlightenment or nirvana or nibbana called as Arhat. The individual who attained this enlightenment, means once the individual attained this enlightenment or nirvana means he is liberated from this cycle of birth and death. He won't be reborn. So this individual is called as Arhat. So Arhat is the one who got this or attained this enlightenment, and he has liberated from this cycle of birth and death. So he will not be reborn. So once someone got this Arhatship, means once someone got this nirvana or nibbana, he lived in this complete isolation and meditate in this peace. So once someone got this enlightenment or nirvana, he lived in this isolation and meditated in the peace. In the early form of Buddhism, getting this Arhatship means it is a state of Arhat, means getting this enlightenment is the ultimate goal of human life. It is the ultimate goal of human life in the early form of Buddhism. But later there was division of Buddhism. You will see Hinayana Buddhism, Mahayana Buddhism, Sthavirvadin, Mahasangika. So under this Mahasangika school and Mahayana Buddhism, they consider this Arhat as imperfect, and they prefer this Bodhisattva. We will discuss this in later. So Arhat is regarded as this imperfect person in their attainment and require this salvation. Means Arhat still has this desire. So basically they did not prefer this Arhatship. Basically they prefer this Bodhisattva. So we will discuss in some time. Next is Sangha. So according to Gautam Buddha as well as Vardhaman Mahavir, only those who left their home can get this salvation or can get this true knowledge or nirvana or nibbana. So basically for this monks and nuns, means bhikkhus and bhikkhunis, they have organized this Sangha. So what they will do in this Sangha? Most of the time they will meditate in this Sangha, and they will also propagate this teaching of Buddha. So these rules for this governance of Sangha as well as rules for this monks and nuns, means rules for this bhikkhus and bhikkhunis, are given in Vinay Pitaka. So remember, this Sangha consists of this bhikkhus and bhikkhunis. So there were different Sangha for this bhikkhus as well as bhikkhunis, and the membership was open to all person. Remember, it was open to all person, but children had to take the permission of parents, slaves had to take the permission of their masters, debtors had to take the permission of this creditor, then women had to take the permission of their husband. So initially during this time, Gautam Buddha did not allow these women to enter into this Sangha, but after this insistence of his disciple Anand, he allowed these women. So basically Mahaprajapati Gautami was the first woman to join this Sangha, and there were separate branches from men and women. Separate branches for this men and women. I already discussed the rules for this bhikkhus and bhikkhunis as well as rules for this governance of Sangha are given in this Vinay Pitaka. Here you have to remember these two important terms. What is this Thera and Theri means? Thera means respected monk. Theri means respected nuns. So respected bhikkhus and respected bhikkhunis, or senior Buddhist monks and senior Buddhist nuns, or those who got this enlightenment. Senior Buddhist monks who attained this enlightenment or liberation, or senior Buddhist nun who attained this liberation. So basically these respected monks or nuns are called as Theras and Theris. And there are two types of disciples of Buddha. Which are these? Monks and nuns means bhikkhus and bhikkhunis, and then lay worshippers means upasik. Upasik. So am I clear to everyone? Common people, normal disciples, normal followers of Buddha. So now we will discuss about this vihara. Vihara means residential place for these Buddhist monks or nuns. Next, we have these symbols of worship. I already told you, in early form of Buddhism, Buddha was not depicted in this human form, or Buddha's statues were not made. So Buddha's presence was shown in the form of this symbol. So we have this lotus and bull associated with this birth of Buddha. So traditionally in Indian tradition, we have this lotus and bull associated with his birth. Then horse, I already told you, horse associated with this Mahabhinishkraman, or great departure or great renunciation. Next, empty seat indicates meditation of this Buddha. People tree or Bodhi tree indicate this enlightenment or nirvana or nibbana. Why? Because Gautam Buddha got this nirvana or nibbana under this Bodhi tree. So this empty seat indicates or symbolizes this meditation of Buddha. Then people tree, enlightenment. Wheel, Dhamma Chakra Pavartan, this first sermon of Buddha. And then stupas indicates this Mahaparinirvana or death. Mahaparinirvana or death. So remember, lotus and bull associated with this birth. Then horse associated with this Mahabhinishkraman. Then empty seat associated with meditation of Buddha. Then Bodhi tree or people tree associated with this enlightenment. Wheel associated with Dhamma Chakra Pavartan, and stupa associated with this Mahaparinirvana or death. Now tell me, which symbol is associated with the death of Buddha? Which symbol is associated with death of Buddha? Stupa. Then horse was associated with, horse is associated with Mahabhinishkraman or great departure. Empty seat, meditation of Buddha. People tree, yes, enlightenment. Now tell me, the rules for this Buddhist monks and nuns are given in which book? Rules for Buddhist monks and nuns given in which book? Yes, Vinay Pitaka. Whether women were allowed in this Sangh, Buddhist Sangh? Women were allowed in this Buddhist Sangh? Yes, not initially, but in this later period. Women were allowed in this Buddhist Sangh. What is this Arath? Arath means okay, individual who got this enlightenment or salvation. What is this Thera? 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 Yes, respected monk or bhikkhu. Now we will discuss about this Buddhist council. Buddhist council. So basically during this lifetime of Buddha, Buddha taught his principles or this Dhamma through this discussion and debate. So none of these Buddha speeches were written during his time, but after the death of Buddha, this Buddhist monk, bhikkhus and bhikkhunis, they thought that if we are not writing down this Buddhist teaching now, teaching of this Buddha now, then maybe after some period, maybe after this 100 year, 500 year, we will forget. People will forget about this teaching of Buddha. So now they decided to discuss this teaching of Buddha and compile into this book. So they have convened this council called as Buddhist council. So we have this 4 Buddhist council, first, second, third, fourth. First Buddhist council was held immediately after this death of Buddha in 483 BC at Rajgir. At Rajgir, under this patronage of King Ajatashatru. Under the patronage of this King Ajatashatru. So remember, in the initial period, what was this capital of Magad? Rajgir. So this first Buddhist council was held at Rajgir under this patronage of King Ajatashatru. Remember this Vardhaman Mahavir. So this R for Rajgir, where first Buddhist council was held, and V for Vaishali, where this second Buddhist council was held. So we have this Vardhaman Mahavir, R for Rajgir, V for Vaishali. So first Buddhist council was held immediately after this death of Buddha in 483 BC at Rajgir under this patronage of Ajatashatru, and who was presiding over it? Remember this Mahakashyap. Buddhist monk Mahakashyap was presiding over it. And in the first Buddhist council, Sutta Pitaka and Vinay Pitaka were composed. So Sutta Pitaka was composed compiled under this direction of Anand, and Vinay Pitaka was compiled under this direction of Upali. So if you consider the Sutta Pitaka and Vinay Pitaka were compiled in this first Buddhist council, and Abhidhamma Pitaka. So we have this three Pitakas. Sutta Pitaka, Vinay Pitaka and Abhidhamma Pitaka. So the Sutta Pitaka and Vinay Pitaka were compiled in this first Buddhist council, and Abhidhamma Pitaka was compiled in this third Buddhist council. Similarly, in the second and fourth Buddhist council, there was division of Buddhism. In the second Buddhist council, we have this division of Buddhism into Sthavirvadins and Mahasanghikas. Sthavirvad and Mahasangika. In the fourth Buddhist council, we have this division of Buddhism into Hinayana and Mahayana. So in the first and third Buddhist council, there was compilation of Sutta Pitaka, Vinay Pitaka in the first Buddhist council, Abhidhamma Pitaka in this third Buddhist council. Similarly, in the second Buddhist council, division of Buddhism into Sthavirvad and Mahasangika. In the fourth Buddhist council, division of Buddhism into Hinayana and then Mahayana. So this second Buddhist council was held after this 100 years of this first Buddhist council in 383 BC at Vaishali under this patron of this king Kal Ashoka. So we have this second Buddhist council in 383 BC at Vaishali under this patronage of King Kal Ashoka, and which was presided over by this Sapkami. And during the second Buddhist council, there was division of Buddhism into Sthavirvadins and Mahasangika. The third Buddhist council was held in 250 BC at Patliputra under the patronage of this king Ashok, and which was presided over by this Mogliputta Tissa. So in the third Buddhist council, there was compilation of this Abhidhamma Pitaka, and the last and fourth Buddhist council was held in this 1st century CE at Kashmir under this patronage of this king Kanishka, which was presided over by this Vasumitra. And in the fourth Buddhist council, once again there was division of Buddhism into Hinayana and Mahayana. So remember, in the first and third Buddhist council, compilation of Sutta Pitaka, Vinay Pitaka, and then Abhidhamma Pitaka. And in the second and fourth Buddhist council, there was division of Buddhism into in the second Buddhist council, Sthavirvadins Mahasangika. In the fourth Buddhist council, Hinayana Buddhism and then Mahayana Buddhism. So remember, first Buddhist council, which was held at Rajgir under the patronage of this king Ajatashatru, which was presided over by this Mahakashyap. So we have this Mahakashyap, Sabakami, Mogliputa Tissa, and then Vasumitra. Am I clear to everyone? So we will discuss about these three Pitakas. Just bear for some time. So remember, first Buddhist council, second, third and fourth. So first was held at Rajgir, second Vaishali, third Patliputra and fourth Kashmir. So first under the patronage of this Ajatashatru, second under this patronage of Kalashoka, third Ashoka and fourth Kanishk. So I already told you Kanishk supported this Mahayana Buddhism. So during this time there was formal division of Hinayana and Mahayana. First Mahakashyap, second Sabkami, third Mogliputa Tissa and fourth Vasumitra. Remember, in the fourth Buddhist council, this Vasumitra has also compiled these commentaries on these three Pitakas called as Vibhas Shastra. Vibhas Shastra. So is it clear for everyone? So yes, we will discuss about these three Pitakas in next 5 minutes. So now tell me, the second Buddhist council was held at second Buddhist council was held at yes, Vaishali. First Buddhist council was held at yes, Rajgir. Now tell me, in which Buddhist council Buddhism was divided into Hinayana and Mahayana? In which Buddhist council Buddhism was divided into Hinayana and Mahayana? In fourth Buddhist council. In which Buddhist council Abhidhamma Pitaka was composed? In which Buddhist council Abhidhamma Pitaka was composed or compiled? Yes, third Buddhist council. So third Buddhist council was presided over by which Buddhist monk? Third Buddhist council was presided over by which Buddhist monk? Yes, Mogliputa Tissa. Now tell me, how many Buddhist councils were held outside this Magad? How many Buddhist councils were held outside this Magad? How many Buddhist councils were held outside this Magad? Who is saying 2? Remember, only one Buddhist council, that is last and fourth Buddhist council, was held in the Kashmir outside this Magad. So first we have this in the Rajgir, second in the Vaishali and third in Patliputra. All three are part of this Magad. Now tell me, which Buddhist council was held under this patronage of King Ashoka? Which Buddhist council was held under this patronage of this King Ashoka? Everyone has to give answer. Yes, third Buddhist council was held under this patronage of this King Ashoka. So in which Buddhist council Buddhism was divided into? Sthavirvadins and Mahasangika? Sthavirvadins and Mahasangika? Stavirvadins and Mahasangika? Yes, second Buddhist council. Who compiled this Vibhash Shastra? Who compiled this Vibhash Shastra? Who compiled this Vibhash Shastra? Yes, Vasumitra compiled this Vibhash Shastra. So, Vasumitra, who compiled this Vibhash Shastra, presided over which Buddhist council? Presided over which Buddhist council? Fourth Buddhist council. This fourth Buddhist council was held under the patronage of which king? Under the patronage of which king? Kanishk. This Vinay Pitaka was compiled in which Buddhist council? Vinay Pitaka was compiled in which Buddhist council? Okay, first Buddhist council. So now we will discuss about this next, that is important Buddhist Pali text. Remember, first now we are going to discuss about this important Buddhist Pali text. Then we are going to discuss about these different schools and sub-schools of Buddhism. Then we are going to discuss about this Sanskrit text. Remember, I am not discussing about this Pali and Sanskrit text altogether, because if in case you remember this class, some people have this memory, right? Directly remembering this class and all these things. So you can definitely remember, okay, this text was discussed earlier. That means this is belongs to this Pali. So that's why I am taking this first Pali text, then other content, and then in the end we will discuss about this Sanskrit text. So if you consider this important Buddhist Pali text, we have these three Pitakas. Three Pitakas. These are the canonical text of this Buddhism. What is this canonical text? Means these are the most basic principles of Buddhism are given in this text. So which are these? Sutta Pitaka, Vinay Pitaka, and then Abhidhamma Pitaka. So we have these three Pitakas: Sutta Pitaka, Vinay Pitaka, and then Abhidhamma Pitaka. Then Milind Pano. Milind Pano means questions of Milind. So basically there is one Indo-Greek king we are going to discuss after this lunch. Indo-Greek king, that is Meander. He converted to this Buddhism and he became this Milind. So basically who was responsible for this conversion of Meander to this Buddhism? Naksen. So Naksen was this Buddhist scholar under whose influence this Indo-Greek king Meander became this Milind. Indo-Greek king Meander embraced this Buddhism. So this conversation between this Naksen and Milind was given in this Milind Pano. So the questions of Milind and answers of this Naksen all are given in this Milind Pano, also called as questions of Milind. So it is also written in this Pali language. So it was written during this approximately 2nd century BC or 1st century BC. At the same time, we have this Nidan Katha, which give this first connected life story of Buddha. Then we have this Deep Vansha and Mahavansha. So these were composed in this Sri Lanka, Deep Vansha and Mahavansha. And then we have this Vishuddhi Marg or Path of Purification, written by this Buddha Ghosh. So Buddha Ghosh was also Buddhist monk living in this monastery in Sri Lanka. So he was from this Southeast Asia. He was basically from this India, but he was living in this monastery in this Southeast Asia, Sri Lanka. Who was this? Buddha Ghosh. And Buddha Ghosh wrote this Vishuddhi Marg. All these are Pali text. All these are Pali text. Remember, we have these three Pitakas: Sutta Pitaka, Vinay Pitaka, Abhidhamma Pitaka. Then Nidan Katha, Milind Pano, Deep Vansha, Mahavansha, as well as Vishuddhi Marg, written by this Buddha Ghosh. All these are Buddhist Pali text. Now tell me, who wrote this Vishuddhi Marg? Who wrote this Vishuddhi Marg? Buddha Ghosh wrote this Vishuddhi Marg in which language? In which language? In which language? Yes, Pali language, right? So if you consider these three Pitakas, Sutta Pitaka, Vinay Pitaka and Abhidhamma Pitaka, tell me among these three, which were composed or which was composed in this first Buddhist council? Yes, Sutta Pitaka and Vinay Pitaka. Sutta Pitaka and Vinay Pitaka were composed in this first Buddhist council. So if you consider these three Pitakas, which consist of Sutta Pitaka, Vinay Pitaka, and Abhidhamma Pitaka. So this Sutta Pitaka and Vinay Pitaka were compiled in this first Buddhist council. Sutta Pitaka under the direction of Anand and Vinay Pitaka under the direction of Upali. And in the third Buddhist council, this Abhidhamma Pitaka was compiled. Remember, Sutta Pitaka consists of Buddha's teaching. And rules for this Buddhist monk, nuns, means bhikkhus, bhikkhunis, as well as governance of the Sangha. All these are given in this Vinay Pitaka. And next, this Abhidhamma Pitaka was this philosophical text. Now tell me, this Abhidhamma Pitaka was compiled in which language? Abhidhamma Pitaka was which language text? Pali or Sanskrit? Yes, I already told you, these three Pitakas are in Pali language, means Sutta Pitaka in Pali language, Vinay Pitaka in Pali language, and then Abhidhamma Pitaka in Pali language. So if you consider, we have the Sutta Pitaka, Vinay Pitaka, and then Abhidhamma Pitaka. Remember, this Abhidhamma Pitaka is a philosophical text. Abhidhamma Pitaka is the philosophical text. If you consider this Vinay Pitaka is further divided into Sutta Vibhanga and Khandak. Sutta Vibhanga and Khandak, and in the Sutta Vibhanga, in this Pratimokha or Patimokha, we have this monastic rules, and there are more rules for this bhikkhunis than bhikkhus, more rules for this Buddhist nuns than monks. So we have this 227 rules for this Buddhist monk and 311 rules for this Buddhist nuns. So remember, we have this Vinay Pitaka, which was further divided into Sutta Vibhanga and Khandak, and in the Sutta Vibhanga we have these monastic rules for these Buddhist monks and nuns. So for these Buddhist monks we have these 227 rules, and Buddhist nuns we have these 311 rules. Now tell me, Sutta Vibhanga is written in which language? Sutta Vibhanga is written in which language? Remember, whatever we are discussing now, all these are Pali language. Sutta Vibhanga is part of Vinay Pitaka. Vinay Pitaka is part of Three Pitaka. Three Pitaka were written in this Pali language. So Sutta Vibhanga is written in Pali language. Right? Now we will discuss about this Sutta Pitaka. If you consider this Sutta Pitaka, it consists of this 5 Nikai or 5 division. Which are these? Digha Nikai, Majjhima Nikai, Samyutta Nikai, Anguttara Nikai, and Khuddaka Nikai. You don't have to remember the name of this Nikai, but remember it is divided into 4 Nikai. It is divided into 5 Nikai or 5 divisions. Which are these? Digha Nikai, Majjhima Nikai, Samyutta Nikai, Anguttara Nikai, and then Khuddaka Nikai. So these are 5 Nikai or division. In this Majjhima Nikai, you just have to remember this one point, because this is given in this NCERT. So basically in the Majjhima Nikai, we have this dialogue between King Avantiputta and one Buddhist disciple related to this Varna system. So they were talking about this Varna system, they were criticizing this Varna system. So what is by this Nikai? Nikai means division. This Sutta Pitaka is divided into 5 divisions or 5 Nikai. So if you consider this Digha in Pali language means Dirgha. Dirgha means long. So this long length discourse of Buddha, long length teaching of Buddha are given in Digha Nikai. Majjhima Nikai means middle length discourse of Buddha. Similarly, Khuddaka Nikai means short length discourse of the Buddha are given in this Khuddaka Nikai. But you don't have to go in much detail. Just remember this Sutta Pitaka is divided into 5 Nikai or 5 divisions, which are this Digha Nikai, Majjhima Nikai, Samyutta Nikai, Anguttara Nikai, and then Khuddaka Nikai. Now tell me, this Vinay Pitaka is divided into 2 parts. Which are these 2 parts? Vinay Pitaka is divided into 2 parts. Which are these 2 parts? Yes, Sutta Vibhanga and then Khandak. Sutta Vibhanga and then Khandak. So in Sutta Vibhanga we have this monastic rule for Buddhist monks and nuns. Now tell me the number of rules for monks and nuns respectively. number of rules for Buddhist monks and nuns respectively. Yes, 227 and 311. Now we will discuss about this Khuddaka Nikaya. Remember, traditionally this Khuddaka Nikaya consists of this 15 books. You don't have to remember the name of this 15 books, just remember the name of this 5 books. So traditionally it consists of 15 books, and in this 15 books you have to remember this Theri Gatha, Thera Gatha. So Theri means respected nuns, Thera means respected monks. So the poem composed by these Theris are given in Theri Gatha. Poem composed by this Theras given in this Thera Gatha. Next, Jataka story, which talk about this previous life of Buddha. Then Buddha Vansha, and then Dhammapad. So in the Dhammapad we have this moral teaching or this religious teaching of this Buddha, and in the Buddha Vansha, this text has mentioned about this life of Buddha and 24 Buddhas who preceded Gautam Buddha. So here we have this Buddha Vansha. So remember this Khuddaka Nikaya, it consists of traditionally 15 books. Theri Gatha, Thera Gatha, Jataka, Buddha Vansha, and this Dhammapad. So Dhammapad talking about this moral teaching of Buddha. Buddha Vansha, it is talking about this Buddha, and Vansha, it is talking about this Gautam Buddha and 24 Buddhas who preceded before this Gautam Buddha. Jataka talking about this previous life stories associated with this previous life of Buddha. Then Theri Gatha and Thera Gatha. Now tell me, the Jataka is a text in which language? Jataka is a Buddhist text in which language? Remember, Jataka is a part of this Khuddaka Nikaya. Khuddaka Nikaya is a part of this Sutta Pitaka. Sutta Pitaka is written in this Pali language. So basically Jataka is written in this Pali language. So remember, all these books are written in this Pali language. But in the Burmese tradition or this in the Burma, this Khuddaka Nikaya consists of 18 books. This 15 books plus 3 additional. Remember this MNOP. 3 additional. So what are these 3 additional books added in this Burma tradition in this Khuddaka Nikaya? M for Milinpano, N for Neti Pakaran, P for Petak Updesh. So remember, Milinpano, Neti Pakaran, and then Petak Updesh. So all these are parts of this Khuddaka Nikaya. All these are parts of this Khuddaka Nikaya according to this Burmese tradition. So these texts are also written in this Pali language. So if you consider this Khuddaka Nikaya consists of 15 books, and among these 15 books 5 are important for you: Theri Gatha, Thera Gatha, Jataka, Buddha Vansha, and then Dhammapad. So if you consider this Buddha Vansha, it has described this life of Gautam Buddha and 24 Buddhas who preceded over this, who preceded this Gautam Buddha. So among these, remember, Dipankar was one of this previous Buddha, Gautam Buddha is current Buddha, and Maitreya is future Buddha. So we have this Dipankar, Gautam Buddha, and Maitreya. So among these 24 Buddhas who preceded over this Gautam Buddha, we have this most famous Dipankar, and future Buddha we have this Maitreya. So remember, this Khuddaka Nikaya, in general it consists of 15 books, but in the Burma tradition it consists of these 3 additional books: Milinpano, Neti Pakaran, and then Nidan Katha. Milinpano, Neti Pakaran, and then Nidan Katha. Sorry, Milinpano, Neti Pakaran, and then Petak Updesh. MNOP. Milinpano, Neti Pakaran, and then Petak Updesh. So if you consider, we have already discussed about this Sutta Pitaka, then now we will discuss about this Vinay Pitaka. So I already told you, in the Vinay Pitaka we have this rules for Buddhist monks and nuns, as well as rules for this governance of Sangha. So this Vinay Pitaka is divided into Sutta Vibhanga and Khandak. So in the Sutta Vibhanga we have this 227 rules for these Buddhist monks and 300 rules for these Buddhist nuns. So this is about this important Buddhist Pali text. Is it clear for everyone? Important Buddhist Pali text. Is it clear for everyone? So should we start now? So Bikash, do you want my contact number? Okay, so take this number whenever you need. Just message first on this WhatsApp, this number. I have already given this multiple times on various batches, right? So just WhatsApp me on 8329 857617. So if you have any doubt, you can directly post here. You can message me, you can WhatsApp me on this number. So now we have already started this Buddhism. So now first of all we will revise in the next 5 or 10 minutes. Within this Buddhism we have discussed about this 4 Buddhist council, and after that we have discussed about this Buddhist Pali text. Now tell me, Vinay Pitaka was divided into which 2 texts? Vinay Pitaka is divided into which 2 groups or parts? Vinay Pitaka was divided into which 2 parts? Vinay Pitaka was divided into which 2 parts? Yes, Sutta Vibhanga and then Khandak. So now tell me, there are how many rules for this monks and nuns respectively? How many rules for this monks and nuns respectively? How many rules for Buddhist monks and nuns respectively? Remember 227 and 311. 227 for bhikkhus and 311 for this bhikkhunis. Now tell me, Jataka story or Jataka is a part of which Pitaka? Jataka is a part of which Pitaka? Jataka is a part of which Pitaka? Yes, Sutta Pitaka. And within Sutta Pitaka it is a part of which Nikay? Within Sutta Pitaka it is a part of which Nikay? Yes, it is part of this Khuddaka Nikay. So the story of King Avantiputta and follower of this Buddhism or disciple of this Buddha is given in which Nikay? Is given in which Nikay? Yes, Majjhima Nikay. Now tell me, if you consider this Khuddaka Nikay, traditionally it consists of 15 books. But in this Burma tradition, we have these 3 additional books. Tell me the name of these 3 additional books. Tell me the name of these 3 additional books. MNOP, okay. Milin Pano, Neti Pakaran, and then Petak Upadesh. Petak Upadesh. Petak Upadesh. Now tell me, who wrote this Vishuddhi Marg? Who wrote this book Vishuddhi Marg? Who wrote this book Vishuddhi Marg? Who wrote this book Vishuddhi Marg? Yes, Buddha Ghosh. Who wrote this book Milin Pano? Who wrote this book Milin Pano? Naksen wrote this Milin Pano. Now tell me, this which symbol was associated with this meditation of Buddha? Which symbol was associated with this meditation of Buddha? Meditation of Buddha. Who is saying Vasu Mitra? Yes, empty seed associated with meditation of Buddha. Now tell me, what this symbolizes? People tree. People tree. People tree symbolizes why this is important, what it indicates. Yes, enlightenment or nirvana or nibbana. So this people tree indicates this nirvana or nibbana. Next, what about this horse? Horse. renunciation or this great departure or Mahabhinishkraman. So where this Buddha got this enlightenment? Tell me the place. Name of the place where Buddha got this enlightenment. Okay, Bodh Gaya. And where this Buddha gave his first sermon? Where this Buddha gave his first sermon? Yes, at Sarnath. And where Buddha died? At Kushinagar, which was this capital of this Malla Mahajanapad. Now tell me, this Abhidhamma Pitaka was compiled in which Buddhist council? Abhidhamma Pitaka was compiled in which Buddhist council? Abhidhamma Pitaka was compiled in which Buddhist council? Yes, third Buddhist council. And in which Buddhist council there was division of Buddhism into Sthavarvadins and Mahasangika? Division of Buddhism into Sthavarvadins and Mahasangika. Now, okay, not third, Tripti, it's second Buddhist council. In the second Buddhist council there was division. Again in the fourth Buddhist council there was division. So in second Buddhist council, Buddhism was divided into Sthavarvadins and Mahasangika. In fourth Buddhist council it was divided into Hinayana and Mahayana. Now should we start this next schools and sub-schools or sect and subsect of Buddhism? Okay. So remember, in the second Buddhist council, Buddhism was divided into Sthavarvadins and Mahasangika, means Sthavirvad and Mahasangika. Similarly, in the fourth Buddhist council, it was divided into Hinayana and Mahayana. In fourth Buddhist council, it was Hinayana and Mahayana. So remember, this follower of Mahayana, they called themselves as a Mahayana, and they called the other sect as Hinayana, but this Hinayana called themselves as a Theravada Buddhist. So Hinayana or Theravada, Mahayana or Vajrayana. Now tell me, in which Buddhist council Buddhism was divided into Hinayana and Mahayana? In which Buddhist council Buddhism was divided into Hinayana and Mahayana? Yes, in the fourth Buddhist council there was formal division of Buddhism into Hinayana and Mahayana. So basically we will discuss what are this feature of this Mahayana Buddhism. So they called themselves superior, they called themselves Mahayana, great vehicle, and they called other sect as a Hinayana, means lesser vehicle or smaller vehicle, but this Hinayana called themselves Theravada. So we have this Theravada school or Hinayana, Mahayana and then Vajrayana. Remember, this Mahayana or Vajrayana was, we already have this many schools as well as sub schools. So for this Mahayana also we have many sub schools, but here in this lecture we are only discussing about those sects which are important for your exam. So in the Mahayana we have this Madhyamak school and Yogachar school. Remember, Madhyamak school was founded by Nagarjuna, which was an important Buddhist philosopher, and Yogachar was founded by this Maitreyath. So we have this Madhyamaka school. Who was this founder of this Madhyamaka school? Nagarjuna. And then we have this Yogachar school founded by this Maitreyath. So remember, this Mahayana Buddhism also has this many sub schools, and most important are Madhyamak school and then Yogachar school. Similarly, if you consider this Hinayana Buddhism, we have this Sautrantika Vaibhashika. Sautrantika and then Vaibhashika. So in the Mahayana Buddhism, we have this Madhyamak school and Yogachar school. In Hinayana Buddhism, we have this Sautrantika and Vaibhashika. Similarly, if you consider this Sthavirvadins and Mahasangika, in the Sthavirvadins, so remember this Sthavirvadins. So we have this Sammitiya Sarv Astivad, then V for Vibhajevad, and then Vatsiputriya. So remember this Sammitiya Sarva Astivad. So remember, whenever you get any question with respect to this scholar or with respect to this literature or with respect to some school or sub-school, if you are not getting any answer, just try to divide this word. In Sanskrit, it is called as Sandhi Vigraha. So you will get some clue. So if you consider here for this Sthavarvad, we have this Sammitiya, Sarvastivad, Vibhajevad, and then Vatsiputriya. Mahasangika school again have this different sub-schools or subsects, which are this Lokottarvad, Ekvyavarika and Kaukatika. Lokottarvad, Ekvyavarika and then Kaukatika. So remember, for this Sthavirvad, we have this Sammitiya, Sarv Astivad, Vibhajevad, Vatsiputriya. For this Mahasangika, we have this Lokottarvad, Ekvyavarika and then Kaukatika. For this Hinayana Buddhism or Theravada Buddhism, we have this Vaibhashika and Sautrantika, and for this Mahayana Buddhism, we have this Madhyamak and Yogachar school. Madhyamak and then Yogachar school. So now tell me, this Sarvastivad is sub-school of. Sarvastivad is sub-school of. Sarvastivad, then Sammitiya, Vibhajevad and Vatsiputriya, all are sub-schools of this Sthavirvad. Now tell me, Madhyamaka school is sub-school of? Madhyamaka school is sub-school of? Madhyamaka school is sub-school of? Mahayana Buddhism. Now tell me, this Mahayana Buddhism was divided, means if you consider this Mahayana Buddhism, there are many sub-schools, but two important sub-schools of Mahayana Buddhism are? Yes, Madhyamak and then Yogachar. Now tell me these two important sub-schools of Hinayana Buddhism. Two important sub-school of Hinayana Buddhism. Two important sub-school of Hinayana Buddhism. Yes, Sautrantika, Vaibhashika. Sautantrika and Vaibhashika. Now tell me this Lokavyaharik, Kaukatika and which are these sub-schools? We have this Lokottarvad, Ekvyaharik and Kaukatika are sub-school of? Lokottarvad, Ekvyaharik and Kaukatika are sub-school of? Yes, Mahasangika. Then Sarvastivad. Yes, Sthavirvad. So just see these schools, sub-schools or sect and their subsect. Now first we will discuss about this division of Buddhism into Sthavirvadins and Mahasangika. So if you consider this second Buddhist council, which was held in 383 BCE at Vaishali under this patronage of this Ashoka, during this second Buddhist council, some Buddhist monk felt that this original rules given in this Vinaya Pitaka for these Buddhist monks or nuns, these are too much rigid. So they want some flexibility in this Vinaya rule, but at the same time, other parts, means some other monks, they wanted this Vinaya, strict rule of Vinaya continue. So those who wanted this flexibility, later they develop into this Mahasangika, and those who wanted to follow this original teaching of this Buddha, whatever given in this Vinaya Pitaka, these are Sthavirvadins. So in the second Buddhist council, based on these rules to be followed by this Buddhist monk, so based on this monastic rule. So there was disagreement over this monastic rule in the second Buddhist council, and now one sect or this one part, some Buddhist monk, they wanted this flexibility in this Vinaya rule, and this later developed into this Mahasangika. And those who wanted to continue these rigid rules, these are Sthavirvadins. So remember, Sthavirvadins were originally, means they were following this original form of Buddhism. They were following this original rules given in this Vinay Pitaka, and then these Sthavirvadins were further classified, or we have this subsect or this subschools, which are this Samitiya, Sarvastivad, Vatsiputriya, and then Vibhajyavad. And then this Mahasangika, in this Mahasangika school, this Buddhist monk, they wanted some flexibility in this Vinaya rule, flexibility in this monastic rules, and it was also divided into Lokottarvad, Ekvyavarika, and then Kaukatika. Remember, though there was disagreement, means the division was based on this disagreement over this Vinaya rule, there are doctrinal differences also. So if you consider this Sthavirvadins, who were following this original rules given in this Vinay Pitaka, according to them, they considered this Buddha as a human form. They considered this Buddha as a human form, and they equated this liberation of Arhat with this liberation of Buddha. So according to them, getting this Arhatship or getting this enlightenment is the ultimate goal. So basically they were following this original form of Buddhism. So they consider Buddha as a human, and they equated this liberation of Arhat with this Buddha. But if you consider this Mahasangika, now they advocated this divine nature of Buddha. So they have given this divinity to the Buddha, and they prefer this Bodhisattva over this Arhat. So they consider this Arhat as a imperfect man or imperfect person who still has this ignorance or desire. So they consider this Arhat as imperfect, and they preferred this Bodhisattva. So scholar consider that this Sthavirvadins led to this development or influenced the development of Theravada Buddhism or Hinayana Buddhism, and this Mahasangika influenced this development of this Mahayana Buddhism. So now what is this Bodhisattva and all, we will discuss while discussing about this Mahayana Buddhism. So in the fourth Buddhist council, Buddhism was formally divided into Hinayana and Mahayana. So now in the fourth Buddhist council, there is new form of Buddhism, that is Mahayana Buddhism. So under this Mahayana Buddhism, they have given this divinity to Buddha. They have given this divinity to Buddha. So there was deification of Buddha. So Buddha was not now considered as a divine figure, means Buddha was considered as a god. And now Buddha's statues were made. I already told you, in the original form of Buddhism, in early form of Buddhism, Buddha's statues were not made. Buddha was not shown in this human form, but now Buddha's statues were made, and now they have started this worshipping Buddha as a deity. So image worship started. Image worship started. So if you see, in this fourth Buddhist council, there was formal division of Buddhism into Hinayana Buddhism and Mahayana Buddhism. So this new form of Buddhism, that is Mahayana Buddhism, emerged, and now under this Mahayana Buddhism, first they considered Buddha as a god, so there was deification of Buddha, and now they have started this idol worship, and they considered this Arhat as an imperfect being, and they preferred this Bodhisattva. So what is this Bodhisattva? So according to them, Bodhisattva are basically this compassionate being. So these are deeply compassionate. If you see, in this stage, in this nirvana, there are different stages in this nirvana. So basically, suppose we have seen this early form of Buddhism. In the early form, getting this enlightenment or attaining this enlightenment means becoming this Arhat. So once individual got this Arhatship, once he get this enlightenment, he lived in this isolation or doing this meditation. So he was living complete isolation and only doing this meditation. So now they preferred this Bodhisattva over Arhat. So who are this Bodhisattva? So Bodhisattva means basically this compassionate individual who are not worrying only about this individual salvation, but they care about this universal salvation. They want others to get this salvation. So if you consider this early form of Buddhism, in the early form of Buddhism, what is this ultimate goal of any Buddhist or Buddhist disciple? Is getting this Arhatship, means getting this enlightenment. So this Mahayana Buddhism now consider this Arhat as a selfish. So you are trying to get this enlightenment for yourself. So this Bodhisattva are this compassionate being, and what they do is they just postpone their last phase of nirvana. So in this phase of enlightenment, there are different stages. So they are on the path of this enlightenment, they are on the path of this nirvana. They have just postponed their last stage of nirvana. Why? Because if they get this enlightenment or this nirvana, that means they are liberated from cycle of birth and death, so they won't be reborn. But now, as they have postponed their last stages of nirvana, they also reborn in the next life. Why they want to reborn? Because they want to help others to get this salvation. So they are more worried about this universal salvation. Universal salvation. So basically, in the Mahayana Buddhism, they preferred this Bodhisattva over Arhat. So if you consider, Arhat was the one who got this enlightenment, and once they got this enlightenment, they meditate in the peace and lived in the isolation. But now they are preferring this Bodhisattva. So who are these Bodhisattva? Bodhisattva are the compassionate being. They are more worrying about others. They want to help others to get this salvation. So that's why on the path of their enlightenment or nirvana, they are just postponing their last phase of nirvana or enlightenment. Why? In order to get this rebirth and help others to get this salvation or liberation. So Bodhisattva, deeply compassionate being who had attained the enlightenment or who are on this path of enlightenment, but instead of living in complete isolation and meditation in peace, they remained in the world to teach and help others to get this salvation. Remember these three important points. First, they have given this divinity to Buddha. Buddha was considered as God. Second, they have started this idol worship of Buddha. And third, they believe in this Bodhisattva. So they considered this Arhat as a imperfect being. So now tell me, is it clear for everyone? Hinayana Buddhism and Mahayana Buddhism. So basically, Hinayana were original followers. Now this is a new sect which believe in this Bodhisattva, which considered Arhat as imperfect, which started this idol worship, and which has given this divinity to Buddha. So if you consider this Hinayana versus Mahayana, so Mahayana Buddhism, it is a liberal school and believes in this divinity to Buddha and Bodhisattva, but it is orthodox school, follows this original preaching of Buddha. So this is Hinayana. So in Hinayana, Buddha was considered as a human. But here in this Mahayana Buddhism, Buddha was considered as a divine figure or God. Means they have given this divinity to Buddha. So there was deification of Buddha. Now in this original form of Buddhism or in this Hinayana Buddhism, they show this Buddhas in the form of these different symbols, and they did not believe in this idol or image worship. So Buddha's presence was shown in the sculpture through this certain signs we have already discussed. Now this under this Mahayana Buddhism, they believe in this idol worship or image worship. So they have started making these statues of Buddha. So if you consider in the Hinayana Buddhism, getting this Arhatship, becoming this Arhat means getting this individual salvation. So they preferred this individual salvation or personal salvation, but in this Mahayana Buddhism, they preferred this universal salvation, salvation of not only yourself but others. Now during this first century BC, now they started using this Sanskrit language. So earlier they have mostly used this Pali language, but now they started using this Sanskrit language. So in this earlier form of Buddhism, that is Hinayana, the goal is to become Arhat, but now they believe in this Bodhisattva. If you get this question, Ashoka patronized Hinayana Buddhism or Mahayana, your answer should be Hinayana. Why? During the time of Ashoka, there was no existence of Mahayana. So there was formal division of Mahayana Buddhism, means formal creation of Mahayana Buddhism or division of Buddhism into Mahayana and Hinayana during the time of this Kanishk in the 1st century. So if you get this question before that, means King Ashoka patronized this Hinayana sect and Kanishk patronized this Mahayana Buddhism. So if you consider this Hinayana Buddhism spread to the Southeast Asian countries and this Mahayana Buddhism spread to this north side, that is Nepal, then China, then Korea. So in that region, this is Mahayana Buddhism. So remember, in the Hinayana means they were original followers of this Buddha or original followers of this teaching of Buddha. Then we have this Mahayana Buddhism. So in the original form, they did not believe in this worship. They used this Pali language and they considered Buddha as a human. But now, next in the Mahayana Buddhism, they considered Buddha as a divine figure or God. Now they have made these statues, used this Sanskrit language and started this idol worship. So is it clear for everyone? So if you consider this Mahayana Buddhism, now tell me, Kanishk patronizes which form of Buddhism? Yes, Mahayana Buddhism. So this Mahayana Buddhism also has these different sub-schools or subset. Two are important, which are this Madhyamaka school and then Yogachar school. Madhyamaka school and then Yogachar school. So who is the founder of this Madhyamaka school? Remember this Nagarjuna. Remember, he is different from this Nagsen. Nagsen was from this 2nd or 1st century BCE, before Common Era, and he is 2nd century CE. So currently we have this Nagarjuna Konda. Earlier we called this as a Vijaypuri. So Nagarjuna was basically from this region, like region of Andhra Pradesh. So we have this Madhyamaka school. Who was the founder of this Madhyamaka school? Nagarjuna from this 2nd century CE. And later, who were these important thinkers who followed this Madhyamaka school? A, B, C. Aryadev, Buddhapalit and then Chandrakirti. Remember this? A, B, C. Aryadev, Buddhapalit and then Chandrakirti. Remember here, this Nagarjuna is important Mahayana Buddhist, and he has given his theory of emptiness or Shunyat. He has given this theory of emptiness or Shunyat in his book Mula Madhyamik Karika. Mula Madhyamik Karika. So remember, he is the founder of this Madhyamika school and he has written this book Mula Madhyamik Karika. His two books are famous, Mula Madhyamik Karika and Prajna Paramita. Prajna Paramita. So remember, this Nagarjuna was the one who gave this theory of emptiness or Shunyat in his school Mula Madhyamik Karika. So according to this theory of emptiness or Shunyat, that doesn't mean nothing exists. According to this theory of Shunyat or theory of emptiness, nothing exists without others. Means everything is originated because of others. So everything, there is no inherent exist. So everything exists dependent on other. So all phenomena lack inherent existence and are dependently originated. So something is originated because of this other thing. So everything, every origination is dependent on other and nothing exists inherently. So next we have this Yogachar school, which was founded by this Maitrayanath from this 3rd century to this 4th century CE. So we have already discussed about this Madhyamaka school, which was founded by this Nagarjuna, and here we have this Yogachar school. So Yogachar school was founded by this Maitrayanath, and who were these important thinkers who supported this Yogachar school? Asang and Vasubandhu. Remember, Asang and Vasubandhu, these were two brothers from Peshawar region. And next we have this Dharmakirti. Here if you consider this Madhyamaka school, we have this Chandrakirti. Here in the Yogachar school, we have this Dharmakirti. Just remember the names because they definitely ask such question. Dharmakirti, Jain follower, Buddhist follower, Vaishnava follower, like this. Aryadev is Buddhist follower, Jain follower, something like this. Now we have this paramita. So what is this paramita? So to get this enlightenment, Bodhisattva on their stages, they have to follow, they have to attain this number of perfections, and these are called as paramitas. So initially there were 6 perfections, but now we have total 10 perfections. So Bodhisattva on their path of this enlightenment or nirvana, they have to attain certain perfections, and we call these perfections as a paramita. Remember one important perfection, perfection of wisdom. Wisdom means prajna. Wisdom means prajna. So this Nagarjuna wrote this book Prajna Paramit Karika. So it is about this perfection of wisdom. Perfection of wisdom. So remember, Tripti is saying, please repeat this book written by this Nagarjuna. So who is this Nagarjuna? Nagarjuna was this founder of Madhyamaka school. So he was the founder of Madhyamaka school and he wrote 2 important books, Mula Madhyamik Karika and Prajna Paramita. Mula Madhyamik Karika and then Prajna Paramita. Now we are going to discuss about this important Buddhist Sanskrit text. Now before we start this, now tell me the founder of this Yogachar school. Founder of this Yogachar school. Founder of this Yogachar school. Maitrena, tell me the founder of this Madhyamaka school. Founder of this Madhyamaka school. Yes, Nagarjun. Tell me the sub-schools of Hinayana Buddhism. Sub-schools of Hinayana Buddhism. Sub-schools of Hinayana Buddhism. Sub-schools of Hinayana Buddhism. Sautrantika and Vaibhasika. Lokottarvad is sub-school of. Lokottarvad is sub-school of. Lokottarvad is sub-school of. Lokottarvad is sub-school of. Yes, Mahasangika. Now tell me, among these Hinayana Buddhism and Mahayana Buddhism, who composed their text mostly in the Sanskrit? Who composed their text mostly in the Sanskrit? Who composed their text mostly in the Sanskrit? Yes, Mahayana Buddhism. Who worshipped this Buddha in the human form? Or who made these idols of Buddha? Who started this idol worship? Mahayana Buddhism. Who preferred this Arhatship? Who preferred this Arhatship? Hinayana Buddhism. Who preferred this Bodhisattva? Who preferred this Bodhisattva? Mahayana Buddhism. Ashoka patronized which form of Buddhism? Hinayana Buddhism, right? Who believed that Buddha was a human, not God? Buddha was a human, not God. Hinayana Buddhism. Okay. Now tell me, who is the founder of this Madhyamaka school? Who is the founder of this Madhyamaka school? Yes, Nagarjun. Now tell me the name of these two books written, famous book written by this Nagarjun. Two famous book written by this Nagarjun. Yes, Mula Madhyamik Tarika and then Pradnya Paramita. Mula Madhyamik Tarika and then Pradnya Paramita. Now we will discuss about some of these important Sanskrit text. Important Sanskrit text. Tell me the capital of Vatsa Mahajanapad. Capital of Vatsa Mahajanapad. Yes, Kausumbi, Prayagraj or Allahabad. Kausumbi, Prayagraj or Allahabad. So now we are going to discuss about this important Buddhist Sanskrit text. So remember this Ashwaghosh. Ashwaghosh was a court scholar in the court of this Kanishk. Court scholar in the court of this Kanishk, and he wrote some of these important Buddhist texts. Most important is this Buddha Charit, which is a biography of Buddha. Remember, he wrote this Buddha Charit, Mahalankara, Sutralankara. Buddha Charit, Mahalankara, Sutralankara, Sundarnanda Mahakavya, Sariputra Pakaran, and then Vajrasuchi. So remember, these are the important texts written by this Ashwaghosh. So who are this Ashwaghosh? Court scholar in the court of this king Kanishk, and we have this Buddha Charit, Mahalankara, Sutralankara. Sundarnanda Mahakavya, and then Sariputra Pakaran. So all these books are Sanskrit, Buddhist Sanskrit text written by this Ashwaghosh. Then we have this Vasumitra. We have already discussed about this Vasumitra. Vasumitra was the Buddhist who presided over this 4th Buddhist council, and he wrote this commentary on this Tripitaka, that is Vibhash Shastra. And then we have also discussed about this Nagarjun. Nagarjun wrote this Mula Madhyamik Karik and Prajna Paramit Karik, and all these are Buddhist Sanskrit text. All these are Buddhist Sanskrit text. Now tell me, who wrote this Vishuddhi Marg? Who wrote this Vishuddhi Marg? Who wrote this Vishuddhi Marg? So Ritesh, what is this last slide? Who wrote this Vishuddhi Marg? Yes, Buddha Ghosh wrote this Vishuddhi Marg. So tell me the language in which Vishuddhi Marg is written. So you will get this PPTs, Ritesh, don't worry. Mahalankara, Sutralankara, last book was this Vajra Suchi. Vajra Suchi. So now tell me, Tripitaka are written in which language? Tripitakas are written in which language? Tripitakas are written in which language? Pali language. Who wrote this Mula Madhyamik Karika? Who wrote this Mula Madhyamik Karika? Who wrote this Mula Madhyamik Karika? Yes, Nagarjun wrote this Mula Madhyamik Karika. Tell me the language of this Mula Madhyamik Karika. Language of this Mula Madhyamik Karika. Yes, Sanskrit text. So remember, whatever we have discussed, text related to this Nagarjun, text related to this Vasumitra, text related to this Ashwaghosh, all these are Sanskrit text. Now tell me the language in which this Buddha Charit was written. Buddha Charit was written. Language in which Buddha Charit was written. Who is saying Pali? Buddha Charit is written by this Ashwaghosh, who was this court scholar during the time of this Kanishka. All were following this Mahayana Buddhism. During this time, they have mostly composed the text in Sanskrit. So we have this Buddha Charit, Mahalankara, Sutralankara, Vajra Suchi. All these are written in this Sanskrit. Now tell me the one book written by this Nagarjuna was Mula Madhyamik Karika. Tell me the name of this other book. Name of this other book. Tell me the name of this other book. Yes, Prajna Paramita, perfection of wisdom. Prajna Paramita. Paramita means perfection, Prajna means wisdom. So initially there were 6 paramitas. Now how many paramitas are present? Number of perfections. Yes, number of perfections are now 10. Now tell me, Nidan Katha is written in which language? Nidan Katha is written in which language? Nidan Katha is written in which language? Nidan Katha is written in Pali language. Deepavansha and Mahavansha. Deepavansha and Mahavansha. Pali language. Okay. Nag. Who wrote this book? Milind Pano. Who wrote this book? Milind Pano. Who wrote this book? Milind Pano. Yes, Nagsen wrote this Milind Pano. And Nagsen wrote this Milind Pano in which language? Which language? Yes, Pali language. Now we will discuss about this Avdana. Now we will discuss about this Avdanas. So what are this Avdana? Remember, Avdanas are this Buddhist text which talks about this consequences of good and bad deeds in the past. So basically Buddha believe in this karma. So these Avdanas are stories which are talking about this consequences of good deeds or bad deeds. So according to it, if you have done this good things in the past life, good things will happen with you. If you have done these bad things in the past life, bad things will happen with you. So this is about this karma. So these Avdanas are written, these are these Buddhist texts talk about these consequences of good and bad deeds in this past. Remember, if you get this question and you don't know the answer, if it is related to this schools or sub-school sect or subsect or this literary text, just try to divide. So if you consider this Avdanas, we have few important Avdana like Mahavastu. So Mahavastu, it was written in this Buddhist hybrid Sanskrit. So this Sanskrit was not a clear Sanskrit, means classical Sanskrit, but it was hybrid. It consists of some words from other Prakrit language. Mahavastu was this Buddhist Avdana. Then Divya Avdana. So suppose if you get this question, Divya Avdana is related to. So just try to divide Divya Avdana. So this is related to this Buddhist. So it was also composed in this Buddhist hybrid Sanskrit, and among this, if you consider this Ashokvadan is a part of this Divyavadan. Ashokvadan is a part of this Divyavadan, and this text Ashokvadan provides this information about this Ashoka and his efforts to spread this Buddhism. So this Ashokvadan is part of this Divyavadan, and Divyavadan is this one of this Avdana. So we have this Mahavastu, then Divyavadan, and then Avdan Shatak. So if you consider this Avdan Shatak, Shatak means 100. So this consists of 100 Avdana stories. Consists of 100 Avdana story. So remember these Avdana books. What is by this Avdana? It tells or it talk about this consequences of good deeds and bad deeds. So we have this Mahavastu, then Avdan Shatak, and then Divya Avdana. If you consider these biographies of Buddha, so which books are these biographies of Buddha? We have already discussed about this Nidan Katha, which was Pali text. Then we have discussed about this Buddha Charit, which was this Sanskrit text. And apart from that, we have this Mahavastu and Lalit Vistara. So Mahavastu was Avdana as well as biography of Buddha, means hagiography, as well as we have this Lalit Vistara. So all these are books related to this biography of Buddha. So Nidan Katha was written in this Pali language and all other in the Sanskrit language. So we have just discussed about this Ashwaghosh who wrote this Buddha Charit. So apart from this Buddha Charit and Nidan Katha, remember these two important texts, Mahavastu and then Lalit Vistara. Mahavastu and then Lalit Vistara. So till now, is it clear for everyone? So now we will discuss about this Piparwa relics. We will discuss about this Piparwa relics. So this Piparwa relics was this in the news in last year. Why this was in the news? Because this descendant of this William Pepe, they brought this Piparwa relics for this auction, but government of India timely intervened in this auction, stopped the auction and brought back these Piparwa relics to India. So what is by this Piparwa relics we will discuss. But before we discuss about this Piparwa relics, remember what is this Piparwa? So Piparwa is a place in this modern day Uttar Pradesh. So in the Uttar Pradesh we have this Piparwa relics. So Uttar Pradesh has this border with this Nepal. So in the northern part of Uttar Pradesh we have this Piparwa, which is just 9 miles from this Kapilavastu, which is just this 9 miles from this Lumbini. Currently we have this Lumbini, right? So it is just 9 miles from this Lumbini. So basically some scholar consider that it is just 9 miles from this Lumbini. Some scholar identified this Piparwa with this ancient town of Kapilavastu. So we have already seen Gautam Buddha was born in this Lumbini garden near to this Kapilavastu. So some scholar consider that this Piparwa means this Kapilavastu. But remember, this is a place in this Nepal, not in India. So basically Piparwa is a town or the place from this Uttar Pradesh, northern part of Uttar Pradesh, and 9 miles from this Lumbini. So this Piparwa relics, if you consider in 1898, in 98, this British engineer William Claxton Pepe. So this William Pepe discovered this one of these 8 original stupas of Buddha. So we have already discussed about this Sriraka Buddha or 8 original stupas of Buddha. Among this, William Pepe discovered one of these, and during this excavation he found this Buddha's relics. He found this Buddha's relics, and in these relics there is one inscription in this Brahmi script which confirmed that these relics were deposited by this member of Shakya clan, means member of Buddha's own clan. And if you consider this Piparwa relics, once this William Pepe discovered these relics, most of these relics were transferred to this Indian Museum at Kolkata. Most of these relics were transferred to this Indian Museum at Kolkata, but some of these relics during this time, Viceroy, that is Lord Elgin, transferred these relics to this King of Thailand. Some of these relics were distributed to these temples in Burma and Ceylon, and some of these relics were retained by this William Pepe himself. So those relics which were retained by this William Pepe himself, now the descendant of this William Pepe listed these relics on the auction. But now government of India has timely intervened and stopped this auction and brought back these Piparwa relics. So is it clear for everyone? So Piparwa is in the news last year. Now we will discuss about this Indian classical language. Now tell me, how many are these Indian classical languages today? How many languages got this recognition or tag of classical language today? Yes, now government has given this classical language tag or status to this 11 languages. But if you consider, earlier there were only 6 languages, and in 2024, in October 2024, Government of India recognized 5 more languages as a classical language. Which are these 5 more languages recognized in October 2024? MBA, Marathi, Bengali, and then Assamese. Apart from this MBA, Marathi, Bengali and Assamese, we have this Pali and Prakrit. Pali and Prakrit. So remember, in October 2024, government has given this classical language tag or status to these languages, 5 languages, which are these: MBA, Pali and Prakrit, Marathi, Bengali, Assamese, Pali and Prakrit. Before that, we already have this 6 language which were recognized as a classical language. So which are these? First language which got this classical tag was Tamil language in 2004. So before this 2024, we have first language in 2004, then last language before this 2024 was in 2014, 2004, 2014 and then 2024. In 2014, this Odia got this classical status. So remember, the first language in 2004 was this Tamil. In 2014 we have this Odia, and now in 2024 we have this 5 more languages which got this classical status. So now currently we have this 11. So if you consider, before we got this 5, means currently in 2024 we got this 5 languages, this classical language status, but before that we have these 6 languages. So which are these 6 languages? So first is Tamil. So if you consider all this, and in the 2014 we have this Odia, 2004 Tamil, 2014 Odia, and in 2024 we have this MBA, Marathi, Bengali, Assamese, Pali and Prakrit. So in between, remember, we have this Sanskrit and all other South Indian language like Tamil. We have this Tamil, right? Telugu, Kannada and then Malayalam. So all these South Indian languages, 4 South Indian languages, which are these: Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, then Sanskrit and Odia. So we already have this 6, but now 6 plus 5 means 11. So currently we have this 11 languages which are recognized as a classical Indian language. Remember, this 8th schedule of the Constitution deals with this official language, not classical language. And in the 8th schedule, we have this 14 languages in this original Constitution. Now later 8 new languages were added, and currently we have these 22 languages which are recognized as official languages under this 8th schedule. So remember, 8th schedule deals with this official language, and whatever we are discussing today, this is the Indian classical language. So if you consider this classical language, currently we have this 11 classical language. And out of this 11 classical language, 9 are part of this 8th schedule except Prakrit and Pali. So except this Prakrit and Pali, all these languages are part of this 8th schedule. Remember, 8th schedule doesn't have anything to do with this Indian classical language. I am just giving you the example, like which languages are common in this 8th schedule, which are this official schedule, and then Indian classical languages. So am I clear to everyone? Now tell me, which was the first language who got this classical language status? Yes, Tamil in 2004. So in latest, in 2024, how many languages got this classical language status? 5 languages. Which are these? Okay, who wrote this Buddha Charit? 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 Yes, Ashoka Ghosh wrote this Buddha Charit. Ashoka Ghosh wrote this Buddha Charit. Piparwa is located in which state? Piparwa is located in which state? Piparwa is located in which state? Uttar Pradesh. Who wrote this Vibhash Shastra? Who wrote this Vibhash Shastra? Who wrote this Vibhash Shastra? Yes, Vasumitra. In which language? 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 Yes, Sanskrit. So Nidan Katha was composed in which language? Nidan Katha. Nidan Katha was composed in which language? In Pali language. Pali language. Who wrote this Sutra Lankara? Who wrote this Sutra Lankara? Who wrote this Sutra Lankara? Okay. Who wrote this Mahabhashya? Who wrote this Mahabhashya? Who wrote this Mahabhashya? Okay, Patanjali wrote this Mahabhashya. Who wrote this Vartika? Who wrote this Vartika? Katayana. Who wrote this play? Swapna Vasav Datta. Who wrote this play? Swapna Vasav Datta. Bhasa. Who wrote this famous play? Mrichakatik. Who wrote this famous play? Mrichakatik. Shudrak. Who wrote this Devi Chandraguptam? Who wrote this Devi Chandraguptam? Who wrote this Devi Chandraguptam? Okay, Vishakadatta, right? Who wrote this Mitakshara? Who wrote this Mitakshara? Vijnaneshwar. Who wrote this Ratnavali? Who wrote this Ratnavali? Yes, Harsha. Now we will discuss about this next chapter, that is Jainism. Next chapter, that is Jainism. Now after this Jainism, we will take small break for this tea. So I told you in the 6th century BC there were many changes, like changes in this economic life, political life, social life, as well as there were so many information. We don't have any option. So there were many changes. Along with that, I told you there was emergence of this many religious ideas, and these religious ideas were discussed in this Kudgarshala. So we have already discussed about this Buddhism, and who was this contemporary of this? Who was this contemporary of this Gautam Buddha? We have this Vardhaman Mahavir in the 6th century BC. Remember, Vardhaman Mahavir was this contemporary to the Buddha, but he was not considered as founder of the Jainism. Why? Because he was this 24th Tirthankar. So Vardhaman Mahavir was 24th Tirthankar. That means before him there were already 23 Tirthankar. So who was this first Tirthankar? Remember this Rishabdev or Adinath. Rishabdev or Adinath was considered as first Tirthankar, and who was this 23rd Tirthankar? We have this Parshvanath. But we don't know about this first 22 Tirthankars. Means we know about this 22 Tirthankar only from this mythology points of view. We don't have this any evidences, but historicity was known for this 23rd Parshvanath and 24th Vardhaman Mahavir. So who is this Tirthankar? Tirthankar means a teacher who led the people to this salvation. Teacher who led the people to this salvation. So Vardhaman Mahavir, who was this contemporary of this Gautam Buddha, he was this 24th Tirthankar. 24th Tirthankar. But what is this literal meaning of Tirthankar? Remember this fort maker. Ford maker. So what is this ford? Remember this ford means shallow water. Shallow water. So if you consider this entire ocean in this philosophical view or this spiritual view, this entire life is considered as this full of suffering, or this sansar or life is considered as this ocean. And if you want to get out of this ocean, means from this cycle of birth and death. So Tirthankar was the one who is showing you the path. He is showing you the path to get out of this samsara, to get out of this ocean. So this Tirthankar is the one who is making this ford. Tirthankar is one who is making this shallow water to cross this ocean. So remember, literal meaning of this Tirthankar is ford maker. A Tirthankar is the one who shows the way to cross this ocean of suffering or sansar, that is cycle of birth and death. So there is an ocean, and Tirthankar is the one who is making this shallow water to cross you this ocean or to cross this cycle of birth and death. So Tirthankar, literal meaning of this Tirthankar is ford maker. So first of all, this Tirthankar is the supreme teacher who attained this Kaivalya. So in this Buddhism, for this enlightenment or this liberation from cycle of birth, we call this as Nirvana or Nibbana. Here we call this as a Kaivalya. So this Tirthankar is the supreme teacher who attained this Kaivalya and liberated from this cycle of birth and death, and now he is showing others the way to get liberated. So he is the one who attained this Kaivalya, liberated from this cycle of birth and death through his own effort, and now he established this path. So he is this ford maker, shallow water. He is making this shallow water. He is showing the way to these people to get this kaivalya or liberation. So Tirthankar is the one. The literal meaning of Tirthankar is ford maker, and he is the one who got this salvation, means liberation from cycle of birth and death, or he got this, attained this enlightenment or attained this kaivalya through his own efforts. But now he is showing the way to others to get this salvation. So if you consider this life of Vardhaman Mahavir, so he was born as Prince Vardhaman in 540 BC in this near to this Vaishali. So remember this, Vardhaman Mahavir. V for Vaishali, birth. R for Rajgir, death. So this Prince Vardhaman was born in this 540 BC near to this Vaishali. His father Siddharth was a chief of Kshatriya clan Nyatrika. Nyatrika, also called as Naya or Nag. That's why Vardhaman Mahavir is called as Nagaputta or Nayaputta. His mother was Lichavi princess. Similarly, like Gautam Buddha left the home at the age of this 29, Vardhaman Mahavir left the home at the age of this 30 to get this supreme knowledge, and he got this enlightenment. He got this kaivalya at the age of this 42. So this Gautam Buddha got this enlightenment under this Bodhi tree or this people tree. Now this Vardhaman Mahavir at the age of this 42 got this enlightenment or kaivalya under this sal tree on the bank of river Rijupalika. So remember, Gautam Buddha got this enlightenment on the back under this people tree. Vardhaman Mahavir got this kaivalya or gyan or this enlightenment under this sal tree on the bank of this Rijupalika river. And once Vardhaman Mahavir got this enlightenment, he was called as Mahavir, great hero, or Nirgrantha. Nirgrantha means free from all attachment. Now once Vardhaman Mahavir got this enlightenment, or once he got this kaivalya, he knew that the suffering is because of this attachment. So we have to give up everything. We have to give up everything, every bond with this material world, so that we can get this enlightenment or we can get this salvation, liberation from cycle of birth and death. So now he got this knowledge and he has liberated himself from this. He has removed every desire. So according to him, the root cause of suffering is this bond. So now once he got this enlightenment, once he got this kaivalya, means he was free from all attachment, and he was called as Nirgrantha. Nirgrantha means free from all attachment or all type of bonds. So now if something good happened to him, he won't be more happy. If something bad happens to him, he won't be more bad. Like he won't feel anything like extreme happiness or extreme sadness. He won't feel anything. Why? Because he did not have this attachment now. So now he was also called as Jina. Jina means conqueror. Through kaivalya, he conquered this misery as well as happiness, and his followers were called as Jain. His followers were called as Jain. So immediately once he got this kaivalya, he gave his first sermon at Pava or Pavapuri to his 11 principal disciples called as Gandharva or Gandharaj. So till now, is it clear for everyone? So in this Buddhism, we have this Nirvana or Nibbana. Here we have this Kaivalya. So according to Buddha, the root cause of suffering is this desire. But here, according to this Vardhaman Mahavir, root cause of desire is this attachment or this bond. So you have to give up everything with this material world. So for next 30 years, Mahavir also moved from one place to another place, talking about or teaching about his own principles, and he passed away at the age of 72 in 468 BC at Pavapuri near to this Rajgir. So remember, birth near Vaishali, death near Rajgir, Vardhaman Mahavir. Now we will discuss about this teaching of Jainism. Under this, we have already discussed about, while discussing about this Buddhism, we have discussed about views on God, Varna system and Vedas. So basically Vardhaman Mahavir has condemned these Vedas and criticized this ritual and sacrifices. Similarly, he recognized the existence of God but placed below the Jina. Next, he did not accept the Varna system but he did not condemn also. Gautam Buddha did not accept the Varna system but condemn also, and Gautam Buddha did not accept this existence of God. But here Vardhaman Mahavir accept the existence of God but placed below this Jina. Now we will discuss about these three jewels of Jainism or three Ratna. Three Ratna. So in this Jainism, anyone can get this liberation or salvation, but they have to follow these three things. Which are these? Remember this DGCA? You know this DGCA? Director General of Civil Aviation. So remember this sequence: DGCA, Samyak Darshan, Samyak Gyan, Samyak Charit. So anyone will get this, they have to follow this: Samyak Darshan, Samyak Gyan, and then Samyak Charit. Samyak Darshan, Samyak Gyan, and then Samyak Charit. So with right faith, right knowledge and right action, you will get this liberation from cycle of birth and death. So we have already discussed while discussing about this Buddhism, monastic life is necessary for attaining this liberation or salvation. That's why they have Gautam Buddha has organized this Sangha. Similarly, here also, according to Vardhaman Mahavir, monastic life is necessary for this getting this salvation or liberation from cycle of birth and death. That's why even in the Jainism we will see this Sangha, and the Jain monks and nuns, they have to observe these strict rules. They have to take these 5 great vows, which are these: Satya, Ahimsa, Asteya, Aparigraha and Brahmacharya. Remember, they have to follow these 5 most important restraints, which are these: Satya, Ahimsa, Asteya, Aparigraha and Brahmacharya. Only this last was added by this Vardhaman Mahavir. Remember, only this last was added by this Vardhaman Mahavir. All 4 were already present even during the time of this Parshvanath. So 23rd Jain Tirthankar was this Parshvanath, and during this time all these were present except this Brahmacharya. So only this last was added by this Vardhaman Mahavir. Next is severe asceticism and extreme penance. So if you consider in this Jainism, if you want to get this salvation, if you want to attain this Kaivalya, what is needed? Severe asceticism and extreme penance. So severe asceticism and extreme penance are required to get this salvation, required to get this Kaivalya. And even Vardhaman Mahavir asked his follower to give up everything, including these clothes. So Mahavir asked his followers to give up everything. So in this Jainism, according to this Vardhaman Mahavir, you have to follow this extreme penance or severe asceticism if you want to get this Kaivalya, if you want to get this salvation, if you want to get this liberation from cycle of birth and death. Why? Because what is this root cause according to them for this suffering? Root cause of suffering is this attachment, this bond. So according to them, you have to give up everything. So according to this Vardhaman Mahavir, you have to give up everything, including clothes. But if you consider this Parshvanath allowed his follower to cover their upper and lower part of body using this white unstitched cloth. So they can cover their body using these white cloths. So the rules are more strict under this Vardhaman Mahavir. He wanted his follower to give up everything, including these clothes. Next, strict rules of ahimsa or non-violence. So we have already discussed during discussing about this Buddhism. Gautam Buddha also followed this principle of non-violence, but remember, this principle of non-violence was more strict under this Jainism. More strict under this Jainism. So the rules of non-violence are stricter in this Jainism. So in this Jainism, they consider that entire world is animated. entire world is animated means this board, this pencil, this chair, everything has this soul. So entire world is animated, even stones, rocks, water have their life. So all these have their soul. So entire world is animated and non-injury to living being. Non-injury to living beings, especially humans, animal, plants, insect is the central to the Jain philosophy. Central to this Jain philosophy. So remember, in this Jainism, there is strict rule of ahimsa or non-violence. So it is talking about this entire world is animated. It is talking about that non-injury to this living being is a central to the Jain philosophy. Non-injury to this living being means, suppose someone is in the military, so he can't kill other. So non-injury to this living being. Suppose someone is doing this farming, means agriculture. So even he is killing some plants, he is killing some insect. All these are not allowed in the Jainism. So basically, the soldiers, means Kshatriya, could not follow this principle of Jainism. Then these Vaishyas, within this Vaishya, these agriculturalists or this farmers, they also find it difficult to follow this principle of Jainism. That's why, because of the strict rule of ahimsa, Jainism was restricted to these traders. Jainism was restricted to these traders. Now we will discuss about this different school of Jainism. Now tell me, till now, is it clear for everyone? Now tell me, where the rules are more strict under Buddhism or Jainism? Where the rules are more strict under Buddhism or Jainism? Yes, under this Jainism. Under this Jainism. So under which tree Vardhaman Mahavir got this Kaivalya? Under which tree Vardhaman Mahavir got this Kaivalya? Under which tree Vardhaman Mahavir got this Kaivalya? Yes, Sal tree. On the bank of which river? On the bank of which river? On the bank of which river? Yes, Rijupalika river. So tell me this three Ratna in the sequence. Three jewels of the Jainism in the sequence. Darshan, Gyan and Charit. Samyak Darshan, Samyak Gyan and then Samyak Charit. Samyak Charit. Then where the rules are more strict, in Jainism or Buddhism? Jainism or Buddhism? Jainism. Under whose these rules are more strict? Under Vardhaman Mahavir or Parshvanath? Under whose rules are more strict? Vardhaman Mahavir or Parshvanath? Vardhaman Mahavir or Parshvanath? Vardhaman Mahavir or Parshvanath? Yes, under this Vardhaman Mahavir. Vardhaman Mahavir he asked his follower to give up everything, including these cloths also. Now we will discuss about this different schools of Jainism. So in this post-Mauryan period, this Jainism was divided into Digambar and Shwetambar. And there are two stories associated with this division of Jainism into Digambar and Shwetambar. So first is difference in clothing practices. So we have already discussed Vardhaman Mahavir asked his follower to give up everything, including these clothes, but Parshvanath asked his follower to cover their upper and lower part of body by this white unstitched cloth. So the follower of this Parshvanath, who were wearing these white clothes, these were called as Shwetambar, and the follower of this Vardhaman Mahavir were called as Digambar. So this is one story, and second story is about this post-famine conflict. So during the time of this Chandragupta Maurya, there was famine in the Magad which lasted for this 12 years. So there was famine in the Magad which lasted for this 12 years, and now many Jain monks, they felt that it is very difficult to follow this strict rule of Ahimsa. It is very difficult to follow this strict rule in the Jainism by staying in this Magad. So they decided to go to this South India, and they went to this Karnataka region, Shravan-Belgola. So they went to this Karnataka region. They went to this South India under this leadership of Bhadrabahu. And some of the Jain monks were still continued to stay there in this Magad under the leadership of this Stulbhadra. So when this Jain monks who went to this South India under the leadership of this Bhadrabahu, when they came back to this Magad, they alleged that they have followed the strict rule of Ahimsa, every strict rule of Jainism in the South India, but those who are staying in this Magad under the leadership of Stulbhadra, they did not follow these rules, and based on this, now there was division into Digambar and Shwetambar. So those who were following these strict rules, those who went to this South India to follow the strict rules, these were called as Digambar, and those who were present in this Magad under the leadership of Stulbhadra, these were called as Shwetambar. But in any case, we have these two schools, Digambar and Shwetambar. So Shwetambar were the one who were wearing this white cloth. So these were follower of Parshvanath, and Digambars were those who were not wearing any cloth. So these were followers of this Vardhaman Mahavir. So these followers of this Shwetambar, they have to take this only 4 great vows, that is Satya, Ahimsa, Astya, Aparigraha. But now they have one more additional, that is Brahmacharya, and they were the one who were following these strict rules. So if you consider this Bhadrabahu, who went to this South India to follow this strict rule, he was this follower of Digambara school, and Stulbhadra was follower of this Shwetambar school. So here in this Digambar school, rules are more stricter if you compare with this Shwetambar school, and according to this Digambar school, women cannot become Tirthankar. They believe that women cannot be a Tirthankar, but if you consider in the Shwetambar school, both men and women can be a Tirthankar. So remember, here the rules are extreme, rules are rigid, they are given up, means they have given up everything including these cloths also. But now if you compare with this Digambar, rules in this Shwetambar are flexible, and they wear this white cloth, white unstitched cloth. White unstitched cloth. Now we have this subsect of Digambar and Shwetambar sect. So if you consider this Bis Pantha, Tera Pantha, and then Taran Pantha, all these are major subsect of this Digambar school. Similarly, Murti Pujaka, Sthanakvasi, and Terapanthi, all these are subsect of this Shwetambar sect. So we have this Digambar and Shwetambar. Digambar we have further subsect Bis Pantha, Tera Pantha, and Taran Pantha. Here we have this Murti Pujak, Sthanakvasi, and then Terapanthi. Terapanthi. So any issue till now? You just have to remember the name of these subsets. Nothing more. So no confusion for anyone till now. So we will take this small tea break, and after this tea break we will continue with the Jain text and then Mauryan Empire. Okay, so now we will discuss about this important Jain text. So remember, some of these important Jain texts and their scholars are extremely important for your exam. Which are these? Remember this first, Pravachan Sar. Pravachan Sar. Sar means essence or summary. So this is essence of Jain scriptures. Who wrote this? Remember this name, Acharya Kunda Kundanacharya. So Jain monk Kunda Kundanacharya has wrote this Pravachan Sar. Next is Brihat Katha or a Vrihat Katha, written by this Harisen. Harisen was this court poet of Samudragupta. He was this court scholar in the court of this Samudragupta. And next we have this Jain Puranas. So remember, if you see this word Purana, that doesn't mean these are texts related to this Hinduism. No, we have also this Jain Puranas. So remember this name, Pravachan Sar, written by this Acharya Kundanacharya. Then Brihat Katha or Vrihat Katha, written by this Harisen, who was this court poet in the court of this Samudragupta. In this Purana, remember this one important name, Mahapurana or Trisheshti Lakshan Mahapurana. Remember this name, Trisheshti means 63. So basically in this Jainism, there are 63 respected person or revered person. So if you get this name or word Trisheshti, most possibly the literature belong to this Jainism. So here we have this Trisheshti Lakshan Mahapuran, and it was composed by this Acharya Jinsen. So remember this Trisheshti Lakshan Mahapurana or simply Mahapurana consists of two parts. Adi Puran, which is mostly about this Adinath, means Rishabdev, first Tirthankar. So we have this Adinath. 23rd Tirthankar, we have this Parshvanath, and 24th we have this Vardhaman Mahavir. So this Mahapurana is divided into Adi Purana and then Uttar Purana. So this Adi Purana was written by this Acharya Jinsen, and Uttar Purana was written by this follower or disciple of Acharya Jinsen, that is Gunbhadra. Gunbhadra. So we have this Trisheshti Lakshan Mahapurana written by this Acharya Jinsen and Gunbhadra. Acharya Jinsen and then Gunbhadra. Now we will discuss about important Jain scholar and their text. So remember this important Bhadrabahu. So we have already discussed Bhadrabahu while discussing about this Digambar sect of this Jainism. So many these Jain monks believe that it is very difficult to follow this strict rule of Ahimsa by staying in this Magad. So they went to the South India to follow this extreme rules given by this Vardhaman Mahavir, and this is Digambar school, and he has written this Kalpa Sutra. Bhadrabahu has written this Kalpa Sutra. Next in this Suri, remember this 3H. Haribhadra, then Hemchandra, then Harivijay. So we have this Haribhadra Suri, Hemchandra Suri, and then Harivijay Suri, and other two are Somdev Suri, and then Nayachandra Suri. Somdev Suri and then Nayachandra Suri. So remember this important scholar. If you get this question, this Nai Chandra Suri was Jain scholar, Buddhist scholar, or Vaishnava scholar? Your answer should be Jain scholar. So remember these three Suri: Haribhadra Suri, Hemchandra Suri, Hari Vijay Suri. Then we have this Somdev Suri and then Nai Chandra Suri. So remember this Haribhadra Suri, he wrote this Shad Darshan Samuchaya. So this is talking about this Vedic philosophies. So we have these 6 Vedic philosophies, and this book Shad Darshan Samuchaya written by this Haribhadra Suri talk about these 6 Indian philosophies, 6 orthodox Vedic philosophies. So Haribhadra Suri wrote this Shad Darshan Samuchaya. Then we have this Hemchandra Suri and Hari Vijay Suri. Remember, Hari Vijay Suri was contemporary to this Akbar. So Akbar has this Ibadat Khana where he invited many scholars from this different religion, and Akbar basically have this religious discussion about them in the Ibadat Khana. So Akbar invited this Hari Vijay Suri in this Ibadat Khana, and Akbar gave him the title Jagat Guru or world teacher. So this is about this Hari Vijay Suri. Next we have this Hemchandra Suri. So Haribhadra Suri, Hemchandra Suri, and then Hari Vijay Suri. So who was this Hemchandra Suri? Remember, Hemchandra Suri was scholar in the court of Chalukya king or Solanki king of Gujarat, that is Kumarpal. Kumarpal. So he was this Chalukya king in the court of this Kumarpal, and he wrote an important book, that is Trishashti Shalaka Purush Charit. So remember this word 360, whenever this 360 word comes, means 63 revered person are present in the Jainism. So here this book Trishashti Shalaka Purush Charit is written by this Hemchandra Suri, and the appendix of this book is more famous than this book itself, called as Parishisht Parvan. So this Hemchandra Suri wrote this Trishashti Shalaka Purush Charit, then Parishisht Parvan, and then Kumarpal Charit. So Kumarpal was this Chalukya king in which court Hemchandra Suri was the scholar. So he also wrote this Kumarpal Charit. So we have this Haribhadra Suri, Hemchandra Suri, and then Hari Vijay Suri. Then we have this Somdev Suri, and then Nai Chandra Suri. So remember, Nai Chandra Suri, he was from this 15th century, and he wrote about this Hammir, Chauhan king Hammir, who was from this 13th century. So King Hammir was this 13th century Chauhan king. He fought against this Alauddin Khalji, and now this Nai Chandra Suri in the 15th century wrote this biography of Hammir called as Hammir Mahakavya. Hammir Mahakavya. Hammir Mahakavya. Then we have this last Somdev Suri. So we have already discussed about this Haribhadra Suri, then Hemchandra Suri, then Hari Vijay Suri, then Nai Chandra Suri, and now we have this Somdev Suri. So with respect to Somdev Suri, remember this line. Somdev Suri was moral and Yashasvi Upasak. Moral means ethical and Yashasvi means successful Upasak. Moral means Niti. So he wrote this Niti Vakyamrit. Yashasvi means Yashas Tilak, and Upasak means Upasak Adhyayan. So all these 3 books are written by this Somdev Suri. So if you consider in this scholar, most important scholar are these Suri, which are these 3H, Hemchandra Suri, Hari Vijay Suri, and then Hemchandra Suri. Then we have this Nai Chandra Suri, and then Somdev Suri. So if you consider this, in the 3H you have this Haribhadra Suri, who wrote this Shad Darshan Samuchaya. Then we have this Hemchandra Suri, who wrote this Trishashti Shalaka Purush Charit. Appendix of this Trishashti Shalaka Purush Charit is Parishisht Parvan, and then we have this Kumarpal Charit. Then Hari Vijay Suri, he was invited by this Akbar, who gave this title Jagat Guru. Then we have this Nai Chandra Suri and Somdev Suri. So Nai Chandra Suri, he was basically from this 15th century, and he wrote this biography of 13th century Chauhan king Hammir. who fought against this Alauddin Khalji. He wrote this Hammir Mahakavya. And with respect to this Somdev Suri, I already told you Somdev Suri was a moral and Yashasvi Upasak. Moral means Niti Vakyamrata, Yashasvi and Upasak means Yashas Tilak and Upasak Adhyayan. Is it clear for everyone? Now tell me, who wrote this Pravachan Sar? 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 Remember Acharya Kunda Kundanacharya. Acharya Kunda Kundanacharya. Who wrote this Vrihat Katha or Brihat Katha? Who wrote this Vrihat Katha or Brihat Katha? Who wrote this Vrihat Katha or Brihat Katha? Yes, Hari Sen. Who wrote this Niti Vakyamrata? Who wrote this Niti Vakyamrata? Who wrote this Niti Vakyamrata? Yes, Somdev Suri. Who wrote this Trishashti Shalaka Purush Charit? Who wrote this Trishashti Shalaka Purush Charit? Trishashti Shalaka Purush Charit. Trishashti Shalaka Purush Charit. Who is saying Acharya Jansen? Remember this, Hemachandra Suri wrote this Trishashti Shalaka Purush Charit. The appendix of this Trishashti Shalaka Purush Charit is Parishist Parvan, and then he also wrote this Kumar Pal Charit because he was this court scholar in the court of Kumar Pal. Who gave this title Jagat Guru to whom? Who gave this title Jagat Guru and to whom? Yes, Akbar gave this title to whom? Hari Vijay Suri. Hari Vijay Suri. Who wrote this Hammir Mahakavya? Who wrote this Hammir Mahakavya? Who wrote this Hammir Mahakavya? Now tell me the answer of this question. So these are the type of question UPSC focuses on with respect to Buddhism and Jainism. Buddhism and Jainism. So what is, arey yaar, answer given is here only. What is your answer? Okay, 2 and 4 are correct. Now tell me who wrote this Devi Chandragupta? Yes, answer only 2 is correct. Who wrote this Devi Chandragupta? Who wrote this Devi Chandragupta? Yes, Vishaka Datta wrote this Devi Chandragupta. Then who wrote this Hamir Mahakavya? Hamir Mahakavya. Nai Chandra Suri wrote this Hamir Mahakavya. Who wrote this Milind Pano? Who wrote this Milind Pano? Yes, Naksen. So first and third are incorrect, and last is Niti Vakyamrita written by this Somdev Suri. Somdev Suri. Now see this question. Consider the following text. Which among the following are Jain text? Which of the above are Jain text? Jain text. See, it's not possible that every time you will remember every text, right? Some text may be unknown, some text may be directly surprising like googly for you. So you have to just use your logic. I already told you, if there is a question related to this text or school, try to divide this, try to do this Sandhi Vigraha. If you see this here, Avdan Shatak. So Avdanas are related to Buddhism. Avdanas are related to Buddhism, right? So if Avdanas are related to Buddhism, so this third is related to Buddhism. You just have to eliminate this third. 3, 3, 3. So your answer should be B. Answer should be B. 2 and 4. Because Avdan Shatak is related to this Buddhism. Consequences of good and bad deeds in the past. Now check this question. So these are the questions we are taking just to show that what are the type of questions they focus from this chapter. So if you don't know the answer, just use this elimination method. Use your logic, use your existing knowledge to eliminate this option. Yes, first is wrong, right? So first, in the second Buddhist council we have these divisions, Thavirvadins and Mahasangika, and in the fourth Buddhist council we have this Hinayana and Mahayana. So definitely first is wrong, means you won't have this option A and option D. Now in the option B and C, third is correct, right? Third is correct. So you just have to see the second. Lokottarvadin sect was the offshoot of Mahasangika sect of Buddhism. Yes, it is offshoot of Mahasangika sect of Buddhism. So your answer should be 2 and 3. 2 and 3. So these are the type of question mostly UPSC focus from this Buddhism and Jainism. Now we will move to this next part, that is Mauryan Empire. Mauryan Empire. Who wrote this Charudatta? Who wrote this play Charudatta? Who wrote this play? Charudatta. Yes. Who is saying Shudrak? Sandeep. Play based on this love story of Charudatta and Vasant Sen was also written by the Shudrak we have discussed, but the name of this play was Mrichakatik or the little clay cart and not Charudatta. So tell me, all of those who joined these live lectures, you are free only on Saturday and Sunday? Or do you have time on any other day also? So all those who joined this live lectures, are you free only on this Saturday and Sunday? You are free for tomorrow? Before 1 p.m. I have to check this comment. Okay, can we take tomorrow 3 hours of lecture, or should we continue and finish today itself? Both are fine for me, just tell me. Can we do it tomorrow also? Okay, tomorrow morning is fine for all of you, right? Yes. So today we will complete this Mauryan Empire, because in the Mauryan Empire only two things are important for you: Mauryan administration and Ashoka's edict. So after this Mauryan Empire we have these two important chapters: post Mauryan Empire or post Mauryan period, not empire, post Mauryan period and then Gupta Empire. Post Mauryan period and then Gupta Empire with fresh mind. Okay. Actually, I have one function in my home, so I have to attend. That's why I'm not planning for modern. Let's see. So if everyone is present tomorrow, we can freshly finish this last part in this tomorrow. But if you have problem, we can do it today itself. So what happens is today mostly first 1 hour gone with this revision, right? So but what I feel is more than this number of hours, restrictions on this number of hours, what matters is the content or quality. If we are just for the sake of taking, if you are taking this one chapter after another chapter without any revision or recall, then it is not going to help you, right? So my plan is, even if it takes 1 or 2 hours extra, we should do it holistically. At least we should, whatever we are covering, we should revise. Right? Okay. So now we will take this last chapter today and then we will start tomorrow. So now we are going to discuss about this. Yes, even if you have any doubt, anything related to the history, you can always post me on this WhatsApp. I already shared my WhatsApp number here. My WhatsApp number is also available on our PM5's website. We have this, or you can also send me on this Telegram and all. We have our own history channel and polity channel, history by PM5, history by Vishwajit, or PM5 polity by Vishwajit. Here I have given my personal ID. You can directly message me whether you have any suggestion, any feedback, anything related to your preparation or your doubt. So now we will start with this Mauryan Empire. So remember, we will discuss about this Mauryan Empire. As we have this more time, first we will discuss about this another topic, rise of Magad. Rise of Magad. Rise of Magad. See, rise of Magad is not that important. I am just telling you so that you can connect with this Mauryan Empire. Mauryan Empire. We will quickly finish in this 5 or 10 minutes. 5 or 10 minutes. So remember. So we have already discussed in the beginning of 6th century BC, we have this 16 Mahajanapad. And if you consider this mid 6th century BC, in the mid 6th century BC, we have only 4 Mahajanapad, which are these Vats, Avanti, Kaushal and Magad. And we have already discussed among these Vats, Avanti, Kaushal, Magad, finally Magad defeated all and emerged as this first empire in India. Now tell me, under which dynasty Magad became first empire in ancient India? First empire in ancient India. First empire in ancient India. Yes, Nanda dynasty. So basically, Magad was ruled by these 4 dynasties, which are these Haryank dynasty, Shaishunga dynasty, Nanda dynasty, and then Maurya dynasty. So if you see in the initial phase, Rajgir was the capital, but later the capital was shifted to this Patliputra. So initially we have this Rajgir as a capital, and then if you consider this Haryank dynasty, we have this important ruler Bimbisara, then Ajatshatru, and then Udayan. Remember, during the time of this Bimbisara as well as Ajatshatru, Rajgir was the capital, and the capital was shifted from Rajgir to Patliputra during the time of this Udayan. And later we have this capital Patliputra. Remember, though the capital was shifted from this Rajgir to Patliputra by this Udayan, who built the city of Patliputra? Ajatshatru. So Ajatshatru is considered as founder of this Patliputra. So earlier this Patliputra was Patligram, a small village, but during this time of Ajatshatru, he built this he fortified this town and he built this Patliputra. So initially we have this Rajgir capital. Even during the time of this Ajatshatru, we have this Rajgir capital, but later during the time of this Udayan, this capital was shifted from Rajgir to Patliputra, and later period of time we have this Patliputra as a capital. Just one deviation from this normal rule as a Patliputra as a capital. During the time of the Shaishunga, he shifted the capital to Vaishali, but this Kalashoka once again brought back this capital to this Patliputra. But apart from that, you don't have to go in too much detail. Initial capital was Rajgir and later capital was this Patliputra. So this capital was shifted from Rajgir to Patliputra by this Udayan. So during this time of this Nanda, we have 2 important rulers. First is Mahapadmanand and last ruler was this Dhananand. So remember, during the time of this Mahapadmanand, he was the one who defeated these major rulers in this North India. He has defeated and killed most of the Kshatriyas of this North India. That's why he was also called as Ekarath. Ekarath means sole monarch, only monarch. He was also called as Sarvakshatrantak. Sarvakshatrantak, Sarva Kshatriya Antak means destroyer of all Kshatriya. So he was called as Ekarath means sole monarch, or Sarvakshatrantak means destroyer of all Kshatriya. So during this time of Nanda, Magad became this first empire in ancient India, and Magad became this Pan-India empire during this time of Maurya, specifically this Ashoka. So basically in this 321 BCE, in 321 BC, who was ruling there? Dhananand. When Dhananand was ruling, remember, when Dhananand was ruling in this 326 BC, there was Alexander invasion. In 326 BC, when Dhananand was ruling, there was Alexander invasion, and now in 321 BC, as people were already unhappy about this Dhananand because of his repressive way of tax collection, people were unhappy, and now this Chandragupta Maurya took this advantage of this, and with the help of this Kautilya or Chanakya defeated this Dhanananda and became this ruler and started this Mauryan Empire, Mauryan dynasty from 321, and it continued till this 185 BC. Most important ruler of this Mauryan dynasty we have ABC, Chandragupta, Bindusara and then Ashoka. Chandragupta, Bindusara and Ashoka. Don't confuse between this Bimbisara and Bindusara. Here Bimbisara comes before this Bindusara, right? So here B comes before this D. Before this D. So here we have this Bimbisara and here we have this Bindusara. So here we have this B, here we have this D. B comes before D. So earlier we have this Bimbisara, later we have this Bindusara. Remember these three important rulers of this Mauryan Empire, which are these A, B, C. Chandragupta, then Bindusara and then Ashoka. So Chandragupta established this Mauryan dynasty around this 321 BC and which continued till this 185 BC. So this Samrat Ashoka, he became the emperor around this 272 BC and continued till this 231 BC. 231 BC to this 272 BC to this 231 BC. So we have these three important rulers from this Mauryan Empire, which are these A, B, C, Chandragupta, Bindusara and then Ashoka. Chandragupta, Bindusara and then Ashoka. So now tell me, under which dynasty this Mauryan Empire covered entire part of Indian subcontinent? Entire part of Indian subcontinent except this two region, deep south and northeast part or this Brahmaputra valley? Yes, during time of this Maurya. So now we will discuss about this Mauryan Empire. Now tell me, who founded this Patliputra city? Who founded this Patliputra? Who founded this Patliputra? Yes, Ajatashatru. And who shifted this capital from Rajgir to Patliputra? Who shifted this capital from Rajgir to Patliputra? Yes, Udayan shifted the capital from Rajgir to Patliputra. So, under which dynasty Magad became first empire in ancient India? Under which dynasty Magad became first empire in ancient India? Yes, under Nanda dynasty. Who is saying Haryang dynasty? Ankita? Haryang dynasty? Yes, under this Nandas. Nanda dynasty. So now we will discuss about this Mauryan Empire, particularly this Chandragupta Mauryan administration and then Ashoka's edict. Mauryan administration and Ashoka's edict. Remember, Chandragupta Maurya ruled from this 321 to 297 BC, and by the end of his reign, by the end of his rule, he embraced this Jainism and his son became this ruler, that is Bindusara. So we have already discussed, he embraced this Jainism and along with this Bhadrabhav, he went to this South India. He went to this Shravan Belgola. Now, what is important from this Mauryan Empire is Mauryan administration and then Ashoka's edict. So now we are going to discuss about this Mauryan administration. So remember, Mauryan administration is highly centralized or administration. There is one king which is a superior or supreme, and there have this hierarchy of officials in the center, provinces as well as local level to help this king in the administration. And during this time they were covering this most part of India and they were direct ruling, means they were not decentralization of administration. That's why they have this many officials. So the administration was organized and elaborate. So they have this centralized system of administration. They don't have this decentralized. In the different region, different rulers were ruling. No, they have this centralized system of administration. That's why they needed this more administrator or officers, and they have this organized and elaborate system of administration. So in order to help this king in the administration, they have this hierarchy of officials from the centers to this local. In the center, in the provinces, in the district, in the towns, in the villages. So from the center provinces to this local level, they have this hierarchy of official. Now we are going to discuss about this central administration. So in the center, king was the supreme, and there is a council of minister called as Mantri Parishad. So we have this king who was the supreme in the center, and they have this council of minister also called as Mantri Parishad. Council of Ministers also called as Mantri Parishad, and there are various departments to perform this various function in the center, and we have this head of department called as Adhyaksha. So head of this department was called as Adhyaksha. And remember these two important names of this officer or head of department, which are this Sannidhata and Samartha. So this R for revenue. So he was this head of this revenue department, and Sannidhata, he was this head of this state treasury. He was the head of this state treasury. Now tell me, in the later Vedic period, who was this officer responsible for collecting this revenue? Who was the officer responsible for collecting revenue? Yes, Bhagdug was the officer responsible for collecting revenue. Now tell me, who was this officer of state treasury during this later Vedic period? Officer of the state treasury in the later Vedic period. Bhagdug was responsible for collecting revenue. Who was this officer of state treasury? Yes, Sangrahitri, right? So here you have to remember these two important names, Sannidhata and Samartha. Samartha, R for this revenue. He was this head of this revenue department, and Sannidhata was this head of state treasury. And Senapati means commander in chief. So remember, in the central administration, king was supreme, and there are officials to help this king in this administration. So there was council of minister called as Mantri Parishad, and they have this various department headed by this Adhyaksha. Head of the department was called as Adhyaksha. You have to remember this Sannidhata and Samartha. Samartha was head of this revenue department. Sannidhata was this head of this state treasury. Then we will discuss about this provincial administration. So remember, there was this centralized administration. King was the one who was responsible for this administration in each region or every region. So as the empire was large, this entire empire was divided into 4 provinces. We have this northern province, southern province, western province, and eastern province. So this Taxila was capital of northern province. Then Suvarnagiri in Karnataka was capital of this southern province. Then Tosli in Odisha was capital of this eastern province, and Ujjaini or Ujjain was capital of this western province. So basically, video was stuck. Is it same for everyone? Sandeep, please check internet connection from your side. In between. So remember, as empire was large, it was divided into these 4 provinces: northern province, southern province, eastern, and then western. So basically, if you consider, there are 5 political centers. One is imperial capital Patliputra, and then these 4 provincial capitals, which are these: Taxila, Suvarnagiri, Ujjaini or Ujjain, and then Tosli. So there are 5 major political centers. So if you consider, this entire empire was divided into 4 different provinces, and in each province, king sent one governor. So for the administration in each province, king placed the governor, and most of the time governor was this royal prince and called as Kumar. Royal prince called as Kumar. Remember, Ashoka, before becoming the king in 272 BC, he was this Kumar of UT. Kumar of UT, Ujjain and Taxila. So before becoming this king, he was this Kumar of Ujjain and Taxila, or Ujjaini and Taxila. So remember, in the center we have this king. He has this council of minister or mantri parishad. There are different departments headed by this adhyaksha. Similarly, in the provinces, this king has appointed this governor, usually royal prince called as Kumar. So before becoming this king Ashoka, this Ashoka was this Kumar of Ujjain and Taxila. So basically, this entire empire was divided into 4 provinces: northern province, southern province, eastern province, and then western province. So what was this capital of this northern province? Capital of this northern province was Taxila. Southern province Suvarnagiri, eastern province Tosli, and then western province Ujjain. So total we have this 5 political centers. Now we will discuss about this local administration. Till now we have discussed about this central administration, then provincial administration, and now local administration. Remember, Priya from district, Gopa from village, Priya from district, Gopa from village, work in this municipal board in this urban center. Work in this municipal board in these urban centers. Municipal board in this urban center. So this P for Pradeshika, R for Rajuka, and Y for Yukta. These are district level officers. So P for Pradeshika. Pradeshika means modern day collector. He was overall in charge of this district. Then R for Rajuka. So he was responsible for this revenue assessment and then collection, and Y for Yukta. So he was assisting this Rajuka. So remember this: Priya from district. Priya means Pradeshika, Rajuka, and then Yuktas. These are from this district level. Then Gopa from this village. So this village was called as Gram, headed by this Gramani. So for every village we have this Gramani, and if you combine this 10 to 12 village, we have this Gopa. So Gopa was this officer of this 10 to 12 village. So in the village level we have this Gopa. At the district level we have this Priya, Pradeshika, Rajuka, and Yuktas. And in the urban centers, for this administration, we have this municipal board, consists of 30 members divided into 6 committees. So we have this 6 committee. Each committee consists of 5 members. Now tell me whether you understood this administration or not, local administration. So remember, in the center we have this king along with this council of minister. In the provinces, king has sent this governor, usually this royal prince called as Kumar. So Ashoka was this Kumar of Ujjain and then Taxila. So we have these 4 provinces with its capital: Taxila, Suvarnagiri, Ujjaini, and then Tosli. in Odisha. Then like in the center we have this Council of Ministers. Similarly in the provinces this Kumar have this Council of Ministers. So in the center what are these two important offices or officers you have to remember? Sannidhata and then Samartha. So Samartha was this head of this revenue department, Sannidhata was head of this state treasury. In the local administration, remember this Priya from district, Gopa from village work in this municipal board in this urban centers. So we have this Pradeshika, Rajukas, Yuktas in the district, we have this Gramanis and Gopas in this village, and in the urban administration we have this municipal board consists of this 30 members and divided into 6 committees. So each committee has this 5 members. Now tell me, who was this Adhyaksha of Revenue Department? Adhyaksha of Revenue Department. Adhyaksha of the state treasury. Adhyaksha of the state treasury. Adhyaksha of the state treasury. Capital of this eastern province. Capital of this eastern province. Capital of this eastern province. Capital of the southern province. Capital of the southern province. Suvarnagiri. How many political centers are there? How many political centers are there? Who is saying 4? 4, these are the provincial capitals. 1, we have this imperial capital, overall central capital, that is Patliputra. So we have this 5 political centers. We have this 5 political centers. Now tell me, officers at the district level. Officers at district level. Officers at district level. Officers at district level. Yes, Pradeshika, Rajuka and Yukta. Officers at village level. Officers at village level. Yes, Gopa. So in the village we have this Gramini, and group of villages we have this Gopa. And who was responsible for this urban administration? Yes, municipal board consists of 30 members, which consist of 6 committees. In each committee there are 5 members. So which are these 6 committees? Remember this first, FIRST, Committee on Foreigner, Committee on Industrial Art, Committee on Registration of Birth and Death, Committee on Supervision of Manufacturing Goods, Committee on Trade and Tax Collection or Tax, Committee on Trade or Tax and Tax, Trade and Tax. So remember, these are the 6 committee. Each committee consists of 5 members. Committee on Foreigner, Committee on Industrial Art, Registration of Birth and Death, Supervision of Manufacturing Good, Trade and Taxes. Trade and taxes. So this is about this local administration. Now we will discuss about this army. So remember this Maurya had this largest army in the world, and this army was headed by this Senapati. So remember, this army was also managed by this committee of 30 members, which was divided into 6 subcommittees, and each subcommittee consists of 5 members. Each subcommittee consists of 5 members. Yes, for supervision of manufacturing goods. Supervision of manufacturing goods. So this army was the largest in the world at that time, and in this army, remember, elephant was important part. Elephant was important part of this army. Next, revenue administration. Remember, during this time agriculture was important, so the revenue collecting from this agriculture was important source for this king, and it was approximately 1/6 of this total produce. 1/6 of this total produce. And who was this responsible officer for this collecting this land revenue? We have already discussed, that is Samartha. So Samartha was this head of revenue department, and Sannidatta was head of this state treasury. State treasury. Then we have this judicial administration. So remember, at this imperial capital or Patliputra, there was Supreme Court headed by this Dharmadhikari. So there was a Supreme Court in this imperial capital, that is Patliputra, headed by this Dharmadhikari, and in the provincial district and in the provincial capital and district, we have this subordinate courts headed by this Amatya. Headed by this Amatya. So in the imperial capital, that is Patliputra, this Supreme Court was headed by this Dharmadhikari. In this district or provincial capital, we have this subordinate courts headed by this Amatya. Similarly, in this town and villages, so in the town, this justice system was managed, or administration of justice was done by Nagar Vyavaharik Mahamatra. Nagar Vyavaharik Mahamatra, and in the village level, it was done by this Grama Vradha. Grama Vradha. So in the village, there are many old age people, right? Experienced people, Vradha people. So this was managed by this Grama Vradha. And in the town, it was managed by this Nagar Vyavaharik Mahamatra. In the subordinate court, who was this officer responsible for this administration? Amatya. And at the imperial capital, we have the Supreme Court, which was headed by this Dharmadhikari. Headed by this Dharmadhikari. So this is about this Mauryan administration. Mauryan administration. Now tell me, who was the head administrative officer in the district? Main officer in the district. 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 Who was this officer? Pradesika. Then other 2 officers in the district. Tell me the name of these other 2 officers in the district. Other 2 officers in the district. Yes, Rajuka and then Yukta. So we have this Pradesika, then Rajuka and then Yukta. Who was responsible for this urban administration at urban level? Administration at urban level. Municipal board, which consists of 30 members. Now tell me, there is a Supreme Court at imperial capital, that is Patliputra. It was headed by, this Supreme Court was headed by Supreme Court was headed by, yes, Dharmadhikari. Then in the district level or in this provincial capital, we have the subordinate court. Subordinate courts were headed by subordinate courts were headed by Amatya. Okay, and who was responsible for this administration of justice in this lower level in the villages? Gramavrad. Now tell me, we have also discussed about this rural society in the 6th century BC. So in the 6th century BC or period of Mahajanapadas, who was responsible for doing this justice system in this North India? Who was responsible for administration of justice system in this North India? Sixth century BC. We have just today we have discussed about this period of Mahajanapadas, right? So in the rural society we have three different classes of people in this North India and South India. So here we have discussed, while discussing about this, Gram Bhojaka, then Grahapati, and then Das and Kamgar. I told you this Gram Bhojak means he was this largest landowner, village headman. The post was hereditary and he was helping this king in the administration. He was maintaining this law and order. Yes, so Gram Bhojak was responsible. Who was responsible? Gram Bhojak. Now tell me whether we have found this fewer gold coins of gold punchmark coins in the 6th century BC or more gold punchmark coins, fewer or more. Yes, who is saying few? Because all are smart, saying no, right? Are Mahi, who is this Mahi? Why few? We have just discussed, right? In the 6th century BC, these punch mark coins are punch, not inscribed. These are made up of silver or copper, not gold. And you won't see this name or image of king. Name or image of king. So which pottery was distinguished feature of this 6th century BC? Which pottery was this distinguished feature of this 6th century BC? Which pottery? Yes, northern black polished ware. And tell me this distinguished pottery in this later Vedic period. Later Vedic period. Later Vedic period. Yes, who is saying ochre colored pottery? Remember, painted graveware pottery. Painted graveware pottery. In the 6th century BC, we have this northern black polished ware. In this later Vedic period, we have this painted graveware pottery. Painted graveware pottery. Now tell me this capital of Kuru Mahajanpad. Capital of Kuru Mahajanpad. Capital of Kuru Mahajanpad. Yes, Indraprastha. Located on which river? Located on which river? Located on this Yamuna river. Yamuna river. Now we will discuss about this Ashoka, and in this Ashoka, what is important for is this Ashoka's edict. So remember, Ashoka became this emperor in this 272 BC, but this coronation took place in this 268 BC, but you don't have to worry about this. What is important in this Ashoka is, in this 260 BC, we have this Kalinga war. So Ashoka fought this Kalinga war. Kalinga means modern day coastal Orissa. Ashoka fought this war, but after this Kalinga war, Ashoka was horrified by this violence and bloodshed. And now after this Kalinga war, he decided not to fight any future war. So he decided to follow this policy of cultural conquest instead of this physical conquest. Remember, all this is mentioned by this Ashoka in his Major Rock Edict 13. Major Rock Edict 13. So this Major Rock Edict 13 is about this Kalinga war. Kalinga war. So Ashoka conquered this Kalinga, means modern day coastal Orissa, in 260 BC. So basically he was horrified by this violence and bloodshed, and he decided not to fight any future war, and he decided to replace his Bheri-Ghosha with Dhamma-Ghosha. Bheri-Ghosha means physical conquest and Dhamma-Ghosha means cultural conquest, winning over these people not by this war or physical conquest. So all this was mentioned by this Ashoka in his major edict 13. So after this Kalinga war, we have these two important things. First is Ashoka embraced this Buddhism, and second is Ashoka decided to propagate this Dhamma. So basically after this Kalinga war, he embraced this Buddhism under the influence of this Buddhist monk Upagupta. But remember, his conversion to this Buddhism was not sudden. It was gradual, and it was also mentioned by this Ashoka in his minor rock edict. So his conversion to this Buddhism was gradual, and it was influenced by this Upagupta. So basically, first of all, Ashoka embraced this Buddhism. He also took efforts to spread this Buddhism. So basically, he organized this Dhamma Yatra, and he has visited these important places associated with Bhagwan Gautam Buddha. He embraced this Buddhism. He also took efforts to propagate this Buddhism. So basically, he sent these missions in these different parts of world to spread this Buddhism, and he has convened this third Buddhist council at Patliputra in 250 BC, which was presided over by this Mogliputta Tissa. Now tell me, in the third Buddhist council, what happened? We have discussed about the significance of first, second, third, fourth. So what happened in this third Buddhist council? Yes, Abhidhamma Pitaka was compiled. Abhidhamma Pitaka was compiled. So basically Ashoka followed this Buddhism, and Ashoka also took efforts to propagate this Buddhism. Now we will discuss about this Ashoka's Dhamma. Ashoka's Dhamma. What is this Dhamma about? So basically after this Kalinga war, Ashoka decided to observe this Dhamma. Remember, this Dhamma doesn't involve worship of any deities or god, doesn't involve this ritual sacrifices. Then what is this Dhamma? Remember, this Dhamma is a way of life. It is a way of life, code of conduct and set of principles to be followed by these people. So this is simple way of life or code of conduct or set of principles to be followed by these people. If you see these features of Dhamma, then you will understand what is meant by this Dhamma. Dhamma means respecting elders, having this respect for religion or tradition other than your own religion, means religious tolerance. Then treating slaves and servants kindly, generosity towards Brahmanas. So all this is called as Dhamma. So it is just a way of life, code of conduct or set of principles to be followed by these people. So what are these features? Respecting elders, respecting the religion and tradition other than your own religion, means religious tolerance. Then treating slaves and servants kindly, generosity towards Brahmana. So all these are features of this Dhamma. And remember, Ashoka decided to propagate this Dhamma, and for that he has inscribed these principles of Dhamma on his edicts. So he has inscribed these principles of Dhamma on rocks as well as pillars, and these were placed on this ancient highway. Ashoka has also appointed this Dhamma Mahamatta. To spread this principle of Dhamma, to teach this Dhamma to the people. He has also asked his official to read these principles of Dhamma for those who could not read it. So basically, he decided to spread this Dhamma. So what is this Dhamma? Dhamma means a way of life, code of conduct and set of principles to be followed by these people, like respecting elders, respecting the religion other than your own religion, then treating slaves and servants kindly, treating elders kindly. So all these are principles of this Dhamma, and these are the basic principles, means normal good way of life. or this good conduct of these people, and Ashoka wanted to spread this Dhamma. That's why he has inscribed this Dhamma on his edicts, means he has inscribed on these pillars and rocks and placed on this ancient highway. Ashoka asked his official to read this for those who could not read it, and specifically for this Dhamma, for this propagation of Dhamma, he has also appointed this Dhamma Mahamatta. So now tell me, do you get this understanding what is this Dhamma means? So everyone, do you understand this concept of Dhamma? So now we are going to discuss about this edicts of Ashoka or Ashoka's edicts. So what is meant by this edicts? Remember, edicts means royal order or instruction. So royal order, order of the king, or royal instruction means instruction of this king is called as edicts. So here what are this Ashoka's edicts? Ashoka's edicts are nothing but these messages of this Dhamma. So Ashoka wanted to spread this message of Dhamma. So basically Ashoka's edicts, Ashoka's orders or instructions are nothing but these messages of his Dhamma. So basically he has inscribed these messages on natural rock or polished pillars. Natural rock or polished pillars. So we have this Ashoka's edicts. Which are these edicts? Rock edict and pillar edict. Rock edict and pillar edict. In general, edicts means royal instruction or orders. But here, what are these Ashoka's edicts? Ashoka's edicts are nothing but this Ashoka's messages, particularly Ashoka's Dhamma messages to his subjects. So Ashoka's messages are engraved or inscribed on these rocks or pillars, and these are placed on this ancient highway. So this is general understanding about this Ashoka's edicts. So we have this Ashoka's messages on pillar called as pillar edict, Ashoka's messages on rock called as rock edict. So if you consider this language and script, in general in India, these are in this Brahmi script and Prakrit language. These are in Brahmi script and Prakrit language, and in general in northwest part of India, these are in Kharoshthi script and Greek and Aramaic language. So we have this Kharoshthi script and Greek and Aramaic language. And if you are going within this northwest part of India, if you are going to this Afghanistan, these are in Greek and Aramaic language and Greek and Aramaic script. So we have this Greek and Aramaic script as well as language. So remember, overall in general in India or Indian subcontinent, these are in Brahmi script and Prakrit language. In northwest part of India, Kharoshthi script and Greek and Aramaic language. In Afghanistan, Greek and Aramaic script and Greek and Aramaic language. Greek and Aramaic language. Am I clear to everyone? So if you consider this Mansehra and Shahbazgadi, these are in this northwest part of India, right? Now tell me, what script do you expect here? Brahmi script or Kharoshthi script? What script do you expect in this northwest part? Yes, Kharoshthi script, right? So these are in this Kharoshthi script. And what language do you expect in this northwest part? What language do you expect in this northwest part? Greek and Aramaic. But remember, this Shahbaz Gadi and Mansehra, which are in this Pakistan, in the northwest part of India, we have this major rock edict, and these are in this Kharoshthi script and Prakrit language. Prakrit language. Why I gave you this example? Because whatever script and language we have discussed, this is in general. We are talking about this in general, and here we are talking about the specific Shahbaz Gadi and Mansehra in Kharoshthi script and Prakrit language. Now tell me, in the Kandahar, we have this major rock edict. What do you expect the script and language? In the Kandahar, in Afghanistan, what script and language do you expect in the Kandahar? Kandahar. Yes, Greek and Aramaic, right? So basically, if you see this major rock edict in this Kandahar, you will find this script which was Greek, language also Greek. So how to remember? Kandahar, earlier Gandhar. So we have this Gandhar, and where we have this Greek. So G. So remember, in general, in most part of India, these are in this Brahmi script, Prakrit language. In northwest part of India, these are in this Kharoshthi script and Kharoshthi script and Greek and Aramaic language. And in the Afghanistan, Greek and Aramaic script and Greek and Aramaic language. This is in general, and here we have just finished this specific with respect to Shahbaz Gadi, Mansehra, and then Kandahar. So this is about this language and script. Now we will see this decipherment of Ashokan inscription. So these Ashokan inscriptions were deciphered by James Prinsep in 1838. In 1838. So he deciphered this Ashokan Brahmi as well as Kharoshthi. Remember, deciphering this Kharoshthi was easier for James Prinsep than Brahmi. Why? Because Kharoshthi was used in this northwest part of India, and in the northwest part of India, after Ashoka, we have this Indo-Greek kings, and Indo-Greek kings have these coins which are by script. So they have mentioned something in Kharoshthi script as well as Greek script. So as James Prinsep knew about this Greek script, just by comparing that, deciphering this Kharoshthi was easier for him. So basically, who deciphered this Kharoshthi inscription or Ashokan's Kharoshthi or Brahmi? James Prinsep in 1838, and the decipherment of Kharoshthi was easier than this Brahmi. Now, when this James Prinsep in 1838, he deciphered this Brahmi, Ashokan Brahmi or Kharoshthi, he did not know who issued this. Why? Because Ashoka, though it was inscribed by or ordered by this Ashoka, in these inscriptions, whatever the inscriptions James Prinsep found, in that inscription, in that edict, Ashoka has mentioned this title or epithets Devanam Piya or Piyadasi. So Ashoka did not mention the name Ashoka. So when James Prinsep deciphered this, he did not know. He was not aware who issued this, because Ashoka has used this title Devanam Piya and Piyadasi, but these epithets or titles were compared by this George Turner, and George Turner connected this with Ashoka. So according to this George Turner, in this Deepvansa and Mahavansa or this Sri Lankan text, Ashoka has used these similar titles. So basically, these are also issued by this Ashoka. Who said this? George Turner. But later we got few more rocks edict, particularly this minor rock edict 1, where this Devanam Piya and Devanam Piya and Piyadasi, along with this epithets, name Ashok was mentioned. So you have to remember this minor rock edict 1 found at 4 places, 1 in Madhya Pradesh and 3 in Karnataka. So these are important places where you will find this minor rock edict 1 mentioning this name Ashok along with this epithet. Which are these epithets? Devanam Piya and then Piyadasi. So which are these four places, one in Madhya Pradesh, that is Gujjara in this Datia district of Madhya Pradesh, and 3 are in this Karnataka. Which are these? Maski, Nittur and Udegolam. So remember, in these 4 places, in this minor rock edict 1, Ashoka has mentioned his name along with this Devanampiya and Piyadasi. So now it is confirmed that these are issued by King Ashok or Samrat Ashok. But when this James Prinsep deciphered this inscription, he was not aware. He did not know who issued this, because Ashok has used this title or epithets Devanampiya and Piyadasi. Devanampiya and Piyadasi. Devanampiya and Piyadasi. So is it clear for everyone? So can I say Ashoka's edicts means Ashoka's messages? Can I say Ashoka's edict means Ashoka's message? So if we are classifying this Ashoka's edicts or Ashoka's inscription, remember, based on the surface, based on the medium on which it is inscribed, on which these inscriptions are inscribed, these are classified into rock edict, then pillar edict, and then cave edict. So we have found this Ashoka's messages, Ashoka's instructions or Ashoka's edicts on rock, pillar and cave. So if you consider, initially Ashoka's issued these messages on this natural rock. Then Ashoka issued these messages on this polished pillar. Polished pillar. Polished pillar. So based on the medium on which these are inscribed, it is classified into rock edict, pillar edict and then cave edict. So messages are present on this natural rock or polished pillar or this cave. Now tell me, among these rock edicts and pillar edicts, which comes first, which comes earliest? Yes, rock edict. So basically in the initial phase, Ashoka inscribed his messages on this natural rock. First we have this rock edict, then we have this pillar edict, and these are also classified into minor and major. Minor and major based on length of message as well as type of message. If these are small in size, so these are called as minor, along with this type of message. Remember, minor edicts, whether it is rock edict or pillar edict, means minor type of message, means here the length was small, and along with that, remember, these are religious message or message about this personal life of Ashoka. Religious message means message talking about this Buddhism, message talking about this personal life of or personal achievement of Ashoka. And if you consider this major message, these are talking about this Dhamma or moral message. Dhamma or moral message. Dhamma or moral message. So if you consider this Ashoka's edicts, these are classified into rock edict, pillar edict and cave edict. If you have found this edicts, instruction or messages on rock, called as rock edict, pillar called as pillar edict and cave edict. So cave edicts are not important. We have found these three cave edicts in these Barbara caves, but for our exam, cave edicts are not that important. So we have this rock edict and then pillar edict, and within this rock edict we have some of these messages major, some of these messages minor. we have this major pillar edict as well as minor pillar edict. So we have this major rock edict, minor rock edict, major pillar edict and minor pillar edict. Now when I am saying there are 14 major rock edict, what it means, tell me. 14 major rock edict, what it means. 14 major rock edict. Major rock edict. Remember 14, yes, all are correct. So if you see, edicts means these are Ashoka's messages, rock means these are Ashoka's messages on rock, and what type of messages? Major messages. Major messages. So there are 14 major messages on rock. 14 major messages on rock. 14 major rock edict doesn't mean at 14 locations. No, we have this 14 major rock edict at 10 places or 10 locations. 10 places or 10 locations. Remember, 14 major rock edict means 14 major messages on rock. And what is meant by this 3 minor rock edict? 3 minor rock edict. So 3 minor messages on rock. Minor messages on rock. Remember, we have this 14 major rock edict means 14 major messages on rock located at 10 places. Similarly, we have this 3 minor messages on rock located at 18 places in 18 location. 18 location. 18 location. So remember, if we are discussing about this major rock edict, so how many are major rock edict? Remember, there are 14 major rock edicts. 14 major rock edicts means 14 major messages on the rock, and these are in these 10 places. Remember, most of the places you will find this all 14 messages. So combine in one places. If you consider these 10 places, in most of these 10 places you will find this all 14 types of messages. But don't consider that in every place you will find this all 14 types of messages in group. No, if you consider this Kandhar, so these 14 types of messages are present in this, means 14 major rock edict, 14 major type of messages on rock present in 10 location. But if you consider this Kandhar, in Kandhar you will find only rock edict 12 and 13. So you will find only message number 12 and 13. So we have this 14 different type of messages, 14 major messages. Among them you will find only rock edict 12 and 13 means message number 12 and 13. And if you consider these places in Odisha, that is Dhauli and Jaugoda, here you will find this messages number 1 to 10 means rock edict 1 to 10, major rock edict 1 to 10. Then you won't find this 11, 12 and 13. Instead of that, we have this separate rock edict, means we have these 2 separate messages on rock, separate rock edict 1 and 2, and directly we have this rock edict number 14. So if you consider this Dhauli and Jaugoda, here you won't find this rock edict number 11, 12 and 13. 11, 12 and 13. So remember this major rock edict, we have this 14 major rock edicts, means we have this 14 major messages on rock, and these are found in 10 locations. These are found in 10 locations. So which are these locations? So if you see, there are 14 major type of messages, 14 major rock edict, and remember, in most of the places, in most of the location on the same rock, you will see these 14 types of messages. But if you see this Kandhar, in Kandhar you will find this only rock edict number 12 and 13. But if you consider among these 14 messages, 12 and 13 is only found in this Kandhar. You won't find this 1, 2, 3, 4 other type of messages. So these 14 major rock edicts are present in 10 locations. One in Afghanistan, that is Kandhar. 2 in Pakistan, that is Shahbaz Gadi and Mansehra. and 7 in present day India. So overall in Indian subcontinent you will find this 14 major rock edict at 10 places. One in Afghanistan, that is Kandahar, 2 in Pakistan, Mansehra and Shahbaz Gadi, and 7 in India. So we have this Kalsi in Uttarakhand, then Girnar or Junagadh in Gujarat, Sopara near to this Mumbai in Maharashtra, Sannati in Karnataka, then Yeragudi in Andhra Pradesh, and Dhauli and Jauguda in Odisha. Remember, Odisha is only state where you will find these two major rock edict at 2 places. In another state you will find only one. So is it clear for everyone till now? So this is somewhat difficult. Everybody has to answer in the comment section. Is it clear for everyone? Now tell me everyone, these major rock edicts are present in how many locations? Major rock edicts are present in how many locations? Major rock edicts are present in how many locations? Yes, 10 locations. How many locations are present in this Afghanistan? One location, that is Kandahar. Then we have this Mansehra and Shahbaz Gadi. Then 7 are in this India. Now tell me the place in Gujarat in India. 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 Yes, we have this Girnar. We have this Girnar. Next, in the Maharashtra. In the Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, Tripti, it's not Sopara in Gujarat, it's Girnar. In Maharashtra, yes, Sopara. In Karnataka, in Karnataka, in Karnataka, Sannati, Sannati. In Uttarakhand, in Uttarakhand, Uttarakhand. Not Maski. In Uttarakhand, it is at Kalsi. Maski is present in this Karnataka region. So in Uttarakhand, it is at Kalsi. In Andhra Pradesh, in Andhra Pradesh, in Andhra Pradesh, yes, Eragudi. And then in Odisha, in 2 places. Which are these 2 places? Which are these 2 places in Odisha? Yes, Dhauli and Jaugada. Dhauli and Jaugada. Tell me, in how many locations Ashoka's major edicts are present in Himachal Pradesh? In how many locations Ashoka's major edicts are present in this Himachal Pradesh? Himachal Pradesh. Zero location. In Madhya Pradesh? In Madhya Pradesh? 0. In Maharashtra? In Maharashtra? In Maharashtra? 1. In Odisha? In Odisha? Who is saying 1? In Odisha we have this 14 major rock edict at 2 places, Dhauli and Jaugada. Dhauli and Jaugada. Dhauli and Jaugada. Now tell me, this major rock edict 13 talks about, 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 who is saying Dhamma? Remember Kalinga war. It talks about this Kalinga war. In general, major edicts talk about this Dhamma, but within this major edict we have this different 14 different rock edict, right? 14 different messages. So I already told you this major rock edict 13. In this major rock edict 13, Ashoka mentioned that after this Kalinga war, he was horrified by this violence and bloodshed. Now he decided to follow this cultural conquest instead of this physical conquest. Now he decided to follow this cultural conquest. Yes. Now I will tell you few things. Remember 12 for tolerance. 12 for tolerance. Remember this 12 for tolerance. So this rock edict 12 is talking about this tolerance. Tolerance, you should have this respect for other religion other than your own religion. So this is talking about this religious tolerance. Remember 12 for tolerance. MS Dhoni is known for his coolness. He was also tolerant. So 7 for also tolerance. So we have this 7 and 12 for this tolerance. We have this 7 and 12 talking about this religious tolerance. Next 9. 9 for no. 9 means no. So in this major rock edict 9, Ashoka has mentioned about say no to rituals and sacrifice. So Ashoka has mentioned that on various occasion, people perform these rituals and sacrifices in order to do these good things. People perform these rituals and sacrifices to get this salvation and all these things. But instead of that, people should follow this principle of Dhamma. So in major rock edict 9, Ashoka has said no to these rituals and sacrifices. So if you consider this major rock edict 9, Ashoka has condemned these popular ceremonies and stresses on Dhamma. So Ashoka has basically criticized these rituals and sacrifices in major rock edict 9. So 12 is talking about this tolerance for all religion and sect. 7 is also talking about this tolerance for all religion and sect. So what is given in this 7 was repeated in this 12, religious tolerance. So 13 for Kalinga war. Kalinga war. And then remember this major rock edict 5. Major rock edict 5. So this major rock edict 5 has mentioned that Ashoka has appointed this Dhamma Mahamatta to spread this Dhamma. So Ashoka has appointed this Dhamma Mahamatta to spread this Dhamma, and Ashoka has mentioned about this Priya, Pradesika, Rajuka and Yukta in these 3. So three officers in major rock edict 3, which are these Pradesika, Rajukas and Yuktas. So basically dedicatedly Ashoka has appointed this Dhamma Mahamatta for the spread of this Dhamma. Along with that, Ashoka has also asked these officers at the district level, that is Pradesika, Rajukas and Yuktas, to go into this different part of this district at least once in 5 years to spread this Dhamma. So basically Ashoka has mentioned about this Pradesika, Rajukas and Yuktas in this rock edict 3. So in this PPT and notes I have already mentioned about all these rock edicts. You just read or go through once. So which talk about which. Now we will discuss about this Dhauli hills. So remember this Dhauli hills in this Odisha, it is believed to be this location of Kalinga war. It is located on the bank of this river Daya, and it is believed to be located on this Kalinga war. I already told you in Odisha, that is both Dhauli and Jaugada, you won't find this major rock edict 11, 12 and 13. So you won't find this 11, 12 and 13. What you will find? 1 to 10. Then 11, 12, 13 messages are missing. You will directly find this message number 14. So instead of this major rock edict 11, 12 and 13, we have two separate type of message. We call these are two separate rock edicts. Separate rock edict 1 and separate rock edict 2. Separate rock edict 1 and separate rock edict 2. If you want to read more, remember this separate rock edict 1 starts with all men are my children. All men are my children. So remember, this is a rock, and here you will see this Ashoka's inscription as well as this rock cut elephant on the same rock. In the same rock we have this Ashoka's inscription, that is major rock edicts of Ashoka, major message of Ashoka. On the same rock you will find this rock cut elephant. Second is this Girnar inscription or Junagadh inscription. So basically in this Junagadh or at the foothills of this Girnar. So we have this Girnar hills in Junagadh. Here we have this rock, and on this rock you will find this major rock edicts of Ashoka. So major 14 messages of Ashoka you will find in this Girnar hills. Remember, on the same rock, you will find this inscription of Rudradaman first and then Skandagupta. So on the same rock you will find this inscription of Rudradaman first. So this Junagadh inscription of Rudradaman first is famous or well known because it was this first long inscription written in this pure Sanskrit. So Rudradaman was not from this India. He was this foreign king from the Central Asian tribe, and he was the one who issued this first long inscription in the Sanskrit. So before that, most of the king issued this long inscription in the Prakrit language, but on the same rock of major edicts of Ashoka, you will find this inscription of Rudradaman, and you will also find this inscription of Skandagupta. So remember this Junagadh inscription or this Girnar inscription, on the same rock you will find this inscription of Ashoka, then Rudradaman and then Skandagupta. So till now, is it clear for everyone? 14 major rock edict of Ashoka. Now, these 14 major rock edicts are found in this 10 place. Now tell me, how many are in this India, present day India, out of these 10 places? Out of these 10 places, how many are in this present day India, modern day India? 7. Eragudi is located in which state? Eragudi is located in which state? Now tell me whether I am correct or incorrect. Ashoka's major rock edict found at Musky is located in Karnataka. Ashoka's major rock edict found at Musky is located in Karnataka. Ashoka's major rock edict found at Musky is located in Karnataka. Why everyone is saying incorrect? What is this problem? What is this issue in this statement? What is this issue in this statement? Remember what I said. Ashoka's major rock edict found in Musky is located in Karnataka. So though Musky is located in Karnataka, you won't find major rock edict in Musky. We don't have major rock edict in Musky. In Karnataka, we have only at one place Ashoka's major rock edict. Tell me the name of this place. Tell me this name of this place where you will find this Ashoka's major rock edict in Karnataka. Yes, Sannati. And in the Andhra Pradesh, where you will find this Ashoka's major rock edict? In Andhra Pradesh, where you will find this Ashoka's major rock edict? Yes, Eragudi. Now remember this, there are 3 Ashoka's minor rock edict. 3 minor rock edict. What it means? You will find in 3 places, right? Am I correct? 3 minor rock edict means you will find these messages in 3 places. No, 3 minor rock edict means 3 minor messages on rock. So basically these 3 minor rock edicts are found in this 18 location. 18 locations. Those who are reading from this PMFIS Ancient and Medieval Indian History book, remember in the book I have mentioned that these 3 minor rock edicts are found in this 15 location. So it was this typing mistake. So correct this. These are found in this 18 location, and most of the places you will find them individually or in the set of 2. So we have this minor rock edict 1, minor rock edict 2 and minor rock edict 3. So sometimes you will find this minor rock edict 1 and 2, 2 and 3, or only 1, only 2, only 3. So most of the time you will find this individually or in set of 2, and most of these are concentrated here, Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka. Most of these are concentrated in this Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka region. Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka region. Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka region. So we have already discussed minor rock edict 1 found at Gujjara in this Datia district of this Madhya Pradesh, then Maski, Nettur and then Udegolam. So here we have found this minor rock edict 1 where this name Ashok was mentioned along with this Devanampiya Piyadasi. So along with this title we have this name Ashoka in Maski, Nettur, Udegolam in Karnataka, and then Gujjara in this Madhya Pradesh. Remember this important minor rock edict located at Bahapur in Delhi. So just read this location only once. You don't have to remember. You don't have to mug up all these. Major rock edict, their locations are important, but not this minor rock edict. Now we have this. I will check whether we haven't missed anything. Now we'll discuss about this major pillar edicts. So remember there are 7 major pillar edicts. What it means? There are 7 major pillar edicts. 7 major pillar edict. What it means? So we will complete in this next 15 minutes. What it means? This major pillar edict 7. Yes, there are 7 major messages on this pillar, and you will find these 7 major pillar edicts in 7 places. 6 are located in this North India, and 1 is from this Afghanistan. So basically there are 7 major pillar edicts, means 7 major messages on pillar located in these 7 places. Which are these places? See, these are these major pillar edicts, right? Means there are 7 major pillar edicts, means 7 major messages on pillar. And remember, these are also located in these 7 places. 1 in Kandahar, then 6 in north part of India. Which are these? Here we have this Delhi, Meerut, means originally it was in this Meerut, in this UP, but later shifted to Delhi. Then we have this Delhi Topra. Delhi Topra. Topra means present day Haryana. So originally it was in this Haryana, but later shifted to this Delhi. Then we have this Kausumbi, means Allahabad or Prayagraj. Then we have these 3 places in this Bihar, which are this Rampurwa, Lauria Nandadgarh, and then Lauria Araraj. So we have these 7 major pillar edicts, 7 major messages in these 7 locations. 1 in Afghanistan, that is Kandahar, and then 6 in this north part of India. Which are these 6 locations? We have this Delhi Topra, Delhi Meerut, then Kausumbi, then Rampurwa, Lauria Nandadgarh, and then Lauria Araraj. So if you consider these 7 major pillar edicts, means 7 different type of messages in these 7 locations. Among these 7 locations, 1 is from this Afghanistan, that is Kandahar. So in Kandahar we have this major pillar edict. We already have this major rock edict, and we also have this major pillar edict. But remember, in this Kandahar you will find only one message, that is message number 7. So in Kandahar you will find only one message, that is message number 7, that is edict number 7. And out of these remaining 6 in this north part of India, in this Delhi Topra, you will find all 7 messages. In Delhi Topra, you will find all 7 messages, means all 7 major pillar edict you will find in this Delhi Topra. And in another remaining 5 locations, you will find this pillar edict 1 to 6. So you will find this messages number 1 to 6. You don't have to go into that much detail, but just remember there are 7 major pillar edicts in this 7 location, 1 in Kandahar and 6 in North India. 6 in North India. So we have this Kandahar, then Delhi Topra, Delhi Meerut, Allahabad or Kausumbi, Lauria Araraj, Lauria Nandadgarh, and then Rampurwa. So if you see, now tell me whether you will find this major pillar edict in Allahabad, major pillar edict in Allahabad, major pillar edict in Allahabad or Kausumbi. Yes, suppose we have this Allahabad pillar. So on this Allahabad pillar, we have this Ashoka's inscription, that is major pillar edicts. So major messages of Ashoka on this pillar. On the same pillar, you will find this inscription of Samudragupta and Jahangir. On the same pillar, you will find this inscription of Samudragupta and Jahangir. Now tell me, we have just discussed about this Girnar inscription on the same rock. After this Ashoka, you will find the inscription of 2 other kings. Tell me the name of these 2 other kings in the Girnar. Yes, Rudradaman first and then Skandagupta. And which are these inscriptions of king found on this Allahabad pillar after this Ashoka? Allahabad pillar after this Ashoka. Yes, Samudragupta and Jahangir. So we have majorly discussed important inscription, but just for the sake we will complete this minor pillar edict also. So these are not important, but we will discuss about this minor pillar edict, because this minor pillar edict, this wording of this minor pillar edicts which are found in Nigali Sagar and Lumbini was given in this old NCERT. So it was part of this old NCERT. So remember, we have found this minor pillar edict at Nigali Sagar and Lumbini. We have found this minor pillar edict in Nigali Sagar and Lumbini. Lumbini, it is also called as Rumindei. Lumbini, it is also called as Rumindei. So remember, here these pillars are called as Tarai pillar. Tarai pillar, because located on this region of Tarai, it is also called as commemorative pillar. Commemorative pillar, because here Ashoka visited on the 20th year of his rule. So here in this Rumindi means Lumbini, as well as near to this Lumbini we have this Nigali Sagar. Here Ashoka visited on this 20th year of his rule, and this Rumindi pillar inscription or this Lumbini pillar inscription also mentioned that Ashoka has given this tax remission to this people of Lumbini. Ashoka has given this tax remission to this people of Lumbini. If you consider this Nigali Sagar pillar inscription, there also it is mentioned that Ashoka visited this place on this 20th year. On the 20th year. And then we have this minor pillar at Sanchi, Sarnath and Allahabad or Kausumbi. Remember, these are called as schism pillar edict. Schism pillar edict. Why these are called as schisms? Schism means division. So basically Ashoka asked this Buddhist monk within this Sangh, try to avoid this division, try to avoid making this group within this Sangha. So these are this minor pillar edict. So this is about this Ashoka's edict. Major rock edicts, their locations are important for your exam. So till now, is it clear for everyone? So whatever remaining like post Mauryan and Gupta, along with this South Indian kingdoms chronology is remaining, right? So this Eastern Chalukyas, Western Chalukyas, Rashtrakut, Cholas, Pandyas, Pallavas all are present in this South Indian from the 6th century to 12th century. So we will discuss about this post Mauryan period plus Gupta and then South Indian kingdom in the next lecture. But next lecture is not going to be this far long. So tomorrow we will take the lecture in the evening. Is it fine for everyone? In the evening, because we don't need much time, so we can complete this in the evening like 4:30 to 7:30, something like this. Because of this continuous speaking, I already have this irritation. So this morning time will be rest for me. We can take this evening lecture. Is it fine for everyone? We just have to complete these two chapters, post Mauryan period and Gupta, along with this early medieval period chronology. So we will take this lecture tomorrow for this 2 to 3 hours in the evening from 4:30 to 6:30 or 7:30. So be present on time. If you are available online, means for this live session, then this is going to help you, right? So otherwise I can upload this recordings also, but as you are insisting, we are continuing this for tomorrow from 4:30. Okay, we will see. I will see the possibility of doing the same for this modern also. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you everyone.